He aced every single course at the Demon Lord Academy, played by the book flawlessly. And what did he get? Slaughtered by the very heroes he was supposed to crush. See, in this twisted world, demon lords aren't villains. They're glorified babysitters leveling up the good guys. Cushy dungeon floors, totally predictable booby traps. The whole setup is rigged. Just to hand-feed experience points to these so-called saviors. But after violently rewinding time back to the past, the entire Demon Lord playbook straight into the fire. Now he is drafting unhinged, lethal monsters, pulling the strings from the shadows and guaranteeing that absolutely no one leaves his dungeon breathing. So what exactly goes down when a supreme villain finally decides to fight dirty? When a harsh truth slams into you out of nowhere, human or demon nature instantly hits the denial button. And that's exactly where Berg Dias found himself when reality shattered his ego. His signature world-ending black flames. They barely scorched these puny humans. Why in the hell was the champion sword god currently driving a holy blade straight through his beating heart? His brain just short-circuited. He was the undisputed prodigy, dominating the elite Demon Lord Academy, crushing the competition as valedictorian and walking away with the highest honors. The sacred Demon Lord standards, the ultimate manuscript forged by the original Dark Sovereign, who built their entire empire. Burge had obsessively memorized every single syllable, executing its commandments to absolute perfection. Following the gospel word for word, he constructed an intimidating fortress, snatched a royal princess, and practically spoon-fed combat experience to the righteous fools rushing to save her. Their boiling fury and utter despair were supposed to be his ultimate feast. Slaughtering them too early, that was a massive rookie mistake. He graciously let them level up, patiently waiting for the perfect harvest, because a hardened, overpowered hero that yields the most intoxicating energy. He played the terrifying overlord role better than anyone in history. Utterly dominating this pathetic realm was supposed to be a guaranteed slam dunk, gorging himself on the agonizing grief and blind rage of countless mortals and warriors. He had ascended to the absolute peak of demonic power. So why the hell was he the one choking on his own blood? Glaring up at the smirking champion, Burge gasped out a desperate, "How?" The hero just let out a dark chuckle. All these big bad demon lords always spit out the exact same final words. They literally dig their own graves. Why do you freaks always look so violently shocked when you lose? Burge's mind was spinning. It made zero sense. He spat blood, cursing the absurdity, while the hero casually mocked their textbook strategy. Royalty deliberately leaving breadcrumb trails for the good guys, practically begging a strike team to kick down their doors. The swordsman violently twisted the blade deeper into Berg's ribs, barking out a harsh laugh. Are you actually this brain dead? If it were me, I'd have butchered the reigning monarch on day one. That would have thrown the whole damn nation into pure anarchy. Berg internally panicked. Taking the king would trigger a massive political civil war, with greedy nobles fighting for the crown. But then their delicious hatred wouldn't be laser-focused on him. He'd completely lose out on the vital dark energy needed to evolve. That completely violates the sacred rules. The champion wasn't done ripping him apart. And it gets better. Whenever we ignored your little fortress, you'd conveniently dispatch just enough weak-ass monsters to our hometowns. Honestly, I should be thanking you for the free target practice. And when we finally raided your place, it was a complete joke. Floor 1 is packed with absolute garbage tier mobs. My entire squad got to grind levels at our own chill pace, maxing out our skill trees. Burge desperately rationalized his choices. The challengers couldn't die too early. He calculated every single variable perfectly, just like the manual preached. The hero brutally yanked his glowing greatsword free and kicked Burge squarely in the chest, forcing a breathless, agonizing gasp from the demon lord's lungs as he collapsed hard onto the cold stone. Standing over him, the champion smirked. Whenever this dungeon, we just casually wipe out the final boss. Then a fresh overlord spawns in, resetting our perfect little infinite farming zone. He glanced over his shoulder at his heavily armed party. Ain't that right, guys? The squad erupted into loud, obnoxious cheers, pumping them. They were literally shouting thanks to their murderer for power leveling them, calling him the absolute goat of demon lords. treating him like some generous, twisted sugar daddy who built them a 5-star obstacle course. They openly mocked him, expressing massive gratitude for all his backbreaking labor in setting up their personal sugar daddy. Berge's vision swam in absolute horror. His terrifying stronghold was nothing but a damn playground to these brats. The Gold casually remarking that the boss fight was actually pretty decent. Yeah, we lost a ton of party members on this run, but whatever. It skyrocketed my fame. With a sickeningly smooth motion, he brought the heavy steel, bidding a cheerful farewell to the broken overlord. Berge ground his fangs together so hard they cracked. How dare this arrogant little punk treat him like trash? To utterly humiliate an apex predator like this. If this was the result, then what the hell was the point of the deal? There was absolutely no way he was fading out like some pathetic stepping stone. Scraping together every last drop of it, he roared at the top of his lungs. I am the demon. And in a spray of black blood, his head violently separated from his neck. As it spun through the air, he caught glimpses of the victor, the vaulted ceiling of his own throne room, and finally, the heavy iron boots of his killer. A silent, venomous promise echoed in his fading consciousness. His severed head watched as his decapitated corpse suddenly ignited with a blinding, terrifying aura. Meanwhile, the oblivious champion barked at his squad to back off, claiming the demonic horns as his personal trophy. But then he caught volatile crimson lightning violently sparking from the massive neck wound. With his final echoing thought, Berge swore that if he was going straight to hell, he was dragging every last one of these bastards with him. The smug smirk instantly melted off the hero's face into a panicked, shaky, nervous laugh. The apocalyptic glow intensified with every tick screaming at the top of his lungs to run for their lives. A split second later, the Overlord's compressed, unstable mana detonated like a catastrophe, instantly incinerating everything within a massive blast radius into pure ash. In his final burning moment of consciousness, Berge finally woke up to the brutal truth. The sacred manual, if he had a second shot, he'd never bow down to those wretched demon kings again. He'd toss their precious rulebook straight into the abyss and let the orcs tear it apart. His own overwhelming magic had devoured him whole, scorching his flesh and obliterating the penthouse. Pitch blackness swallowed him. The reigning tyrant drew his final, but out of nowhere, a professor's sharp voice barked his name. His eyes snapped open, completely shell-shocked. He had absolutely zero clue what was going on. Miraculously, he was still breathing. The instructor hollered again, ordering him to step up to the podium immediately. Dazed, he stumbled forward. Scanning the massive hall, a haunting wave of nostalgia hit him. The sheer familiarity left him utterly baffled. The headmaster leaned in, visibly concerned, questioning why their most gifted prodigy was spacing out on graduation day. With a heavy thud, the old man pinned a crimson emblem onto his uniform. It was the ultimate insignia awarded to every cadet completing the elite Dark Lord Academy. The absolute mark of a true tyrant. In that split second, figured it out. He was standing at his own commencement ceremony, exactly 15 years in the past. As the entire class lined up under the blinding stage lights, his mind raced. He had no clue how he rewinded time, but this was his ultimate do-over. The Grand Master announced that these rookies, destined to rule as terrifying monarchs, needed to. Since our guy crushed the rankings as the valedictorian, the staff demanded he lead the pledge for his entire generation. A massive, glowing rulebook, the sacred code of the Archfiends, materialized right in his face. Every ruler must construct a menacing spire in their conquered realm. Number 2. Abduct royal blood, preferably a prince or princess. Number 3. Embrace absolute villainy, trigger apocalyptic catastrophes, and intentionally leave a trail of breadcrumbs behind. Number 4. Nurture fledgling champions just to siphon their life force. Number 5. Scatter pathetic grunts and low-tier beasts across the bottom floors, deliberately leveling up those heroes until they breached the summit. He glared at the exact doctrine that had doomed his past life. He knew this wretched manual inside and out. Back then, he blindly followed every single decree to a T. But that garbage strategy just turned him into a laughingstock for the so-called good. He stared down the crowd of eager fiends, hanging on to his every breath. They actually expected him to read this trash, to publicly pledge his eternal loyalty to a suicide pact all over again. His jaw tightened as pure fury bubbled up. The announcer coughed awkwardly, nudging him to hurry up and read the sacred text. That tiny push was the spark that ignited his rage. "I absolutely refuse," he roared. The entire auditorium froze in dead silence. He blasted the microphone, screaming that he'd never chain himself to something so utterly brain-dead. Playing by those rules was an absolute joke. The sacred code was nothing but pure garbage. His explosive rebellion bounced off the high, vaulted ceilings. The dean, who had just been practically drooling over his star pupil, nearly shattered his spectacles in sheer horror. The principal and the elite faculty sat completely paralyzed. A suffocating shockwave swept through the whole academy. In a matter of seconds, the academy's golden boy plummeted straight to rock bottom. Unsurprisingly, they dragged him straight to a military tribunal. Grand Duke Alkin Blamf violently smashed the mahogany desk, bellowing that Burge deserved an immediate execution. Right on that stage. Yet thanks to his flawless academic record and monstrous potential, they offered him a tiny sliver of mercy. He needed to swallow his pride, take back every single word right then and there, and publicly beg for the underworld's forgiveness. One refusal, and he'd be banished to Arian. Frantic whispers erupted among the jury. Judging by their panicked tones, that realm was an absolute meat grinder. Dark lords dropped like flies over there. Some even grumbled about why this traitor was getting a free pass anyway. Treason demanded blood. A simple apology wouldn't fix this mess. The towering duke leaned in, growling that he fully understood exactly how brutal Arian was. It was a notoriously cursed battleground that had already swallowed countless tyrants. But Burge didn't even flinch. He fiercely doubled down, boldly volunteering for the suicide mission. Once he conquered that hellhole, he'd prove their precious manual was pure trash. The Duke roared that he was a lost cause and slammed the gavel. Banishment to Arian, effective immediately. He'd be stripped of every single elite perk given to high-ranking lords. Zero backup, zero troops. He wouldn't get a single underling to watch his back, and he was locked out of the abyss until he secured total victory. A violent magic portal sucked him in and spat him out thousands of feet above Arian. Plummeting through the clouds, he figured this exact punishment was inevitable after pulling that insane stunt. But the irony hit hard. He was back in Arian, the very same world swarming with the champions who previously slaughtered him. Even in his past life, he had hand-picked this nightmare zone. He was arrogant enough to believe that an absolute powerhouse like him deserved to crush a max difficulty raid. That toxic pride got him butchered, since the locals here ruthlessly exploit every single blind spot. Shattering the chains of the standard rules, he spread his wings and crashed down like a blazing comet onto the peak of Mount Everest in the northern continent. He made an ironclad vow. History would absolutely not repeat itself. In this life, he was going to weaponize the hero's own rules right back at them. Cut to Gordon Derrick. As the valedictorian of the Demon Academy, he was practically buzzing with electric. You see, while the Demon King Academy forges the ultimate rulers, the regular Demon Academy churns out their elite right-hand men. And the underworld operates on one golden rule. The absolute best servant bows to the absolute strongest master. Entering the grand ceremony hall, the silver medalist demoness flashed him an envious smirk. Lucky bastard. It pays to be number one, she teased. After all, Gordon had scored the ultimate jackpot. He was about to Nearby, the third-place graduate was kicking himself for slacking off, prompting Gordon to step in and toss out a bone of pity. "Hey, your assigned masters are top tier too," he offered smoothly. Though in his head he gloated, but they aren't even a fraction of Lord Burge. Burge hailed from the terrifying demon-dragon bloodline, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, destined to carve his legacy into the underworld's flesh. Simply existing in the same graduating class felt like divine intervention. Under Burge's banner, tearing through dimensions would be a complete cakewalk. Gordon could already picture himself standing tall at the apex as the king's most trusted lieutenant, and his eyes practically sparkled with greedy ambition. His name was going straight into the history books. But then reality hit like a freight train. When Burge stood at the podium and flat out rejected the sacred Demon King guidelines, Gordon froze, calling centuries of tradition absolute garbage. His jaw hit the floor. Fast forward to the present, and Gordon found himself shivering deep within the unforgiving Urza's mountains. The best demon follows the best master. But he never, ever signed up for this frozen nightmare. Burge glanced his way, casually mentioning how higher-ups claimed he'd be totally abandoned, yet here was one stubborn straggler. Gordon slowly pivoted toward his master, just as Burge offered a welcoming hand, genuinely glad to see him. But Gordon completely ignored it, blurting out the burning question tearing at his sanity. "Why the hell did you do that?" The king blinked, entirely unfazed. Gordon aggressively gripped his own hair, completely losing his cool. "The standards! The sacred rules!" he shrieked. "How could you just trash our royal code in front of the entire academy? And to drag us to Aaron, out of all the wretched places, we are literally going to die out here." Burge calmly advised him to chill before he ripped himself bald, but Gordon snapped back, screaming that his hairline was the absolute least of their worries right now. Watching this meltdown, Burge tilted his head, wondering if his lieutenant had always been this unhinged in his past. Back then, Gordon was the picture of icy composure. The king recalled their original post-graduation meeting. The demon had confidently promised that despite the rough road ahead, as a team, they were totally unstoppable. Honestly, if it wasn't for this death trap realm called Aaron Gordon, probably wouldn't be losing his mind right now. And Burge told the stakes were wildly different this time around. Still, if he confessed he was a time traveler trying to rewrite fate, his servant would definitely strap him in a straitjacket. Sucking in several ragged breaths, Gordon desperately wrestled his panic back into a box. He smoothed down his messy hair, coughing awkwardly to apologize for his pathetic outburst. Well, since he was stuck in this frozen hellscape, he might as well do his job. Quoting chapter and verse, he recited rule number 1. A ruler must erect a fortress, yet it absolutely cannot be concealed or placed in highly lethal environments. Otherwise, how are the flimsy human heroes supposed to find us? Gordon gestured frantically at the jagged peaks around them. This place was a geographical death trap. Humans will never survive the trek. Plus, high-tier beasts are actively prowling this entire zone. Setting up base here is suicide. We need to relocate immediately. But Burge just smirked. "Nope, we are building it right here." He casually dropped a glowing fortress seed straight into the frost. To sprout a demonic stronghold, the seed required soil and a heavy tribute of royal blood. Watching this, Gordon's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. His master was blatantly defying the sacred laws. "Are you seriously throwing our demonic pride straight into the gutter?" Burge honestly couldn't blame him for gagging. To any self-respecting demon, rebelling against instinct was like pulling teeth. It was practically impossible unless you had literally stared death in the face and crossed over. And he knew that better than anyone. Squeezing his fists so hard that crimson drops splattered into the snow, Burge locked eyes with his lieutenant. "Listen to me very closely. Those are nothing but suicidal garbage, especially in a meat grinder like Aaron." The moment the blood hit the seed, a massive shockwave tore through the valley. The object flared violently, shooting out a blinding beam to map out the foundation. The king continued his dark lesson. "It is garbage because this continent is absolutely infested with heroes." The glowing blueprint rapidly mutated into a colossal magic circle. Recognizing Burge's brutal mana, the demonic stronghold violently erupted. Burge laid out the grim reality. The sheer volume of holy warriors here meant constant slaughter for their kind. Over centuries of wiping out dark fortresses, humanity cracked the code. They weaponized the very Demon King standards to hunt them down like animals. But in this timeline, Burge was ripping up the script. Honestly, they should rename it the Hero's Hunting Manual, he scoffed. Gordon's brain was completely frying, trying to process this madness. Looking up at the now towering monolith, he realized the crazy bastard had actually done it. Gesturing to the ominous gates, Burge led the way in. Stepping onto the first floor, they were met with a cavernous, desolate void. Gordon scanned the massive hall, utterly bewildered. A standard demon base was supposed to be a massive labyrinth, packed floor to ceiling with bloodthirsty guards. Yet this place was practically a ghost town, just a raw, brutalist fortress, stripped of all its a fittingly bleak castle for a king who rejected his own royal privileges. Ignoring the silence, they pushed upward until they breached the 5th floor. The throne, since every single level stood totally hollow, and the fortress was already constructed, he couldn't alter a damn thing. He figured he might as well stick to the second golden rule. A true sovereign of darkness absolutely has to snatch a royal heir, ideally the one next in line for the crown. That kind of high-profile target generates massive amounts of dark aura. Gordon spun around to face Burr, practically begging to offer some crucial guidance. "Listen," he urged. "The territory right next to the Urgus Mountains is Corzin." He pleaded with him to abduct their beloved princess, the direct successor to the throne. By feeding off the nation's boiling fury and crushing despair, he could skyrocket his power in no time. Deep down, Gordon braced himself for a flat-out rejection. But the attempt was mandatory. Yet shocking everyone, Burrs actually nodded, casually dropping that he already had a specific royal in his sights. Thrilled beyond belief, Gordon immediately volunteered to, but the rookie overlord shot him down, ordering him to defend the stronghold instead. A Dark Lord's sanctuary could never be left defenseless. Gordon practically beamed with pride, convinced that his master was the ultimate ruler after all. Perhaps the overwhelming stress of graduation had just messed with his head, and he could still be salvaged. Now the real game was finally starting. As our dark lead vaulted through the window, his minion shouted after him, asking who his target was, and he declared he was gunning for the royal, hailing from the most distant land possible, all the way down in the deep south. The daughter of the Hilderan kingdom, specifically the most overlooked one of the bunch, the 13th princess. Once again, he completely shattered the sacred playbook. Without another word, he vanished into the shadows, silently slipping up to the young woman's balcony, just as she was winding down for the night. Yet surprisingly, she wasn't even slightly fazed when her eyes met his terrifying figure. He growled that he was there to claim her, to which she calmly tilted her head and asked for his name. Smirk destined to steal her away. Instead of screaming, she actually giggled, teasingly asking if he was entirely sure he could handle a girl like her. What an incredibly bizarre response. Did this fragile human think Dark Lords were just some punchline? He confidently fired back that he could easily manage her, and in response, she gently extended her delicate arms, completely surrendering herself to the shadows. It caught him totally off guard. Her eerie tranquility felt horribly out of place. Was she secretly plotting something? Reading his mind, she whispered that she had spent her whole life anticipating a moment exactly like this, simply because of her royal bloodline. Eyes narrowing, he warned her that if this passive act was meant to make him drop his defenses, she was sorely mistaken. He had his own desperate stakes to worry about, and he absolutely refused to be played for a fool. Flashing a sweet, innocent smile, she swore she wasn't plotting a single thing. How could she possibly rig an ambush without a single clue that the Sovereign of Nightmares was dropping by tonight? Her logic was flawless, yet a nagging itch of paranoia still gnawed at the back of his mind. Slipping out from under her silk covers, she reached out her hand and practically invited him to hit the road. In the blink of an eye, they had teleported deep into the jagged peaks, strolling right through the grand archways of his menacing stronghold. He was met by Gordon, who cheered wildly at his master's triumphant return. Burze gently set the girl down, and she cheerfully waved hello to the stunned minion. The Dark Sovereign, then, commanded his lackey to set up a living space for her up on the 4th floor. Gordon blinked in pure shock. Why not toss her in the freezing cells? The boss explained that since she tagged along without throwing a tantrum, he was willing to cut her some serious slack. So they escorted her up to the 4th tier, where Gordon urgently pulled his master aside, claiming he had crucial news. Meanwhile, the captive royal began exploring her desolate new sanctuary. Dropping to the ground, she felt the freezing, unforgiving stone beneath her, and finally accepted the reality she was officially a hostage. The place was an absolute void. 0 plush cushions, 0 warm quilts, no bowing maids, and definitely no blooming courtyards. It was a brutal contrast to her, yet surprisingly she didn't mind it one bit. Downstairs, our anti-hero discovered a formal summons waiting for him from the Beast Tower. Gordon hyped it up as a massive welcoming party for the newest ruler. Scoffing in disgust, Burrs called bull on that. He saw right through the pathetic scheme. It was clearly a cheap trick to disorient the newcomer and stroke their own inflated egos. He always figured that guys of his rank were way too arrogant to ever team up. But the absolute chaos currently tearing through Arene was basically twisting their arms, forcing these tyrants to swallow their pride and form alliances. In the past, he'd just brushed them off as spineless cowards, but today, maybe he actually needed to play the diplomatic game. Striding straight into the savage territory, he came face to face with Draxon, the hulking beast demon king. The brute bragged about dominating the wasteland for 70 long years. Looking the newcomer up and down like a piece of meat, he demanded to know if this was the so-called fresh blood. Draxon sneered, mentioning rumors about a rebellious punk shredding the ancient rulebook. But honestly, the kid standing in front of him looked totally eyes cold. Our dark lead bluntly asked if the monster was begging to be slaughtered. Just as he suspected this meeting was a complete waste of oxygen, he really should have minded his own business. Draxon burst into a deafening roar of laughter, calling him hopelessly clueless. The savage revealed that Archduke Alkin had personally ordered him to monitor the rookie's every move, Burrs asking if he meant that obnoxious, blood-sucking fossil. Dumping him into Arene clearly wasn't enough for the old bat. Draxon instantly saw red, absolutely enraged that this nobody dared to disrespect the Archduke like that. The kid obviously had a terrifying lack of fear. Spitting out a half-chewed slab of raw flesh onto the dirt, the brute commanded him to get on his knees and lick it clean. Only then might he forgive the blatant disrespect. Unfazed, the Dark Lord asked if this idiot even grasped the beast spat that he wasn't a moron, and obviously knew the score, screaming that the rookie had blatantly spat upon the most sacred commandments of their kind. Smirking Burrs calmly reminded him that, according to those exact same laws, overlords were strictly forbidden from slaughtering one another. With a swift motion, he viciously booted the pathetic slab of meat, shattering the solid ground beneath them, and coldly demanded if the fool actually believed he would play along with such garbage. Trembling under his crushing aura, Draxon stammered that Archduke Alkin had ordered him to guarantee the princess was successfully snatched. Failing to report back within a month meant losing his entire rank. Strolling toward the exit, our guy scoffed, admitting he was curious what excuse the pathetic demon would spit out. He had already bagged a royal, all right, but only one who actually met his own elite standards. Back at their dark stronghold, Gordon hyped him up, praising his absolutely spectacular display of absolute dominance. Our protagonist brushed it off as total nonsense, noting that while his enemy was completely paralyzed for now, they still had to brace for the inevitable fallout. It was time to inspect his high-profile captive and figure out exactly how to milk her presence for maximum leverage. As Gordon scurried off to run some errands, our anti-hero gripped his head in utter frustration. This whole mess was a massive headache. If the rival demon lords held the exact same stance, things were about to get seriously ugly. The brutal backlash of shattering their sacred laws was way more catastrophic than he initially calculated. Yet, even if somebody handed him a massive do-over, he would not change a damn thing. Leaping up from his imposing throne, his eyes blazed with resolve. He would rather choke on his own blood than ever kneel to such pathetic. History definitely would not repeat itself. This time, he was constructing his empire right from the dirt up. Figuring he had snatched some bottom-tier royal, he expected a measly payout of maybe 200 demonic energy points. However, the second he pulled up his system window, his jaw practically hit the floor. It was not a pathetic 200 points. It was a staggering 13,000. Panic flared in his chest as he desperately wondered how on earth he scored such a colossal jackpot. Suddenly, a glowing video transmission popped up from the Beast Tower. Jackson's grinning face appeared on the screen, smoothly extending his warmest congratulations. Even though their initial encounter had been a total train wreck, he felt obligated as a veteran to tip his hat to the rookie's wild achievement. After all, Carving out any kind of victory in Aryan was far from a simple walk in the park. He was genuinely blown away, wondering if that previous disrespect for their rules was just a brilliant smokescreen. Hearing this, Burge's face drained of all color. He had colossally screwed up. Right on cue, Gordon burst into the throne room, frantically screaming about a massive emergency down on the 4th floor. Sprinting down to investigate, our Demon King was instantly paralyzed by the unbelievable sight before him. His grim, shadowy 4th floor had magically transformed into a breathtaking, vibrantly blooming valley that was literally terraforming itself right before his eyes. Sitting right in the center, the kidnapped girl was playfully hugging actual spirits of the 4 elements, flashing him a radiant smile. Utterly dumbfounded, his mind raced. Did this crazy girl just spawn an entire freaking ecosystem inside his dark stronghold? Only an absolute monster who fully conquered all 4 elemental forces could pull off a stunt like this. There was literally only one powerhouse on the entire continent with that kind of insane magic. He stammered that he had specifically targeted the insignificant 13th Royal, but clearly he snagged the wrong girl. Chuckling softly, he totally mixed her up with Elena. Pure terror washed over his expression as a horrifying realization finally clicked into place, and with a sweet, innocent tone, she casually introduced herself as Ernie and Hildren. She was the legendary first princess of the mighty Hildren Empire. Meanwhile, back at the majestic royal palace, absolute pandemonium had erupted. The horrific news of her sudden abduction had finally hit. Blinded by explosive rage that some filthy scum dared to lay a finger on his precious little girl, the monarch immediately unleashed his most elite champions and commanded every single military unit to mobilize instantly. Their brutal mission was to rip the head clean off that suicidal Demon King's shoulders and drag his beloved daughter back home. Heavily armored legions of fiercely loyal knights were already marching out the massive gates. Back in the tower, Ernie smirked playfully, whispering that this exact scenario was why she warned him earlier about handling her. Gritting his teeth, our villain admitted he had caught rumors about a prodigy overflowing with endless mana, and his highly tuned senses simply locked on to her overwhelming. So how exactly did she bypass his flawless detection? Flashing a delicate band on her finger, she proudly revealed that this priceless royal heirloom allowed her. Slipping the artifact off, she tilted her head with a challenging glare, asking if that cleared things up. Did he want to furiously pack her bags and ship her home now? While his brain worked in overdrive. If he surrendered her now, he would be the absolute laughingstock of the underworld. A pathetic coward commands zero fear, which meant his entire demonic energy farm. He was strapped in for the ride. There was no turning back now. Suddenly, a sharp system ping alerted him to a massive wave of pure, concentrated hatred locking onto his terrifying currency stash had just skyrocketed to a staggering 19,000 points. The terrifying reality hit him like a freight train. His exact identity and location had already. So he stared her down, coldly, declaring that absolutely nothing was going to change, regardless of her flashy royal ranking. 1st or 13th, she was still securely locked down as his personal prisoner. Meanwhile, miles away in the glittering capital, the king was relentlessly barking brutal orders at his trembling subordinates, screaming at them to drag his precious girl back this instant. Sweating bullets, one of the top officials nervously interjected that they still lacked solid intel. He assured the raging monarch that multiple tracking units had already hit the road, so they just needed a little more patience. Veins bulging in his forehead, the king fiercely demanded they double their speed and dig up every. He screamed that his flesh and blood was violently stolen while they casually dragged their feet. Stepping forward, the royal advisor narrowed his eyes, pointing out a massive flaw in the enemy's logic. He reminded the court how that arrogant demon lord from the Lust Tower recently snatched a foreign prince. By pissing off way too many heavy hitters, that fool practically even with such a violently clear warning painted in fresh blood. Yet another suicidal villain had just swiped their top-tier royal. Did that not feel incredibly suspicious? The heavy silence in the room proved that every single person The king's knuckles turned white as he crushed his armrest, hissing through gritted teeth that a new demon king had officially risen. A breathless knight burst into the throne room, practically vibrating with excitement, as he reported discovering traces of teleportation magic. The magical signature pointed straight north, the likely origin. the freezing peaks of the REGRESSED mountains. Meanwhile, deep within that exact territory, Gordon warned his demonic master Burge that the Hildern... But Burge didn't even flinch. He just let out a low chuckle, totally waving off the threat. The Hildern. Kingdom forces could never actually reach them. Why? Because the REGRESSED mountains sat at the absolute northernmost edge of the continent, while Hildern was stuck way down south. It was a logistical nightmare. There was zero chance that every neutral country along that massive route would just let a foreign military march freely across their borders. No ruler in their right mind would permit that, leaving them with only one real option: hiring a hero from the guild. Cut back to the human king, realizing the impossible distance. He slammed his fist down, declaring they had to beg the Heroes Guild for help. That mercenary faction operated out of a towering spire near the mountain range, and soon enough, a massive bounty for the missing princess was plastered on their request boards. But the second the adventurers saw the destination was REGRESSED, every single one of them backed out. The region was a total death trap, crawling with nightmarish beasts, and they were far too terrified to risk their necks. Back in his stronghold, Burgess smirked, predicting this exact outcome. He knew those so-called saviors were completely driven by greed. They would never willingly walk into a slaughterhouse just for a rescue mission. That was exactly why he planted his fortress there. Gordon stared at him, absolutely blown away by his master's tactical genius. Burge played completely outside the rules, yet he understood the world of Aryan so perfectly, it was like he had lived a past life here. Days bled into weeks, and when the human king found out that the guild was dodging the quest like the plague, he exploded into a screaming fit, roaring about how useless these fakes were. While the monarch rubbed his aching temples in despair, our boy Berg was already plotting his next move. He figured that since this world was overflowing with heroes, the market was saturated. They only cared about stacking gold, making them insanely picky about their bounties. It would take a serious amount of time for anyone to build a raid party strong enough to challenge him. But eventually they would come, and Berg knew his current energy wouldn't be enough to crush a full squad. He understood that ticking clock perfectly. So he ordered Gordon to get Draxen on the line. His wild plan: sell off his raw demonic energy and trade it for human currency. Gordon nodded at first, but then his brain caught up. He gasped in utter disbelief. Why would he sell that power? That very same energy was the ultimate currency. It let a demon shatter their biological limits, upgrade the tower's defenses, and spawn terrifying monsters. And he wanted to pawn it off for human cash. Bergie simply stated that Draxen would cough up a massive fortune for it. Raw energy alone wouldn't stop the incoming raid. But if he weaponized that insane amount of wealth, he could easily flip the board in his favor. Stepping out of his lair, Berge traveled to Holton, a heavily fortified town at the edge of the mountains. The moment he strolled up to the gates, armored guards crossed their spears, barking at him to halt and state his business. Burge played it cool, claiming to be a wandering mercenary. The guards scoffed, asking what kind of lunatic would wander near REGRESSED solo. His eyes narrowed with heavy suspicion. But that skepticism magically vanished the second Burge flipped him a solid gold coin. Suddenly, the gate swung wide open. Stepping inside, Burge scanned the bustling streets, realizing that wandering blind was a rookie mistake. He needed a local guide. Meanwhile, inside the rowdy headquarters of the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild, a nervous rookie tugged at his captain's sleeve, whispering that they should pack up and flee. The veteran captain laughed in his face. Why run? Life was a breeze. The local army did all the heavy lifting against the monsters, while they just scooped up the leftover loot. It was basically free money. But another merc chimed in, pointing out the terrifying rumor that a new demon king had literally just dropped a tower into the REGRESSED mountains. The captain just took a swig of his drink and smirked. It was pure garbage. He knew how demon kings operated. They always built their fortresses in totally accessible spots, so heroes could actually reach them. The anxious guy argued that this one, allegedly, snatched the Hildern princess, but the captain fired back, asking when a demon king had ever crossed an entire continent just to abduct some random noblewoman. The nervous merc pressed on, asking how he explained the Heroes Guild, flat out refusing the rescue mission. The captain slammed his mug down, declaring that the whole thing was just a pathetic publicity stunt. The princess was the golden child of a filthy rich family. The guild was obviously faking cowardice, just to extort a higher payout. They were mercenaries. They knew exactly how that greedy game worked. But right then, a chill filled the room, as Bergie materialized directly. "Oh, is that how it is?" the captain shrieked, tripping over his own boots and scrambling backward across the floor. He panicked, screaming, "Who the hell are you?" Our boy flashed a wicked grin, noting that they seemed incredibly well connected. They were the perfect candidates for his new tour guides. He casually ordered one to stay and told the rest to get lost. Enraged, the mercenaries drew their blades and lunged, roaring that nobody disrespected their guild, and walked out, breathing. Burge didn't even blink. He blitzed through the room in a blur of motion, casually snapping bones and dropping bodies like sacks of dirt. A massive brute, wielding a warhammer, leaped into the air, bringing the crushing steel down with everything he had. But Berge just raised a single hand and caught the devastating blow mid-swing, leaving the giant absolutely paralyzed with fear. Up on the second-floor balcony, a squad of crossbowmen locked their sights on him, but Berge just tossed the hulking brute aside like a rag doll, smashing him through a row of wooden tables. Watching his entire crew get dismantled in seconds, the captain huddled on the floor, realizing with sheer terror that this guy was. A massive crash shook the guild's exterior, but the locals just brushed it off. They figured it was just another typical tavern brawl, not even bothering to poke their heads out. Inside, Burrs had already wiped the floor with the entire crew. He casually strolled up to the trembling mercenary captain, whispering to him to just relax. The deal was simple. Answer a few quick questions, and he gets to keep his life. The captain instantly dropped to his knees, frantically pleading for mercy. Burrs coldly demanded the location of the underground slave market. Without a second thought, the terrified captain escorted him straight there. As our Dark Lord scanned the gloomy facility, he quickly realized they were only stocking ordinary human captives. The mercenary flashed a frantic, nervous grin, sweating. Burrs just tossed a heavy pouch of coins right at his chest, demanding to see their top-tier exotic stock. The second those shiny gold pieces clinked, the captain's face lit up with pure greed, eagerly guiding him deeper inside. Burrs just shook his head inwardly. How could this rat smile so brightly after letting his own Then again, mortals crave cash just like demons crave dark energy. They really weren't so different after all. The greedy captain finally led him down into a damp, hidden basement. This triggered a quick memory of Gordon's advice. The old man had suggested purchasing non-human captives who had been dragged in by human poachers. An elf would be the absolute perfect catch, thanks to their hardcore loyalty. Burrs' master plan: plant this elf as a double agent to completely sabotage the so-called. Cut to the royal capital. The legendary hero, Hillen Cargill, strutted right into the Hildren Palace. The king practically rolled out the red carpet, beaming with joy, as he bragged that he knew the hero would take the job. Playing the perfect knight, Hillen boldly declared that he would rescue the darling princess. Back in the murky basement, a shady trafficker slithered up to Burrs slickly, asking what kind of exotic pet he was hunting for today. He flatly stated he was here for an elf. Then, pointing a thumb at the trembling Captain Burrs, smoothly added that his new friend here was footing the bill. The captain's eyes bugged out in sheer outrage, but one deadly icy glare from our Dark Lord completely shut down any complaints. Swallowing his pride, the terrified man slowly pulled the massive stack of coins out of his own stash. With the transaction settled, Berze ordered both of the rats to clear the room immediately. He needed some privacy to test a little theory. The slimy traitor hesitated, stammering out a warning that the captive elf was completely feral, and Berze just waved him off. If the pointy-eared guy wrecked the place, his generous mercenary buddy would cover the damages. The captain angrily clicked his tongue, but dragged himself out alongside the trafficker anyway. With the coast clear, Berze snapped the rusty cage door open and stepped right into the elf's person. He softly mocked how such a majestic, prideful being had been dragged down into absolute filth. With a simple flick of his wrist, the heavy magical shackles shattered into— Wait, is that dark energy? What the hell does a demon want from my kind? Berze smirked, offering him a golden ticket to unleash pure vengeance on the humans who ruined his life. The battered elf scoffed, admitting the revenge part sounded incredibly sweet. but he wouldn't trust a demon any farther than he could throw a human. Burrs calmly assured him that he wasn't like the others. If the elf pledged absolute loyalty for just 50 years, he'd be guaranteed total protection and a clean slate. 50 years was practically a blink of an eye for an immortal elf, and a hell of a lot better than rotting away in human chains. But the elf wasn't buying it. He spat out that demons existed solely to burn down the sacred world tree, effectively wiping out the very foundation of the elf's existence. Why on earth would he shake hands with the devil? Plus, it was bizarre for a creature of darkness to come crawling to a creature of nature for a favor. The captive had definitely struck a nerve, but Burrs didn't even flinch. Instead, he threw down the ultimate wager. He offered to swear a blood oath on the legendary banner of the Demon King, swearing to keep his word, and never even touch a single leaf of the world tree. The elf's eyes went wide. In the demonic realm, swearing on that banner was exactly like an elf swearing on their sacred tree. In return for this massive guarantee, Burrs demanded the elf swear his own soul on the world tree, binding himself as a loyal servant for 5 solid decades. A small, amused smirk crept across the captive's face. He called Burrs an absolute weirdo, but figuring he had nothing left to lose, he took the deal. Brushing off the dirt, he proudly announced his identity. He was Granada, a fierce warrior of the Maple tribe. He promised to officially bend the knee the very second he was dragged in front of the actual Demon King. He assumed Burrs was just a low-level errand boy, but when our guy casually dropped the bomb that he was the reigning Demon King, Granada completely froze. Naturally, the elf burst into hysterical laughter. Why would the ultimate boss of the underworld be shopping in a dirty basement? Everyone knows Dark Lords bleed out their powers the further they... Why on earth would the Supreme Ruler run his own errands? Still laughing, Granada smugly bet that if this guy was actually the big boss, he'd willingly... Fast forward to their arrival at the Dark Stronghold, and the elf's jaw literally hit the floor. The guy wasn't bluffing at all. Burrs shot him a wicked grin, happily reminding him that he was now locked into a brutal 100-year soul contract. He really shouldn't have been running his mouth. Panicking, Granada screamed out in pure disbelief, "Holy crap, you actually are the Dark Lord!" But something was terribly wrong. He felt completely scammed. This place was a total dump. The 3rd floor was basically a ghost town, and the 4th floor was just an overgrown garden. What kind of evil lair doesn't have a single terrifying monster guarding it? At this pathetic rate, the fortress wouldn't survive a single season. The Holy Knights were going to utterly butcher them, Granada fiercely declared. He refused to clock in at such a doomed workplace. Instantly, Burrs unleashed a suffocating... Did you seriously forget we just sealed a magical pact? The terrifying pressure instantly glued Granada's lips shut. As the elf gulped nervously, he realized something. Sure, the interior of the tower, but not a single apex predator from the deadly Urza's mountains dared to step foot near it. And those beasts were walking natural disasters. They were absolutely terrified of poking the bear, or rather messing with the monstrous king sitting on the throne. The raw power radiating off this guy was completely undeniable. Maybe, just maybe, this insane demon could actually hand him the revenge he craved. Swallowing his doubts, Granada dropped heavily to one knee, staring at the floor, pledging his absolute, unwavering obedience for the next 100 years. His mind raced with dark excitement. If the Supreme Ruler had personally dragged him out of the gutter, he was definitely being prepped for a massive, game-changing mission. As a key player in this villain's master plan, his bloody payback was practically guaranteed. Flashing a wicked grin, Burrs casually commanded the guy to whip up a meal, leaving the pointy-eared warrior totally dumbfounded. The captive expected to spearhead some grand world-shaking scheme, yet here he is, dicing veggies like a lowly prep cook. Surprisingly, the hostage rolled, slicing away with shocking enthusiasm. Once the feast hit the table, the crew huddled up in the grand hall, where Granada nervously grilled the Demon Lord. "Wait, is this chick actually from the Tildren Empire?" he stammered. Burrs coolly confirmed she was none other than Princess Ernie herself. The elf's jaw hit the floor in absolute horror. How could he snatch the actual crown princess? They literally had 0 defenses in this dump. How on earth was he planning to hold off the elite strike teams when they stormed this place? Gordon bobbed his massive head frantically, seconding every single. The MC just shrugged and fired back, stating that was exactly why he bought the guy's services. He told him to just sit down and chew. With that, they dug into the grub. The green-clad hostage just gaped at him, totally bewildered, while Burge paused to genuinely. The princess proudly chimed in, bragging about her sous chef contributions, prompting the confused elf to mutter, wondering what in the world was happening here. Right after wiping the Granada nervously questioned if he was expected to clash with the incoming champions right on this floor. The Dark Ruler shook his head, warning that letting them push that deep would spell absolute doom, since breaching this far meant the intruders had already conquered the treacherous Urzest peaks. Instead, his real mission was to slip into the human realm and officially making him an undercover agent. Burge laid out the terms, but declared that before any of that went down, a brutal combat trial was mandatory. Flashing a cocky smirk, he dared the guy to strike, only for Granada to scoff, claiming that taking down the Demon King inside his own stronghold was a guaranteed game over. To level the playing field, Burge offered a crazy handicap. He would fight one-handed without tapping into a single ounce of dark magic. Plus, if the elf managed to win, his forced servitude would be slashed down to him. Instantly sparking his aura, the captive warned the boss to keep his promise, fiercely swearing he was going to knock his head right off his shoulders. That meant holding absolutely nothing back. He blasted off the ground, charging straight at Burge, while hurling massive boulders of solid rock right at his face. The demon effortlessly swatted away the barrage, visibly impressed that the guy remained so violently agile despite his long captivity. Was he siphoning the raw energy, flooding level 4, or just flexing insane natural buffs? It was a beautifully savage combat flow textbook for an elite forest warrior. Granada barked back that standard elves could never pull off moves like these. He taunted the boss, claiming he sealed his own doom by picking the wrong fight on the wrong turf. Thick rage tightly around Burge's ankle, instantly catching his attention. The attacker lunged forward with a savage sneer, roaring that his opponent left his guard wide open. Now he was coming. The MC chuckled dangerously, admitting the trap was clever, but coldly reminded the fool exactly who he was dealing with. He flared his terrifying presence, calmly assuring the panicked elf not to sweat it. He promised he wouldn't actually unleash his true darkness, swearing to pull his punch just enough to avoid finishing the guy off. Utterly terrified, the attacker screamed for a timeout, right before an earth-shattering boom violently rocked the entire fortress. Sometime later, inside the grimy local hub of the Scarlet Hawk mercenary crew, the greedy commander's eyes turned into dollar signs as he happily welcomed Burge back to the fold. The boss casually dropped that he wanted to lease the entire strike force for a full 12 months. The captain instantly agreed, eagerly asking about the budget, while his battered crew grumbled in the background, totally disgusted that their leader was kissing up to the very monster who had just pummeled them halfway to oblivion and finding a new gig. But the second the MC slammed a massive sack of gold down the exact same grunts, shamelessly declared they would follow him to the grave. Loyalty is the absolute core of the mercenary code, so who cares if he beat them senseless? The baffled captain awkwardly thanked his lucky stars, secretly wondering if he needed to recruit a less pathetic squad. Burge cut to the chase, demanding to insert his own guy into their ranks to dish out commands on his behalf. The captain nodded, but the battle-hardened veterans immediately started whining about taking orders from some random outsider. That is when Granada boldly stepped out from the shadows, in seeing the new guy looking just as bruised, battered, and utterly exhausted as the rest. The roughnecks instantly softened up and welcomed him with open arms. After all, he was clearly just like them. Scanning the pathetic bunch, the MC figured that even if they looked like total scrubs, they were seasoned grunts surviving near the brutal Urzest zone. Finding tougher meat shields around here was basically impossible. Not to mention these guys were incredibly easy to manipulate. At this specific time of year, the only champion capable of answering the Children Monarch's desperate summons is Helen Cargill, the legendary beast who literally obliterated the Demon King of... He handed down their very first mission: dig up every single piece of intel on this high-tier hunter contracted by the royals. Once the briefing wrapped, Burge warped back to his sinister lair, realizing that with the reconnaissance pawn now in play, it was finally his turn to massively buff his own stats. While dark currency points could typically be used to upgrade the stronghold's defenses or permanently boost the Demon King himself, since he had sold off every last point, his only shot at a massive power leap was hunting down a mythical spirit bloom. This ultra-rare mana gem crystallizes after gorging on pure, untainted, natural out in the savage Urzest range, where lethal magical blizzards rip through the air and nightmarish beasts roam free. The wilderness remains totally untouched by human hands. Because of this perfect isolation, these mystical blossoms soak up nature's magic for decades, brewing an insanely potent, crystal-clear energy. Scoring one of these legendary relics out here would be the ultimate jackpot. Sure, for a creature of darkness, it wouldn't hit quite as hard as absorbing pure dark aura, but a buff is a buff. He casually informed Gordon that he was heading out into the wild to track down the mystical flower, prompting a very serious warning from his massive heading out blindly was a massive gamble, basically hunting for a single needle across a barren wasteland. Out there, those monsters were nothing more than mindless predators. They'd rip him to shreds the second he dropped his guard. The Demon King brushed off the threat slaughtering them was child's play, but tracking down that elusive spiritual blossom, that was the real nightmare. Gordon had to agree. If they wanted to find it, they desperately needed a top-tier mana tracker. Suddenly, a soft tap echoed through the heavy doors. Ernian peeked into the grand throne room, nervously asking if the king was tied up. In a flash, it hit them both. The princess was the ultimate magical radar. No time to waste, they were moving out. The moment they stepped past the tower walls, Ernian practically vibrated with excitement. She'd been losing her mind with boredom. "You're still keeping your word, right?" she chirped. "I get total control over designing the 4th floor." He gave a curt nod, but only on one condition. She had to locate that mystic bloom. Honestly, he figured she'd already pulled it off. Seriously, the mere thought of her wanting to give the Demon King's dark fortress a total makeover was absolutely absurd. A bright smile lit up her face. She honestly believed she'd be locked inside forever. Things were actually turning out pretty great. Burge effortlessly scooped her up, unfurling his massive, shadowed wings. "Brace yourself," he warned. Panic flashed in her eyes. "Hold on, wait, I'm not..." Too late. With a thunderous crack, he launched them straight into the stratosphere, leaving her shrieking in sheer terror. She squeezed her eyes shut, terrified. But the moment she peeked, absolute breathtaking beauty. She gazed down at the rugged, sprawling mountain ranges. It hit her then. During her kidnapping, the pitch-black night had hidden all of this. The world below was absolutely massive. Her past was just a crushing, endless loop. Spellcasting drills cramming political laws into her skull, studying, sweating, and repeating the same grueling cycle every single day. She always assumed that endless grind would be her entire existence until she dropped dead. Smirking, she nudged the Demon King. "Did you know I'm literally the first person to ever soar?" "Couldn't care less," he shot back coldly, steering the chat right back to their actual mission. But she boldly cut him off, demanding he drop the titles. "We're stuck together for the long haul, right? Just use my actual name." He glared down at her. He'd clearly let the leash out way too far. "You're overstepping your boundaries," he growled. Unless she preferred rotting in the underground dungeons. She instantly backpedaled, whispering a quick apology. Not wasting another breath, he barked at her to unleash her familiars to hunt down the bloom. Whispering a gentle prayer for their safety, she cast her glowing spirits out into the wild. The Demon King figured they'd be waiting around a while, but it sure beat him and Gordon blindly stumbling through the wilderness. Barely 10 seconds passed before the glowing wisps darted back. Ernian beamed. Bingo! They locked onto it. The target was surrounded by a massive, snarling pack of beasts. Spotting the ugly mob just ahead, Burge angled downward in a deadly dive. He landed with terrifying grace, his voice echoing with absolute authority. "You vile creatures, carry the tainted blood of those who abandoned the abyssal realm. If a single shred of... then bow to your true king. Step away from that bloom, and maybe you'll leave this valley with your heads still attached." The feral orcs just snarled, their bloodshot eyes burning with savage fury. The Demon King let out a dark, aggravated chuckle. "Looks like Gordon called it," he muttered. "Expecting a speck of brain power from filthy mutts? My mistake." There was only one language they understood: pure, agonizing heat. Black, searing hellfire. The horde charged like a raging tidal wave, roaring that this was their turf and promising to rip his flesh from his bones. Burji unleashed a devastating torrent of infernal flames, instantly reducing the vanguard to smoking ash. Panicking, the surviving stragglers pivoted, lunging straight for the easiest prey, the princess. He didn't even bother looking. With a casual flick of his wrist, he vaporized the ambushers, ruthlessly melting the entire pack into smoldering puddles. Ernian watched in pure shock. Back home, a coordinated orc squad could easily take down a towering ogre. Here, they were getting wiped out before they could swing a club. So this was the ungodly might of the Demon King Burji. Crossed his arms, then violently swept them apart. Massive, roaring serpents of hellfire tore across the battlefield. It was an absolute massacre. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, nothing but scorched earth remained. Ernian knelt by the delicate bloom, totally mesmerized by its flawless humming energy. It was a stunning, mystical hyacinth pulsing with raw frost and water magic. Reaching out her hand was slapped away by the Demon King. "Don't touch it," he ordered. She pouted instantly, her shoulders dropping. "Find a second one," he sighed, "and it's all yours." Her eyes lit up like fireworks. He smirked to himself. Humans really were that easy to manipulate with a shiny little bribe. Too bad her luck ran completely dry. Despite searching until she nearly collapsed, not a single extra blossom. Once back inside the gloomy fortress, a wicked grin crept onto his face. Snatching up the little royal seemed like a total disaster at first, but hell, she was actually pulling her weight. Gordon suddenly shattered his plotting, marching in with urgent intel straight from Granada. The legendary champion Helen Cargo, backed up by a massive squad of 32 elite warriors, had just marched out of the Hildren Kingdom's capital. But here was the kicker: they weren't beelining for the Urzest peaks. Instead, they were grinding out the classic, painfully cliché adventurer's route. You know the drill: building up their party and farming experience points by doing petty fetch quests for random peasant villages. They were slowly leveling up on the road. Gordon pulled out a stack of intricate battle strategies to ambush them along the way. "Review these tactical strikes immediately," Gordon insisted, puffing his chest with pride. But Burji didn't even blink, ruthlessly shooting down every single proposal. "Scrap it all," the king commanded. "This time we don't throw a single monster at them. We don't lay a single trap. Throwing weak fodder at them would just power them up faster." "Send Granada a new directive," Burji sneered. "Tell them to infiltrate their little heroic squad from the inside. Team up with the mercenaries, back them up, and earn their trust." Gordon sighed, grumbling that he should have seen this coming. Once again, the Demon King was tossing the rulebook out the window. But honestly, their current tower defenses wouldn't stand a chance against the hero, or would they? Burge flashed a confident grin, telling his minion to relax. He had a foolproof plan to beef up the fortress, and it involved recruiting some dwarves. Gordon threw a massive fit. Was a human and a high elf not crazy enough? Now he wanted to drag a dwarf into this mess? If the demon realm saw this bizarre mix of races defending their stronghold, they would be the laughingstock of the underworld. The Demon King simply flared his overwhelming, snapping Gordon right into terrified silence. Burge calmly clarified that the dwarves wouldn't be doing the actual fighting. Instead, they were going to build some heavy-duty magical hardware. Think about it. These heroes are so used to the classic cliché demon setups. They stroll through the first-floor doors, fully expecting a handful of low-level grunts. But what if they walk straight into a firing squad of magical cannons? Gordon paused, his eyes widening. The heroes would be completely blindsided. But he quickly shook his head, frantically arguing that this was way too unconventional. Yet the moment he blinked, his boss had vanished into thin air. Realizing the Demon King had already bailed, Gordon cursed up a storm, wondering if they were seriously about to commit another kidnapping. Meanwhile, deep within Wolfner, the sprawling subterranean dwarf city, the legendary blacksmith, Loder Friedrich, was hammering away at his forge. And yep, he was the next target on the kidnapping list. Burge casually strolled up to the massive stone gates. After getting cleared for entry, He reminisced. In his past life, he had clashed with legions of dwarven warriors, but he had never actually stepped foot in their capital. He ducked into a dimly lit tavern, flicked a few gleaming gold coins onto the counter, and smoothly mentioned he needed a custom weapon forged, but was totally new to town. Who was the absolute best smith in these parts? The barkeep happily jingled the coins, chuckling that for a human, this guy certainly knew how to grease the wheels. Burge smirked, noting he had heard dwarves loved their gold just as much as heroes did. The tavern owner grinned, confirming he hit the nail right on the head. He pointed him toward the city's inner sector, telling him to look for a massive chasm. Once he reached the lift, security would check his eye and escort him down. A solid two-step verification process to weed out trespassers. Naturally, Burge completely bypassed the elevator, plunging straight down to the lowest depths on his own. He just needed to reach the chamber at the very end of the hall. That is where the master smith resided. Landing silently on the rock bottom, the rhythmic booming strikes of a heavy hammer echoed through the caverns. Peeking inside, he spotted the craftsman hard at work, the legendary loader Friedrich. The guy's forging technique was absolutely mesmerizing, manipulating the glowing metal as if pure mana was dancing off his anvil. Was this really the pinnacle of dwarven craftsmanship? Burge slipped into the shadows, reaching a hand out to snatch him up without a fuss. But suddenly, Loader brought his hammer down with explosive force, unleashing a blazing shockwave of fire. Burge stepped back, genuinely startled. Wait, did this guy actually sense his cloaked demonic aura? Was this dwarf secretly awakened? Loader roared, lunging forward with a crushing hammer swing. Burge effortlessly deflected the blow, chuckling as he realized the truth. This guy was a hero. The dwarf bellowed his title with chest-puffing pride. He was Loader Friedrich, a master smith blessed with a hero's power. How dare a filthy demon step foot on sacred dwarven soil? He vowed to smash him into dust. Burge just gave a wicked sneer, mocking the tough talk coming from such a pathetic weakling. Dropping his disguise, he darted forward and hoisted the dwarf up by his throat. He wasn't just some random demon. He was the Demon King himself. Loader gasped for air, his heavy hammer clattering to the stone floor. Almost instantly, guards kicked the doors open, shouting about the racket. But the workshop was completely empty. Loader was gone. Panic erupted. Sirens wailed across the underground metropolis. Lockdowns were initiated and search parties mobilized. But the duo was already perched high up on the city rooftop. Burge pressed a blade to his captive, promising a swift death if he even breathed too loud. Loader trembled, demanding to know what the ultimate evil wanted here. Was he really after the dwarven princess? Burge flatly replied. He couldn't care less about some princess. But the blacksmith frantically called his bluff. Rolling his eyes, Burge brought up a rumor. He had heard elite dwarven smiths hollow out secret escape tunnels for absolute worst-case scenarios. He ordered the dwarf to show him the way. Loader gritted his teeth, sweating bullets. This bastard. He definitely came here to snatch the princess. Loader had purposely lived under the radar to avoid getting slaughtered by the demon army. Why was this happening to him? Sure, he had a hero's title, but his combat stats were garbage. Seeing the stubborn silence, Burge's smile turned utterly sinister. What if he just went ahead and kidnapped the princess anyway, and let Loader walk away scot-free? The cowardly hero trades royal blood to save his own skin. Once that juicy piece of gossip hit the dwarven taverns, his reputation would be in the gutter forever. Loader's face went pale. He screamed that he would rather die. He started cursing Burge out, calling him a twisted, manipulative. His mind raced in panic. The other dwarves already suspected he wasn't exactly a powerhouse. If that rumor got out, they would buy it in a heartbeat, and he would be subjected to a lifetime of shame and torment. Burge just tilted his head, giving a cold, deadpan throw the princess under the bus, or walk with the devil willingly. The choice was all his. Loader figured he would ditch the princess in a heartbeat, but getting tortured was definitely not on his agenda. Burge leaned in, promising that if the dwarf played ball, he'd walk away without a scratch. The demon swore it on the Demon King's standard. Loader's jaw practically hit the floor. That standard wasn't just some flag. It was a sacred relic every Dark Lord worshipped. Breaking an oath made on that thing was absolute suicide. The dwarf squeezed his eyes shut. It was a hell of a gamble, but he finally swallowed his pride and made the call. Slapping on a greasy grin, he told the Demon King he'd show him the way to the underground tunnels. Berja just scowled, demanding to know what was up with that punchable look on his face. It was seriously getting on his nerves. Meanwhile, heavily armed guards swarmed Loger's and whined, demanding to know where her blacksmith ran off to before finishing her weapon. A terrified subordinate stammered that they suspected a kidnapping, and she snapped, screaming at him to shut his mouth. Loger was a hero. Since when do legendary heroes just get snatched off the street? The guard nervously pointed out that he was a blacksmith first, which kind of explained his combat skills. Louise just swatted the excuse away, barking at them to hunt down the culprit and drag him before her right this second. The guards scrambled like terrified mice to execute her command, flashing a deeply unsettling psychotic grin. She would personally rip their heads from their shoulders. Cut back to our unlikely duo squeezing their way through a pitch-black hidden corridor. For the entire trek, the dwarf's backside was wiggling right in Berja's face, driving him absolutely insane. The Demon King's patience was wearing razor thin, and sparking his dark flames he growled, asking how much longer he had to stare at this gross monstrosity. The dwarf panicked, babbling that the tunnel was just too tight, but they were practically at the exit, so he begged the Dark Lord to just hold on a little longer. Berja barked at him to pick up the pace, and finally, they spilled out of the secret exit far beyond the city walls. Dusting himself off with a smug smirk, the dwarf declared his end of the bargain fulfilled. He pointed out the underground route and told Berja he was flying solo from here on out. The Demon King's eyes darkened chillingly, asking what kind of absolute garbage he was spouting. Loger recoiled in pure terror, shrieking about the sacred oath on the Demon King's standard. He frantically reminded him of the promise to keep him safe. Berja coldly replied that he couldn't care less about that useless piece of cloth. Loger's mind short-circuited. Just what kind of twisted Demon King was this guy? Looming over him like a shadow of death, Berja pondered aloud what to do with his little guide. Stumbling backward in sheer dread, the dwarf realized he really should have just thrown the... Dropping to his knees, Loger started desperately bowing, swearing up and down that he was incredibly valuable. He bragged that his metallurgy skills were totally unmatched. He could forge literally any weapon the Dark Lord dreamed of. Berja stroked his chin thoughtfully at, "Is a so-called hero really willing to become a Demon King's dog?" Loger let out a shaky, pathetic laugh, insisting the boss shouldn't doubt his loyalty for a second. He offered himself up on a silver platter, even volunteering to be a double agent. Surviving was literally all that mattered to this coward. Smirking, Berja stated that if he swore absolute loyalty, he might just show him a sliver of mercy. Loger kissed the dirt, raining praises and gratitude upon his new master. But deep down, he was laughing at how stupidly gullible this demon was. Did this idiot seriously think he would play the loyal spy? Not a chance in hell. The second he created some distance, it was game over for the Dark Lord. He was going to rally a massive hunting party and make sure the demon regretted sparing him for the rest of his miserable life. But then, blink. He jolted awake inside the dark tower, his brain utterly scrambled by the sudden change in scenery. Nearby, Gordon was gripping his hair in disbelief, asking his liege, "Did you seriously drag the dwarf back here? The guy is literally a hero." Berja casually told him to chill out. Right on cue, Granada beamed in with a magical transmission ready to report. Spotting the new arrival in the background, even Granada sounded totally baffled. "Wait, did you kidnap a dwarf?" Berja brushed him off, saying he would drop the full briefing later. And while Gordon was busy having a full-blown panic attack over this chaotic hostage situation, Ernian wandered over to the captive. "Did you come to rescue me?" she asked softly, before muttering, "Though I highly doubt it." Loger was still completely out of it. His brain was struggling to process reality. Slowly, he spun around to face the Demon King, screaming, "Why the hell am I here? You promised to let me walk." Berja just raised an eyebrow. "I literally never said that." He coldly reminded the dwarf of his exact words he promised to show mercy. Berja nodded smugly. Sparing his life was the mercy. Panic-stricken Loger demanded to know how he got dragged all the way. The Dark Lord bluntly stated that he just knocked his lights out and carried him over. It was the most logical play, considering he couldn't trust the sneaky little blacksmith any farther than he could throw him. Hearing the cold, hard truth, Loger started chuckling, a sound that quickly spiraled into unhinged, hysterical laughter as his doom finally set in. Smirking Berja asked if he was really that thrilled to become his newest minion. Tears actively streaming down his desperately smiling face, the broken dwarf choked out that yes, he was absolutely overjoyed. Berja gave him a mocking pat on the back for his stellar attitude, and immediately dropped his first assignment, rigged the entire first floor with heavy cannons to blow any invading hero. Fast forward a bit. Over at Ernest, the forward operating base for the hero coalition Granada slipped out onto a quiet balcony, establishing a secure, silent link to his king. He reported that a massive rumor was spreading like wildfire through the Crusaders' camp. Word on the street was that the new Demon King unleashed devastating black flames, sending the heroes scrambling to hoard fireproof gear. And the whispers didn't stop there. They were saying the Demon King, he isn't holding back his monstrous hordes out of fear. Our MC noted that the heroes seemed absolutely hell-bent on taking his head, but marching down the hero's path offers them absolutely zero reward. No battlefield glory, no overflowing coffers. Eventually, their drive will fade, and their growth will completely stagnate. It is just a matter of time making them a total non-issue. For now, he'll just keep watching from the shadows. Granada bowed reverently, declaring he grasped the grand design. By starving the heroes of monster encounters, the boss was actively crippling their growth. The Demon King was an absolute master of human psychology. Had history ever seen a ruler this brilliant? Granada shuddered silently, thanking the stars they weren't enemies. Down in the depths, Burge summoned Loger and laid down a single, absolute rule: 0 mana stones allowed. The king did not give a damn how the dwarf overhauled the first floor, as long as he strictly followed that condition. Loger immediately pushed back, stammering that setting up lethal traps without magical cores would be completely useless against seasoned heroes. Burge coldly replied that he already knew that, which was exactly why the blacksmith had to invent a workaround. Heroes are the darlings of this dimension, hypersensitive to the slightest shift in magical energy. Plant a mana-infused snare, and they will sniff it out, miles before the mechanism even triggers. When Loger tried to argue again, the MC's voice dropped to a menacing growl, murmuring that he thought he had kidnapped the absolute best blacksmith in the realm. Clearly, he was mistaken. He would just have to butcher him and find a competent replacement. Panicking, the dwarf squeaked out that there was, in fact, a brilliant workaround. Burge smirked, noting that this was exactly what he wanted to hear from the very start: sweating bullets. Loger frantically explained he once engineered an artifact that completely masks magical signatures. It takes 3 solid years to forge, but miraculously he had a spare stat. Burge's eyes narrowed dangerously. Was this just some pathetic ploy to orchestrate an escape? The dwarf desperately swore on his life that he was. The Demon King softly agreed to play along, but as a lethal guarantee he clamped a heavy steel collar around Loger's neck, casually mentioning it was a cursed item, designed to pop his head right off his shoulders, requiring nothing more than a simple snap of his fingers. The blacksmith trembled like a leaf in a hurricane, as Burge slapped a tight mask over his features, completely concealing his identity. If that mask came off for even a second, it counted as treason. Loger shrieked that it would stay glued to his face forever, and with that the dark duo hit the road. Our MC toured multiple neighboring kingdoms, discreetly stockpiling vast provisions and rare magical materials. It took roughly 4 weeks to hoard everything he needed, vanishing every single purchase into a dimensional pocket. Finally, they slinked back into the bustling city of Wolfner. Slipping into a hidden, subterranean tunnel, they made their approach. Up above, Princess Louise was utterly tearing the blacksmith's workshop apart. She hurled a shrieking that 6 whole weeks had ticked by, and her prized blacksmith was still missing in action. They were all a bunch of incompetent, utterly useless trash. How much longer was Her Royal Highness supposed to sit around waiting? A battered dwarf guard whimpered that the craftsman had excavated way too many underground, requiring a painstaking search for each one. He nervously added that the phantom intruder and Loger had likely fled the city boundaries entirely. She exploded, screaming that, obviously, they were long gone. Only a total brain-dead moron would stick around after staging a kidnapping. Surging forward, she violently hoisted the terrified guard right by his scalp, snarling that she was giving them exactly 14 days. Bring her the culprit, or their heads would literally roll. The trembling guard shrieked a desperate promise to track them down, prompting her to violently banish everyone from the room, demanding they seal up every single dirt tunnel the blacksmiths had ever carved out. The guards scrambled away like roaches. Left alone, the fiery princess panted heavily, her furious gaze locking onto a warped, unfinished blade. With a terrifying crunch, she crushed the solid steel right in her bare hands. That pathetic runt had absolutely no right to die before forging her ultimate weapon. Suddenly the floorboards groaned. A hidden metal hatch swung wide, and she whipped around. It was Logar, his terrified features buried under a heavy iron mask. She hissed that this specific passage was his personal secret, meaning only the owner knew it existed. Was it actually him? The dwarf gave a shaky, awkward smile, completely paralyzed for words. Clenching her fists until her knuckles turned white, Louise let out a dark, manic chuckle. The little rat so he pulled this massive vanishing act just to dodge his royal commission. That was his grand master plan, was it not? Logar burst into hysterical, panicked tears, sobbing that this was one giant, horrible misunderstanding. But the enraged princess stalked toward him like a hungry predator, snarling that she understood. How dare this dirt-grubbing peasant spit on royal authority? From this very second forward, his freedom was permanently revoked. He would be chained to the anvil, churning out her armory until he took his dying breath. Panic-stricken, Logar scrambled backward into the dark hole. Louise ripped the trap, cocking back a devastating right hook. She roared that his brutal punishment for running away started right now. As the pathetic dwarf wailed for a shred of mercy, a massive shockwave of pure energy erupted from the darkness, violently blasting the furious princess across the room. Skidding to a halt, she screamed, "Who the hell are you?" Out stepped Burge, calmly instructing his terrified captive to pack up the necessary gear. Boiling with murderous rage, Louise shrieked her question again. Who was this arrogant intruder? Why was he protecting her useless pawn? The Demon King coldly replied that he was the true master of the brilliant craftsman she had been blindly torturing. Completely unhinged, she launched herself at him, roaring that this was absolute garbage. Logar was her property, bound to forge her blades for eternity. Who gave this nameless stranger the right to steal her toy? She unleashed a blistering flurry of strikes, but our MC effortless, and at one crucial moment, he shifted his footwork in a blur, whipping a brutal kick right into her jaw. But insanely, she caught his boot mid-air. Spitting, Burge's eyes widened. He truly did not expect the royal brat to tank a hit like that. Seizing on his split-second shock, she violently hurled him into the solid stone wall and sprinted, screaming that the dwarf was next on the chopping block. But the Demon King instantly recovered his footing, flashing right behind her and clamping an iron grip right over her. The workshop instantly transformed into a chaotic battlefield as the two powerhouses blurred across the room, desperately trading bone-crushing blows. The second princess of the Dwarven Empire. She might bear the title of a hero, but she still possessed the monstrous, raw physical strength she held long before his regression. Back in her prime, she ranked among the absolute strongest leagues, above the power she wielded right now. Sure, he could easily crush her before she even hit that insane power spike. But pulling that off meant detonating all his pent-up demonic energy a huge risk, since his current body was pathetically weak compared to his past life. On top of that, an all-out attack would attract the guards like a magnet. And since he'd already flashed his raw, while the battlefield turned into a total war zone, Logar was sweating bullets, frantically hot-wiring the heavy machinery. Out of nowhere, Berze slammed into the dirt right beside him. The dwarf practically jumped out of his skin as Berze growled, asking if he'd packed up the stash. Shaking, Logar stuttered that he was still tearing it down. Turns out, this legendary mana-cloaking rig, the Mana Phantom, was an absolute behemoth. Glaring daggers, the MC snarled. "You got a death wish? You have 1 minute or you're dead meat." Logar shrieked in absolute terror and kicked into overdrive. Suddenly the crazy princess charged at them, flashing a spine-chilling grin. "Who gave you permission to touch my toys?" she shrieked. Burzy barked at the trembling dwarf, swearing he'd ditch his pathetic hide right there if he choked. Tears streaming down his face, Logar whimpered that he was already working as fast as humanly possible. Bracing for impact, gritting his teeth, he wondered just how long he could survive this brutal onslaught without tapping into his true, pure, demonic essence. Their auras collided with a bone-rattling shockwave. The crazy princess cackled, screaming that she didn't care what hole he crawled out of. He was leaving in a body bag. She swore she'd shatter Logar's kneecaps into dust so he'd never walk away again. Burzy scoffed, mocking her for sounding more like a sadistic demon king than he did. He told her to stand down because he was snagging the and the rig, whether she liked it or not. Finally, with a loud hiss of steam, Logar yanked the last hose off the Mana Phantom and screamed to Burz that they were good to go. Absolutely livid, the psycho princess called him a brain-dead moron and shrieked at the top, "You crawled back here for a hunk of scrap metal. You seriously think I'm that easy to brush off?" Catching her blind spot, the MC seized the golden opportunity and violently hurled her across the room. She slammed into the solid stone wall with a sickening, deafening crunch, while Burz ripped open a swirling dimensional pocket and barked at Logar to get out of the way. Louise instantly vaulted out of the rubble, screaming like a banshee. That cheap tricks wouldn't put her down, but she was yelling at thin air. The duo had completely vanished. Clueless dwarven guards swarmed the wrecked workshop, demanding to know what. She ripped into them, calling them useless idiots who wouldn't even show up for her own funeral. Realizing Logar had actually slipped through her, she ordered the guards to storm the dark tunnel immediately. But right on cue, a massive explosion ripped through the escape route, sealing it shut. Dropping her psychotic rage, she suddenly put on a twisted, innocent pout. Aw, did he cave in the tunnel? Was he really that scared of finishing my beautiful weapon? Grinding her teeth, she hissed maliciously that this twisted game was getting seriously entertaining. She screamed into the dust that she would hunt him down herself. Even if she had to tear the entire continent apart barehanded, she swore she'd make him regret the day he crossed her. Cut to a while later, the runaway duo smoothly touched down at the villain's tower, instantly dumping the massive rig right in the main lobby. Gordon's jaw dropped. What on earth is that monstrosity I just mopped the floors up? The resident princess gawked at the colossal machine, totally speechless. The MC coolly explained it was a top-tier magical artifact, designed to completely blindside the pesky heroes, panting that the Mana Phantom was fully hooked up and ready to rip. Burzy commanded him to fire it up immediately, groaning with pure annoyance that after dragging this heavy junk across enemy lines, it had better deliver the goods. The dwarf chuckled nervously, wiping away sweat, and promised it was absolutely worth its weight in gold. With trembling hands, he slammed the activation switch on. A blinding shockwave of raw mana exploded outward, whipping up a fierce indoor gale. Suddenly, the tower's automated system pinged. The Demon King, the Mana Phantom, had been syncing with the mainframe requires 10,000 points. Proceed. Burz blinked in shock. He had zero clue this hidden feature even existed. Shrugging it off, he authorized the link-up immediately. The cold robotic voice chimed in again, confirming he only had 1,000 points left. The Mana Phantom acknowledges the Demon King as its absolute master. Power core fully corrupted, switching from pure mana to dark demonic energy. Completely stunned, the MC whipped his head toward Logar, demanding to know what kind of freakish glitch this was. But the dwarf was practically vibrating with pure ecstasy, screaming that this wasn't his doing at all. He couldn't even fathom that a machine could literally fuse its soul with a freaking tower. And the fact that the entire fuel source just mutated into pure evil energy. This is the absolute discovery of the century, Logar geeked out. Burzy smirked, wondering if even the original inventor was clueless about this insane hack. Striding toward the exit, he tossed a glance at the resident and told her to blast her strongest spell. She blinked, asking if he meant literally any spell. Giving her the green light, her face lit up, and she excitedly thrust her hand. As dark, magical energy crackled around her, Gordon lost his absolute mind. He literally just walked out, he screamed desperately, clutching his head and begging her to stop this crazy Stepping out into the cool air, the MC pondered. Normally, unleashing a catastrophic blast of that magnitude inside the base would be glowing like a neon sign from miles away. But the second he stood outside and stared back at the towering fortress, his jaw dropped. Total dead silence. Not a single spark, not a sound. It was like staring into a pitch-black void. Honest, he couldn't even sense a single heartbeat from inside. Was this the insane stealth capability of a tower perfectly synced with the mana? Phantom smirking wickedly. He decided to push his luck and test the limits. He linked his mind to the tower's core, and the second he channeled a pulse of demonic energy, the entire colossal structure vanished into thin air right before his eyes. Blinking in disbelief, he surged his energy again, and boom, the tower popped right back into existence. Wait. Does this mean I can toggle this mass? It was an absolute game changer. Sure, cloaking it burned straight through his demonic. Losing 137 points in a single flash left him totally drained. Tapping into that power right now. Not gonna happen. Still keeping that ace up his sleeve for later was a no-brainer. When he finally stepped back into the tower, he caught Loger practically vibrating with hype. The crazy engineer begged for the green light to tear the machine and the entire tower down to their nuts and bolts. He was itching to dissect every single gear. To him, this tech was a total myth, unseen and unheard of in all recorded time. Burge smirked, noting the guy looked like a bloodthirsty fiend gearing up for war. He tossed out a deal. If those traps could wipe the floor with the heroes on level 1, then Loger would get a free pass to wreck. Swearing up and down that he'd vaporize those trespassing do-gooders, he actually skipped back to his workbench, giddy as a kid. Meanwhile, our guy cornered the princess with a wild pitch. How about she acts as the welcoming committee for the heroes clawing their way to the 4th floor? Her jaw dropped. Hello, she was royalty. He smoothly reminded her that she was also a prodigy spirit caster who'd rather eat dirt than go back to her golden cage. That shut her down real quick. He had nailed it. For a split second, he second-guessed himself. Was tossing this sheltered, starry-eyed girl onto the front lines a massive mistake? Asking her to stab her own people in the back seemed incredibly brutal. Turns out he was dead wrong. Her gears were already turning, racking her brain over which spells to blast them with. He waved off her battle plans, explaining she just needed to play mind games. Just flash a villainous grin and play the bad guy. Pull this off, and he'd hand over her ultimate prize. She nodded, promising to strike at the perfect second, but slapped a single demand on the table. He had to officially dub her the Demon King's loyal henchman, tossing her royal title in the trash. He arched an eyebrow at her weird flex, but gave the nod, sending her over the moon. Giggling, she immediately plotted her strategy. Should she bat her eyelashes and play the ultimate femme fatale? She claimed she was a total pro at it, shooting him a cheeky wink. He just sighed and told her to stick to the script. With that settled, he stalked back to the throne room to handle the heavy lifting. The board was practically set. Phase 1, shred the invaders' ranks using those factory-line mana cannons guarding the lobby. Phase 2, lure the survivors to the 4th floor and spring the princess trap. Still checking his own stats, a dark realization hit him. In his current weakened form, he couldn't even scratch half of that 200-man army. Was he seriously going to have to grind for raw power himself? Fishing out a spirit blossom, dripping with corrupt black energy, he stared at it. These tainted blooms were basically kryptonite for demonic entities. He desperately needed a stockpile. So he dragged the overly enthusiastic princess out into the freezing wastes to scavenge. Hours bled away, until they tracked a heavy, pulsating wave of mana to it. Ernian kicked the snow, groaning that the radar was a bust yet again. He grumbled back that this was strike 3. Their previous haul was pure dumb luck. The second he trashed her spirits as totally useless, the little wisps swarmed him, throwing tiny, angry punches. Suddenly, a massive orc lumbered out of the blizzard, weapons down. Assuming it was a bushwhack, Burge flared his dark aura, growling that he was completely out of patience. Instead of charging, the beast slammed his knees into the ice. Bowing deeply, he announced himself as Krutu, warlord of the Blue Frost tribe. Here to pay, he begged the tyrant to brand his people as official members of the Dark Legion. From the shadows, his entire warband dropped to their knees, echoing their leader's desperate plea in a thunderous chorus. Narrowing his eyes, our guy asked the chief to clarify they wanted to be fully corrupted. Krutu spilled their grim history. Eons ago, their ancestors turned their backs on the infernal realm. Dragging the weight of that ancient treason, they craved nothing more than the glorious redemption of serving the throne. Burge threw up a hand, snapping at him to cut the poetic garbage. He saw right through the act. The warlord just wanted a massive power-up by drinking from the king's dark well. Honestly, bathing in demonic aura beat chewing on ghost flowers any day. Busted Krutu flashed a toothy grin. Since the boss was a mind reader, he snapped his thick fingers and a grunt hauled over a heavy wooden chest, popping the lid to reveal a motherlode of tainted blooms. Everything suddenly clicked. No wonder the fields were picked clean. This giant was smooth-talking, fiercely organized, and packed a razor-sharp brain, a total freak of nature for a savage ice dweller. Krutu humbly confessed that out here in the frozen meat grinder, brain power kept you breathing longer than raw muscle. Smirking at his new allies, Burge shoved the treasure chest into Ernian's arms. He then locked eyes with the warlord. Was he begging for this dark baptism because he felt pathetically weak? A heavy nod sealed the deal, and a wicked grin stretched across the king's face. So much for brains beating brawn. Reaching out a glowing hand, he whispered a dark incantation. He liked the guy's hustle, but he was only marking the alpha. Pitch-black hellfire erupted around the warlord, searing the royal crest directly into his thick hide. Burge ordered him to scour the freezing wasteland, breed a massive army in the shadows, and stand by for the signal. Stick to the plan, and he'd gift them something way better than brute force. Absolute immortality for his entire bloodline. Sick, bulking his frame into an absolute nightmare of muscle and dark magic. Overwhelmed with his new monstrous power, he pledged his eternal soul to the king, backed by the earth-shattering war cries of his brutal pack. The pieces were finally in place. The tower was locked, loaded, and deadly, and prowling the perimeter, an unstoppable, blood-crazed legion of polar orcs. Logar and 60 mana cannons lock down the first floor, while Ernan Hildurin waits up on the fourth. The board is set. Every single piece is exactly where it needs to be. He's more than ready to welcome these so-called heroes. It's payback time for the agonizing humiliation they put him through in his past life. Cut to the freezing wastelands. A confident grin stretches across Hillen's face as he turns to Granada. They've finally made it. The towering peaks of the Urgist Mountains loom right in front of them. The army sets up camp in Holton to catch their breath before the ultimate showdown, and the locals throw a massive, lavish banquet just for them. Hillen and Granada grab a seat at the head table, right next to the fortress lord. The hero warmly thanks him for pulling out all the stops. Chuckling, the lord admits he's incredibly flattered by the praise. To him, sharing a page in the history books alongside such a legendary warrior is the ultimate honor. Hillen graciously nods, but then the lord throws a curveball. He practically begs the hero to give a grand speech. Hillen acts all flustered and tries to wave it off. But let's be real. This is exactly what the crowd is dying for. Plus, it's the perfect hype builder for the troops. Seeing no way out, Hillen caves. The lord enthusiastically clinks his glass, shouting over the loud chatter. He announces that their glorious leader has a few words to share. All eyes lock onto Hillen, beaming with pure admiration, as he awkwardly clears his throat. He looks out at his brothers-in-arms, knights, mages, gritty mercenaries, and wandering merchants. Their grueling, desperate crusade is finally crossing the finish line. He smirks, claiming that the Demon King must be shivering in absolute terror right now. After all, watching their massive army of justice march up to his doorstep broke his spirit so badly that he hasn't dared to send out a single monster to stop them. But he warns them not to get sloppy. Their weapons are sharpened, their strategies are locked in. Tomorrow is the day they've bled for. Tomorrow they drag that arrogant demon king out by his horns and make him pay dearly for snatching Princess Ernan from the Hildurin kingdom. He hypes up the crowd screaming, "Who are we? Who really runs this world?" It's time to carve that truth right back into the enemy's skulls. He raises his glass high, toasting to absolute justice. The massive hall erupts into a deafening, unified roar. But tucked away in the corner, Granada isn't feeling the vibe. Just like the Demon King called it. Their numbers haven't spiked, but they haven't lost a single man either. Hillen's sheer star power is the only glue keeping this massive army from falling apart. He somehow sweet-talked the wealthy merchant guilds into backing them, and strong-armed a bunch of sketchy mercenaries who were inches away from bailing. He dragged every last one of them into this suicide mission. Granada grinds his teeth. The last time he scoped out the Dark Tower, the place was a ghost. Could it seriously withstand an invasion of this scale? His hand twitches toward his weapon. Should he just stab these guys in the back right now? He aggressively shakes the insane thought from his head. What the hell is he thinking? If this crazy expedition actually pulls it off, he finally gets his sweet, sweet freedom. Sticking with the heroes is obviously his safest bet. He aggressively grips his head, desperately trying to keep his cool. Needing an escape, Granada slips outside into the freezing night air to make a quick status report. He secretly links up with the Demon King, whispering that the squad has touched down in Holton. Once they finish hoarding supplies tonight, they start climbing the deadly peaks at dawn. The boss flat out orders him to cut all communication the second they step out of Holton. He also drops a few cryptic warnings for the climb. Watch out for the snow. Keep one eye open when the sun goes down. And most importantly, when those massive iron gates to the tower finally swing, he needs to back the hell up and stay as far away as humanly possible. Sweating bullets, the elf stammers out a question, but Burge has already cut the connection dead. Suddenly, Hillen sneaks up right behind him, double-fisting 2 glasses of He casually asks why his buddy is hiding out here in the freezing dark. Granada violently flinches, quickly lying that he just needed some breathing room. Is everything okay? Hillen ignores the weird vibe, shoves a glass into his trembling hand, and tells him to drink up. It's a sweet, fruity blend crafted specifically for elves. Granada forces out a thank you, but the hero squints at him, sensing. Granada softly asks if they actually stand a chance against the monster on the throne. Hillen just chuckles, asking if the pointy-eared archer is getting cold feet. The elf admits he's absolutely terrified. Taking a long sip, Hillen drops his guard and confesses that, honestly, he doesn't know either. But launching a frontal assault on that dark tower is guaranteed suicide. Things never go according to plan. Trying to lighten the mood, Granada flashes a smile, reminding him that he literally slaughtered the Demon King by eating up all his demonic power. Compared to that nightmare, this new guy should be a total walk in the park. But then he casually mentions that nobody actually knows the gritty details of that epic boss fight. Mind sharing the secret behind the legendary kill? Instantly, a heavy, suffocating shadow falls over Hillen's face. Slapping on a fake smile, he claims the miracle because of fearless, fiercely loyal comrades like Granada, he gives the elf a heavy, lingering pat on the shoulder, flashing a cocky grin as he orders him to watch his blind spots tomorrow. As long as they stick together, victory is practically in the bag. Granada forces a cheerful nod, playing along. With that, the hero guides him right back into the noisy banquet hall, joking that the fortress lord is throwing a tantrum to hear some war stories. As the elf walks ahead, Hillen shoots a chilling, demonic glare at his own glowing ring. A twisted smirk creeps across his face. Oh yeah, and just like last time, this naive little elf is going to make the ultimate sacrifice for him. Dawn finally breaks, and the massive crusade begins its brutal march. The locals cheer them on like returning conquerors. Within hours, they are marching straight through the jagged throat of the REGRESSED mountains. So far, the trek is terrifyingly quiet. One of the rugged fighters confessed he had been sweating bullets over navigating this treacherous mountain pass. But honestly, the trek was a total breeze. His buddy nodded in agreement, gesturing to the bone-dry trails and crystal-clear skies above. At this pace, they would secure the tower without breaking a single sweat. It genuinely felt like the goddess of victory was heavily favoring their squad. Chuckling, the first guy mocked the dire warnings they had received. Weren't disaster-class beasts supposed to be swarming this entire zone? What did the freaks go into hibernation? His partner smirked, bragging that even the deadliest predators were probably shivering in absolute terror just being near Helen. Then, drip. A glob of thick, Nauseating slime splattered directly onto his scalp. Frowning, he slowly tilted his head upward to pinpoint the source. His blood ran icy cold. Pure dread washed over him as the massive beasts loomed closer. But Helen didn't flinch, instantly barking orders to lock into battle formation. "Hold your ground, defend the man next to you," he roared to the knights. "This gorge is a bottleneck." He commanded them to shield the spellcasters and fall back. Chaos erupted as they clashed. These weren't ordinary ghouls. They were towering monstrosities. The sheer force of the horde was crushing their front lines. Cutting through the madness, the hero Wharton frantically pointed ahead. A colossal frost giant was blocking their path. Wharton screamed for an immediate tactical retreat, scrambling the troops toward higher ground. But Helen stood firm, locking eyes with the towering titan. "Evacuate the canyon," Helen commanded. "I'll handle this beast myself." Wharton's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? You're fighting that thing alone." With a confident smirk, Helen swore he had it under control. In a blinding blur of motion, he vaulted into the freezing air, eclipsing the giant's shadow. "You're nothing compared to the demon king of lust," he scoffed. The colossal monster roared, swiping a massive hand to swat him out of the sky. But the beast completely missed, shattering the cliff face, instead allowing Helen to land smoothly on its thick forearm. Enraged, the giant violently smashed its arm against the rocky wall, desperately trying to crush the hero. But Helen just surfed the creature's limb, closing the distance. Channeling his aura, he found the perfect opening and unleashed a blinding flurry of sword strikes. Hitting the frozen dirt, he spun around and yelled for his army to break through the opening right that very second. The mages laid down heavy covering fire, giving the knights the exact window they needed to surge past. Behind them, the titan's eyes rolled back, and its massive body slammed into the snowy earth with an ear-splitting tremor. Bursting out of the death trap, the survivors finally collapsed, violently gasping for air. Panting heavily, one warrior stared back in horror. Dozens of elite ghouls, and a frost giant literally taller than the canyon walls. This is absolute suicide. Mortals aren't meant to survive this hell. Beside him, a veteran soldier trembled, admitting even the last dungeon wasn't this terrifying. But another scout chimed in, realizing an impossible truth. If Commander Helen wasn't leading us, it would have been an absolute slaughter. They whispered rumors that he had completely obliterated the demon king of lust and absorbed the monster's raw essence. "Do you think his power actually rivals the demon kings themselves?" a soldier murmured. "Well, he already killed one. He's got to be on a whole different level now, right?" Nods of agreement rippled through the ranks. As long as they followed this unstoppable hero, victory was totally guaranteed. Eavesdropping on their blind faith, Granada swallowed hard, thinking to himself, maybe Helen really possessed the sheer might to crush this current demon king. Pushing forward, their relief was instantly shattered when a brutal ambush of Wharton cursed under his breath. There wasn't a second to breathe. Helen narrowed his eyes, tracking a foul demonic aura in the wind. The demon king's brutal vanguard Cruto sneered down at the battered expedition. Pathetic human trash. Welcome to the icy graves of the Urzest Mountains. Helen barely flinched. "Don't sweat the small fry," he told his squad. "I'll wipe them out in a heartbeat." Suddenly, a deep, ominous rumbling echoed in Granada's ears. The Demon King's cryptic warning about the snow violently flashed through. His heart pounded against his ribs. Wait, did he actually mean this? He panicked silently. Crudo barked a cruel laugh, vowing they just as the summit shattered apart. A catastrophic wall of white death thundered down the slope. Granada's eyes widened in sheer terror. How the hell do you block a mountain falling on you? That absolute maniac of a demon king actually did it. Blind panic erupted across the battalion as the avalanche roared closer. "Run for your lives, scatter!" Granada screamed desperately, scrambling for cover. Miles away, resting comfortably on his dark throne, our main character watched the whole disaster unfold. Seeing the invaders get buried alive, a wicked grin spread across his face. "This time," he whispered, "I'm the one hunting you." He had given Granada exactly 3 warnings. Rule number 1, fear the snow. Once the deadly powder finally settled, the frantic survivors began digging for their buried comrades. Seeing the devastating toll, Helen ordered them to pitch camp right there and rescue whoever was still breathing under the ice. Rule number 2. Never, under any circumstance, drop your guard when the sun goes down. The moment the pale moon crept over the peaks, nightmare fuel materialized from the shadows. Hulking giants deliberately herded right to their doorstep by the scheming orcs. Swinging his weapon frantically to stay alive, Granada mentally cursed that sadistic demon king into oblivion. Back in his stronghold, the MC just chuckled at the delicious chaos. The strategy was flawed. Devastating avalanches crushed their spirits, and by night, endless monster waves bled them dry. It was a relentless, infinite meat grinder. Just 3 days into the brutal REGRESSED mountain range, the expedition force was practically decimated. Their ranks plummeted from 511 down to a pitiful 256. A battered strike force finally dragged themselves to the highest summit, only to stare at empty skies. The dungeon tower was nowhere in sight. Bewildered shock set in, and Helen erupted in pure rage. What the? Right at the very top, for us to find. Where is it? Defeated and broken, Wharton finally dropped his weapon. Helen snapped his head back, absolutely stunned. This campaign is a complete failure, the knight confessed. I'm sorry, Commander, but our lives actually mean something to us. Disgust flashed across Helen's face, yet he couldn't force them to march into certain death. Fast forward to day 6 of this icy purgatory. The crumbling remnants of the army finally spotted the Demon King's stronghold, cowardly tucked away in a sunken basin. With only 52 survivors remaining, the bloodthirsty heroes stormed the first floor, desperate to unleash their fury on the monsters inside. Oh, and rule number 3. Bergie had explicitly warned Granada to stay the hell away. The moment they breached the heavy doors of the first floor, a relentless barrage of mana cannons ambushed them. They never saw it coming. In a single devastating blast, the artillery obliterated the strike team, brutally slashing their numbers from 52 down to just one lone survivor. Watching the dust settle, our main character cracked a wicked grin. He realized that even a point-blank bombardment wasn't enough to wipe out the legendary hero Helen Cargill. Helen had miraculously tanked the fatal strike and smashed every last cannon to pieces. Completely baffled by the tower's insane defenses, he roared in sheer frustration. What the hell is wrong with this Demon King? Nothing makes sense anymore. Just then, Granada materialized inside the stronghold and called out his name. The elf frantically asked if he was all right. Helen gasped that he had barely scraped by that lethal ambush, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. "Thank God you made it," Helen breathed out, immediately declaring they were heading straight for the second level. Granada blinked in total bewilderment. Wait, just the two of us? The so-called hero smugly reminded his companion that he was the absolute powerhouse who had butchered the Demon King of Lust and stolen his dark energy. To him, this brand new ruler was nothing but a minor roadblock. He confidently claimed he was more than enough to finish the job alone, prompting Granada to trail closely. As they ascended to the second floor, a chilling silence greeted them. It was completely deserted. And surprisingly, the third level offered the exact same. Helen ground his teeth, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. He muttered that this entire fortress was supposed to be swarming with blood, yet not a single shadow stirred. The whole vibe of this dungeon was terribly off, making them realize a deadly trap could spring out at any given second. Granada's expression darkened with deep suspicion. He silently calculated that if the lower levels remained this suspiciously vacant, they'd waltz right into the throne room without breaking a sweat. But the moment they stepped foot onto the fourth floor, he wildly scanned his surroundings, his voice sure, the lower levels were basically ghost towns, but this place, the entire fourth floor had somehow morphed into a massive, sprawling forest. "Are we even inside the Overlord's stronghold anymore?" he sputtered. Granada cursed under his breath, letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh, as he admitted it completely defied all logic. Out of nowhere, Ernian's crisp voice echoed through the ancient trees, sarcastically praising them for finally making it this far. She boldly introduced herself as one of the 4 heavenly kings, sworn to protect the Dark Ruler. This dark spirit summoner declared she would be their final hurdle. Meanwhile, Granada winced, visibly cringing at her incredibly dramatic monologue. He seriously wondered who this crazy girl thought she was. But Helen's eyes went wide. He instantly recognized the royal princess and desperately shouted out, flustered and breaking character for a split second. She awkwardly fired back that she wasn't some damsel in distress, but a terrifying Brushing off the awkwardness, she thrust her hands toward the sky. Seamlessly weaving the raw magic of all four elements, she commanded the intruders to tremble before the true power of the abyss. Helen's jaw practically hit the floor. He stammered that this was an absolute top-tier spirit invocation, a sacred spell exclusively locked to Princess Ernian's bloodline. He knew damn well that mind control magic couldn't pull off something this complex. His brain, the crushing avalanche, the ruthless midnight ambushes, this bizarre stronghold buried in a hollow crater, the heavy artillery rigged at the dam front door, the completely desolate middle floors, and now he burst into a fit of hysterical, unhinged laughter, openly admitting his brain had completely given up on trying to make sense of this madness. Spitting out a string of vicious curses, he screamed that the plot had completely lost him. The very princess he had bled to protect was now trying to murder him. The shining hero was getting played. "Screw it then," he roared, vowing to just slaughter everyone in his path. He ripped his glowing blade, fully prepared to unleash absolute hell. But before he could swing, our main character phased out of the shadows right behind him, chillingly whispering, "You honestly think I'll—" The violent explosion tore through the forest floor. As the smoke cleared, the Overlord smirked, mocking the hero that he finally got to see his pathetic face. Snarling like a cornered beast, Helen spat that the boss had finally shown his cowardly self. He couldn't believe this so-called king had resorted to a cheap sucker like a filthy rat. Knowing his stamina was dangerously tapping out, the hero desperately needed a quick recharge. His frantic eyes darted, but to his absolute horror, the elf was already trapped. Helen blitzed across the clearing in the blink of an eye, slamming his hand onto the elf's shoulder under the guise of an alliance. Granada blinked, utterly confused by the sudden contact. A split second later, a horrific sensation washed over the elf. His life force was being violently siphoned away, his vibrant skin instantly turning gray and hollow. A twisted, sadistic grin stretched across Helen's face. "Didn't I promise you?" he sneered. "As long as you stuck by my side, I'd easily handle any obstacle." The dark secret lay wrapped around his finger. Our main character's eyes narrowed as he instantly recognized the cursed jewelry. Basking in his newfound power, that it was an ancient black market taboo, the infamous, a parasitic artifact designed to forcefully drain an elf's seemingly limitless lifespan and instantly convert it into raw, combat-ready mana. The only tiny drawback to this monstrous trinket, the host suffers a violently rapid and agonizing death. Disgustingly, Helen planted his heavy boot square on Granada's dying face. After all, it's a necessary sacrifice to save the world. Coughing up blood, the fading elf used his final breath to curse him as a filthy, hypocritical parasite. Watching the gruesome betrayal unfold, he casually admitted he actually respected how genuinely scummy and unapologetic the hero was. But he pointed out one massive flaw if that shiny little ring got stripped away. Helen's face twisted into a maniacal, arrogant laugh. He barked that the boss was a total idiot, daring him to come and snatch it if he felt lucky, could possibly pry this legendary artifact off his finger. But the second Berg nonchalantly uttered Gordon's name, a bloody blur sliced the air, and the hero's entire— For a split second, confusion completely paralyzed him. Then absolute agony ripped through his body, and he unleashed a blood-curdling shriek. "How is this possible?" he gasped, realizing he hadn't sensed a single trace of an aura. Gordon just scoffed, muttering that for a puny human, he sure made a lot of noise. Helen immediately leaped backward, desperately creating space between them as panic set in. Could this guy actually be a high-ranking demon? He thought frantically. Even equipped with a sacred artifact, some random monster had completely overpowered him. But before he could even blink, our main character materialized right behind him, gripping his shoulder with crushed— "You are not going anywhere," he growled with pure malice. Helen whipped around his instincts, screaming at him to dodge. But the moment he locked eyes with the Demon King, a suffocating wave of sheer, unadulterated terror washed over him. Just who the hell was this monster? Our guy channeled a massive surge of dark energy into his fist and pulled back, coldly declaring it was payback time. He unleashed a devastating punch that violently rattled the entire tower from its foundation. brutally crushing the so-called hero. Miraculously, the guy was still breathing. The MC stared down at the broken body, smirking as he admitted that surviving that strike was actually pretty impressive. Turning to his minions, he barked in order to bind the hero and drag his pathetic body down into the dark. He told them to toss him in with the rest of the miserable captives lined up at the entrance, locking them all away together without an ounce of mercy. Meanwhile, Granada was knocking on death's door, literally 1 foot in the grave. Seeing this, Urge gently fed him a rare spiritual flower, praising the demon for a job flawlessly executed. The second that raw mana flooded his veins, Granada's eyes snapped open. He gasped in pure shock, realizing his horrific wounds had completely vanished. He immediately looked over at the Demon King, who was casually handing another priceless spirit flower to the princess, and his mind raced, trying to... Did his boss seriously just burn through such a legendary item like it was candy? Ignoring the stares, the MC telepathically linked up with Loader, telling the dwarf he had busted his butt today too. As a massive reward, he officially gave him the green light to completely dismantle the tower. The dwarf practically exploded with joy, showering his master with endless... With that settled, our guy announced to his loyal vassals that the battle was officially over, ordering them back to their respective floors for a massive cleanup. As he turned and walked away, Granada just stared at his retreating back, marveling at how perfectly calm and collected his master looked. Even after such a bloodbath, he projected the absolute untouchable majesty of a true demon king. Ernian, however, thoughtfully tapped her chin with a puzzled expression. Catching this, the elf curiously asked if something was bothering her. She quietly murmured that their lord actually seemed completely exhausted, and she was dead right. The absolute second the heavy doors of the throne room slammed shut, the MC collapsed flat. He was panting heavily, his heart pounding out of his chest, as he realized just how insanely close that call really was. He could never show his followers a single drop of weakness. It was a completely different beast. The guy possessed the terrifying might of a 10-star. We are talking about the top 10 most ridiculously overpowered heroes on the entire continent, and Helen Cargill was proudly sitting on that. Crazy enough, though, he was widely considered one of the weakest of the bunch. The terrifying truth was, in this current timeline, our guy had barely invested a single demonic energy, mainly because his energy reserves were practically running on fumes. Let's be real, if Helen had walked into that fight at 100%, our MC would have been brutally slaughtered. The only reason he won was his psychological warfare. He systematically drained the hero's stamina, shattered his mental focus, and pushed him into a blind panic. All that chaotic stress clouded Helen's judgment, leaving a massive, glaring opening in his defense. And our MC capitalized, landing that bone-shattering... Against all odds, he had just pulled off an absolutely flawless victory, completely tossing the traditional Demon King playbook right out the window. This kind of insane upset had never happened in the history of this world. He had literally just rewritten his own tragic destiny. Now he held the power to shatter the future itself, and he was going to rain down. Meanwhile, back in human territory, Jackson received the devastating report. The vanguard of heroes had officially surrendered, simply because the demonic tower was completely untraceable. The press immediately swarmed the Wharton hero, viciously bombarding him with microphones. "Who is taking responsibility for this massive catastrophe?" they roared. Sweating bullets, the hero stuttered into the cameras, desperately insisting that they hadn't lost the war just yet. He begged them to keep the faith, swearing that the legendary Sir Helen Cargill and the Great Champion were still out there, tirelessly hunting down the Demon King's stronghold. He frantically pleaded with the public to just give them a little more time, promising that a glorious victory was right around the corner. But the terrifying rumors of this brutal new Demon King were already spreading like wildfire across the entire continent. Back at the capital, King Hildren was foaming. That arrogant knight had talked such a big game, and look where it got them. The king roared that if Helen failed to drag his precious princess back home, he would personally order him. Hilariously enough, the dwarven princess couldn't care less. Her heart completely belonged to Loader now. Because of this massive disconnect, the truth got totally warped, burying the real story under a mountain of whispers echoed through the streets that Sir Helen Cargill had vanished without a trace, with most people assuming he was already a rotting corpse. A heavy, suffocating blanket, and because humanity was practically drowning in fear, Urge's demonic energy points began skyrocketing at a highly explosive rate. Shortly after, the panicked Wharton hero was dragged straight into the ultra-secure. The top brass needed a full debrief on this catastrophic campaign. They stared him down, demanding to know if his media statement was actually factual. Terrified, he swore on his very life that every single word he said was the senior council members exchanged grim looks. Slowly, things were rapidly spiraling completely out of control. But since the true identity and power level of this new Demon King were completely shrouded in mystery, charging in blindly was a massive suicide mission. After all, Helen Cargill was a legendary 10-star. Wiping him out was practically impossible for a normal monster. They coldly decided to give him exactly 10 more days to check in. If they heard nothing but radio silence after that deadline, the guild would authorize a continent-wide apocalyptic crusade. Every single awakened hero, all 4,728 of them, would be unleashed in a mass and obliterate the newly crowned Demon King. Meanwhile, our MC descended into the damp, shadowy depths of the underground dungeon. Stopping right outside Helen's iron-barred cell, he casually checked if the guy's healing factor was absolutely off the charts. Slowly lifting his battered face, Helen locked eyes with him and rasped that sparing his life meant only one thing. The demon boss needed a cut the crap and get straight to the point. A wicked smirk crept across our MC's face as he praised the hero's sudden willingness to chat. The pitch was simple: swear ultimate loyalty and become his personal lapdog. Helen scoffed, shooting back a look of pure bewilderment, asking if this was some kind of twisted joke. Without missing a beat, our MC tossed a heavy, jingling sack of gold coins straight at the iron bar and mocked, "Playing the hero doesn't come cheap, does it? You've got to feed an army, hire mercenaries, book fancy inns, pay guild dues, craft legendary gear, and chug top-tier healing potions. And all that massive overhead, it's completely bankrolled by greedy merchant tycoons and stuck-up nobles. Slay the Demon King, and you're set for life, basking in eternal glory. But crash and burn. You're drowning in an ocean of crippling debt. That's the harsh reality for these so-called saviors living off borrowed coin. And for this specific raid, every single penny was dumped into the lap of one guy, the Grand Captain of the Hero Vanguard, Helen Cargill. Deep down, Helen knew the demon was dead on. Even if he managed a miracle escape, his reputation was totally trashed. He'd spend the rest of his miserable life dodging ruthless debt collectors in the shadows. He gritted his teeth, demanding to know how the monster dug up his financial nightmare. Right on cue, Granada stepped up, happily bragging that he spilled the beans. Helen exploded in absolute fury, roaring that he was a backstabbing traitor. But the rogue fired right back, spitting venom, as he asked how Helen had the nerve to play the victim after treating him like complete garbage. The guy was nothing but a cheap scam artist anyway. And to make matters worse, stepping casually into the damp cell, our MC looked down at the broken hero and laid out the brutal truth behind this epic failure. They had simply never faced a mastermind like him before. Just as he had completely shattered the traditional rulebook of the demon realm, humanity would eventually adapt and figure out a strategy to conquer the tower. But what if a top-tier champion was actively sabotaging their raids from the inside? Would humanity ever actually win? Suddenly he pulled out the ominous Armani sphere. Helen's stomach dropped in sheer terror, frantically asking what that glowing orb was. The MC coldly explained that it was a high-grade magical bugging device. The second it slides down your throat, it latches directly onto your brainstem. Any treacherous thoughts or sudden hostility, he'd sense it in a heartbeat, and could violently detonate his skull into a million fleshy pieces with a snap of his fingers. And if the artifact somehow failed to bond with his nervous system, that meant the job offer was declined, and he'd just slaughter him on the spot. After all, there was a whole lineup of desperate heroes waiting to take sweating bullets. Helen begged him to hold on a second. Brawler-class champions like him possessed a natural immunity to brainwashing spells. The instant that thing went down his gullet, it would just fizzle out, and he shouldn't be blamed for it. But Granada flashed a sickeningly evil smirk, gleefully exposing that top-tier warriors could actually drop their mental shields whenever they wanted. Berja chimed in, making it clear they weren't falling for his bluff. Furious and backed into a corner, Helen screamed at the psychotic elf. "Have you absolutely no shame?" The rogue snapped right back, yelling that Helen was the only one who should be embarrassed. Scrambling for excuses, Helen warned that shoving it down his throat would just waste a priceless artifact. He swore on his life he would never bow to the darkness. Done playing games, our MC brutally pried the hero's jaws apart, commanding him to shut his trap and swallow, before violently jamming the glowing orb deep down his windpipe, instantly knocking the guy out cold. A little while later, Granada scoffed at the captain's ridiculous stubbornness. What was the game plan if the idiot actually chose the graveyard over servitude? The boss just waved them off. A greedy, who happily threw his own teammates to the wolves for a quick buck, was far too cowardly to ever choose death over cold hard cash. And he nailed it. Helen's body fully absorbed the parasite, officially binding him as the ultimate demonic spy. Our MC swaggered back into his grand throne room. Gordon stepped up, pointing out a major flaw. Sure, they owned the Vanguard captain now, but the guy was functionally useless on the outside because of that crushing 100,000 gold coin bounty on his head. Back in the day, the boss had traded roughly 2,000 gold pieces just to stack up some demonic energy. A massive fortune that could literally fund an entire small nation for a year. So where on earth was he going to dig up the rest? Leaning back in his chair, he smirked, stating that it was finally time to check his dark mail. He was plotting a little trip to the annual summit of the demonic lords, a massive gathering hosted every single year at the legendary Unity Tower. Thinking back to his previous timeline, he realized he had completely ghosted this event, finding the entire concept of monsters holding hands and playing nice absolutely repulsive. But these ancient lords had been hoarding power in Ryan for centuries. Their vaults had to be overflowing with unimaginable mountains of gold and artifacts. Hearing this, Gordon gasped in sheer disbelief, realizing his master was actually planning to convert his precious demonic essence back into mortal cash. Historically, such an idea would be utter blasphemy, but after going toe-to-toe with humanity's finest, Gordon finally understood reality. If they kept playing by the rigid, old-school villain playbook, they would eventually get wiped out by the heroes, and he swallowed his pride to accept it. Suddenly, a dark system prompt popped up, and the aide announced that their golden ticket to the Unity Tower had officially dropped. A wicked ear-to-ear grin stretched across our MC's face as he ordered immediate departure. They were going to ruthlessly extort his so-called demonic peers. Gordon was completely drinking the Kool-Aid, now blindly trusting his boss, despite him totally rewriting the laws of evil. In a flash, they touched down at the infamous Tower of Lies. Burja strode straight up to the 13th floor's VIP demonic lounge, instantly noticing that the heavy hitters were already kicking off the party, even though he was perfectly on time. Were these chumps seriously trying to hold a secret meeting without him, Draxen Doldorf, the almighty Demon King? The heavy hitters had gathered for the summit. We are talking the Demon King of Beasts, Reyna Saldane, the Frost Demon and Queen of Winter, alongside Titan Ugar Belva, the Demon King of Invincibility, and the infamous Demon King of Lies, Jason Cogmando. Whispers immediately broke out, sneering at the MC for tossing their sacred traditions right out, but Jason he just flashed a dangerously polite smile. Unfazed, the MC looked around at the room, labeled them all absolute clowns, and practically spat. "So you guys actually teamed up? Do you have zero pride left?" Deep down, though, he totally got it. With Aaron falling into chaos, grouping up was just smart business. But his little jab hit its mark perfectly. Ugar slammed his fist down, veins popping, and roared that the MC was the real idiot here. How dare some rookie shove his nose into their territory? What the hell did he even know about the Aaron crisis? Our guy just smirked inwardly. 2 sentences. That is all it took to read this meathead like an open book. The bloodlust was practically choking the room. He stared Ugar down and scoffed, calling me a fool. I'm the only one in. Snapping completely, Ugar growled that if the kid was begging for a gruesome death, he would be more than happy to deliver. The MC just threw him an icy grin. "Come on then, make your move." Suddenly a sharp clap echoed through the room. Jason had instantly stopped them both in their tracks. His tone was smooth, reminding everyone they were here to join forces, not waste precious time painting the walls red. The MC shot Jason a wary side-eye. The guy literally just snuffed out the raging, murderous intent of two demon kings in a split second. But how? There was not a single drop of Was that his raw strength? Or was the fortress amplifying him? As everyone slowly took their seats, the MC's gears kept turning. Could it be some twisted phantom magic? No. Assuming things without proof was a rookie mistake. He had to stay sharp and watch his back. Taking control. Jason kicked off the summit, inviting the room to lay their cards on the table. Burge immediately clocked the vibe, realizing this meeting was going to be a giant waste of time. Breaking the silence, Draxon stepped up, deciding that since no one else was talking, he would take the floor. He locked a dead stare right on Burge and demanded, "Where the hell is Helen Cargo?" A heavy shadow fell over his face. And then he spilled the whole story. Cut to the Minion Lounge. The lesser demons had cornered Gordon, aggressively grilling him about the chaos back home. One of Jason's underlings leaned in, desperate to know the hero's fate. Had he finally flatlined? Sweating bullets, Gordon stammered that he was totally clueless. The hero had not even stepped foot inside their fortress. Honestly, the guy was probably still lost out in the frozen wasteland of the Urza Mountains. So they really needed to get off his back about it. But Ugar's minions scoffed, telling him to cut the garbage. Anyone with functioning eyes would spot a demon tower from miles away. Gordon furiously shook his head, denying the whole thing, causing a nearby demoness to gasp. Wait, are the crazy rumors actually real? Had his boss completely trashed the grand villain playbook? Gordon nervously swallowed, realizing his master's script was playing out perfectly. Play dumb about Helen, admit nothing, keep up the perfect cover as an inside man. Going completely under the radar was mission critical. But the whole vibe still felt super sketchy. He knew his boss's logic was rock solid, but his stress levels were through the roof. Finally snapping under the pressure, Gordon let all his bottled-up rage explode. He started ranting like a madman, screaming that this demon king was just a stubborn, toxic punk who absolutely refused to take advice. I blink for 2 seconds, and he is already diving headfirst into disaster. If he is so smart, why not just run the whole empire solo? Pausing to catch his breath, a massive grin broke out across his face. Venting that frustration felt like ripping off a heavy backpack. But the real shocker, the whole room of elite minions started nodding in furious agreement. Every single one of them was dealing with the same toxic boss energy. Hearing their tragic workplace stories, a single tear rolled down Gordon. He finally found his support group. Meanwhile, back at the big boys' table, the MC wrapped up his wild tale. Ugar crossed his massive arms and growled, "Do I look like an idiot?" He refused to buy that Helen Cargo missed the base, just because our guy did not build it on the absolute peak. Was this some kind of sick joke? The MC just shrugged, stating he could drop his castle wherever the hell he pleased. Jason chimed in, noting that if the heroes were still prowling around his turf, it was absolute madness to ditch the base undefended just to attend this summit. Surely the supposed top student knew the brutal fate waiting for a king who lost his throne. The MC waved off the concern with zero hesitation. "Do not sweat my defenses." He fired back. "I am protecting it my own way." The sheer arrogance was visibly ticking Jason off, but keeping his plastic smile, he smoothly replied that he would drop the subject. Draxon then leaned forward, testing the waters. "You really think Archduke Alkin is going to sign off on this circus?" Burge did not even blink. Who gives a damn what that old relic thinks? Draxon practically choked on his fury, shouting that the kid was way out of line. But Burge just tilted his head, asking if he told a single lie. Draxon wisely backed down, while our MC smirked internally. Even if they smelled a rat, they had zero proof to call his bluff. Let them squirm with suspicion. It was infinitely better than exposing his actual playbook. He needed to keep his eyes on the prize. He was only crashing this party to bag 100,000 gold coins. And with that, the tension broke and the sinister summit rolled on. Rather than bickering, he paid close attention to their chatter. It turns out, even among demon kings, a strict pecking order absolutely exists, and the King of Lies undeniably sits right at the top of that food chain. He kept his ears open, quietly soaking up every drop of intel, while piecing together exactly which monarchs were burning through their demonic power. Right then, Raina locked eyes with him, and he instantly caught her drift. They slipped out to the balcony where he didn't waste a second asking what was on her mind. She brushed off any grand conspiracies, admitting she just wanted a moment away from the crowd to chat one-on-one. Ever since his name crossed her radar, she found herself nodding along with his stance on a few key matters. That definitely caught him off guard, making him wonder if her past incarnation shared the same sentiment. Reyna quickly clarified that they weren't exactly, and she didn't throw the rules out the window. If anything, she swore by them. However, she firmly believed those rules needed a lighter touch, especially in a tricky place like Orion. That was the whole reason she pulled him aside. She figured a quiet, private chat would yield way better results than trying to hammer sense. A smirk crossed his face as he asked for her honest impression of him. She coolly noted that he wasn't half bad, and certainly easier on the eyes than she had picked. He stood there blinking, totally unsure if he had just been praised or subtly roasted. She then tossed him a personal comlink, giving him a direct lifeline to her whenever as long as he didn't completely trash the Demon King code while she was around, she promised to watch his back. She had finally found someone with half a brain to converse with, and genuinely hoped he wouldn't kick the bucket anytime soon. Just as she turned to head back inside, he fired off a question. What was her take on the Demon King of Lies? She bluntly confessed the guy was a total black box, completely unreadable. Yet he was still a massive step up from those two morons. She strolled away, leaving him alone in the cool night air. Still, she was a pretty sweet, unexpected ally to gain. Meanwhile, back at his fortress, Ernyan bounded down to the ground floor, eagerly pushing a fresh batch of her handmade cookies toward Logger for a taste test. His eyes widened in absolute shock, wondering how on earth she managed to pull off baking inside this dreary tower. Puffing out her chest, she beamed and explained that the Demon King had snagged the ingredients, so she whipped them up using a little spirit magic. He chuckled, remarking that being a prodigy spirit summoner definitely had its sweet perks, right as she urged him to take a bite. Flashing a warm, secretly moved that this royal princess, a girl who had never lifted a finger for chores, actually baked these treats just for him. Even if they tasted like cardboard, he vowed to praise them to the high heavens. But the instant the crumb hit his tongue, a mind-blowing wave of flavor exploded in his mouth. The taste was so phenomenally rich that it literally jump-started his mana core. He had absolutely never If heaven had a flavor, this was undeniably it. She nervously asked for his verdict, and he, looking completely spaced out in pure bliss, mumbled that he couldn't stop eating them if he tried. What kind of divine sorcery did she mix into this batch? Flashing a triumphant grin, she revealed her secret ingredient. Just a tiny pinch of a rare spiritual flower, and she was absolutely thrilled that her baking experiment was a match. She casually brushed it off, fully expecting her treats to be top tier. His jaw practically dropped as he asked why she would waste such an ultra-rare ingredient on a simple snack. No wonder his magical reserves were practically bursting. She softly replied that it was meant to be a special present, a little something to forge a tighter bond, considering the insanely long road they still had to travel together. Her unexpected sentiment left him a bit flustered, but then she cheerfully wondered aloud if Granada might enjoy a bite too. He quickly assured her that the guy would probably go even crazier for them than he just did. Bubbling with excitement, she then asked about the Demon King himself. Would his dark majesty approve of the sweet? Our MC strode back into the grand meeting hall. Spotting only Jason left, he asked if the rest of the crowd had already cleared out. Jason smoothly confirmed the meeting was totally wrapped up, gesturing to a fresh cup of tea, just in case he had any lingering business to hash out. Dropping into a chair, the MC shot back a thoroughly confused look, wondering what on earth the two of them needed to discuss in private. A cunning smirk crept across Jason's face as he casually dropped a bomb he knew all about: the desperate need for human cash. That revelation hit like a truck. Treading carefully, he demanded to know what the guy was playing at. Jason just scoffed, telling him to drop the clueless act, because playing dumb was... Draxon had already spilled the beans, so Jason proposed cutting through all the tedious psychological warfare to hammer out a real mutually beneficial deal. He was more than willing to hand over mountains of human gold, provided he got a steady stream of demonic energy points in return. Burge didn't rush his answer, coolly demanding to know what the catch was and how this benefited Jason. The guy just burst into laughter, playing innocent and asking what he possibly meant. Claiming they were practically on the same team, Jason proposed wiping the slate clean and kicking off a genuinely friendly partnership. Soon after, the MC hauled several heavy sacks of he ordered the man to grab his promised 100,000 gold pieces, leaving him utterly stunned by the realization that his boss was suddenly filthy rich. But the MC sternly warned him to launder the cash flawlessly, stressing that the true origin of this sudden wealth absolutely had to remain a buried secret. In his mind, the math was simple. If Jason ever managed to trace those coins, he would before uncovering the guy's actual endgame. Our Demon King knew he had to tread lightly. Gesturing toward the battered warriors, he revealed that the survivors from the epic assault on his tower were now rebranded as his personal Dark Knights and Mages. Pointing dead center, he singled out Amon, a high roller tied directly to the infamous Golden Moon Merchant Guild. Our boss had dug up that little secret during their contract signing. He casually handed them over, telling Hillen to use these pawns to skyrocket his initial investment, promising they would blindly follow his every command. The warriors, however, were shaking in their boots. The horrific reality of becoming the Demon King's lapdogs was still sinking in, and they silently pleaded with Hillen to drag them out of this living hell. But the hero just shrugged, declaring that since they all made it out breathing, this little mountain trek wasn't a total disaster. He promised to wipe his massive debts clean. Did this mean his glory days as a hero were still on the menu? Flashing a cocky grin, he actually reached out to shake the Demon King's hand, boldly calling him a partner. He casually added that considering the massive mess they were in, things could definitely be worse, and he couldn't wait to team up again. The warriors practically choked on their own spit hearing this absolute madness. But our MC he was absolutely furious at the sheer disrespect. With a mere thought, he triggered the curse in the hero's skull, sending the guy crashing to the floor, convulsing and agonizing, delivering a stone-cold reality check they were never partners. Hillen was nothing but a slave, and he was the absolute master. The traumatized warriors couldn't help but smirk at the instant karma, while Hillen, gasping for air on the cold stone, forced out a twisted chuckle, mocking the Demon King for having such messed up tastes and dominance. He didn't give a damn about his fake loyalty. He ordered his men to release him. As the terrifying overlord swept out of the room, leaving the hero to catch his breath, the royal princess quietly stepped out of the shadows. She handed over a sealed letter begging him to sneak it to her little sister, Elena. Hillen raised an eyebrow, double-checking if she meant the 13th princess. He scoffed, noting it was doable, but demanded to know why a royal suddenly sold her soul to the dark side. Surely she realized he was trapped in this nightmare entirely because of her, right? Her eyes dropped as she softly begged for his forgiveness, admitting she had absolutely zero intention of ever crawling back to that cursed kingdom. She locked eyes with him, certain a top-tier hero already knew the filthy skeletons hiding in the royal family's closet. Hillen's mind raced. He had heard the dark whispers, but never imagined the twisted rumors were actually real. If the terrifying gossip, her treason suddenly made horrifying sense. Flashing her a knowing nod, he grabbed the letter and vanished. Cut to the dark throne room where Gordon approached our MC, nervously questioning if they could really trust this so-called hero to follow orders. The king leaned back, explaining that Hillen wasn't just some cheap mercenary chasing a paycheck. Sure, he played the greedy fool perfectly, but there was no actual hunger for gold in his eyes, though he was far from a shining knight in armor either. Our boss saw right through him. Hillen was an attention addict, craving massive popularity in the blinding spotlight, far more than actual honor. The guy was a total go-getter, always leaping straight into the center of the cave. If they could pull his strings perfectly, using Amon Katrash as leverage, that fame-hungry hero could easily transform into the most lethal spy they could ever imagine. Gordon was absolutely floored by his master's terrifying insight into the human mind. The Overlord smirked, picturing the absolute masterpiece of irony, humanity's golden boy tearing down their precious society from the inside out, as his loyal lapdog. It was going to be an insanely entertaining blockbuster to watch. His trusted general nodded eagerly, just as a soft knock echoed through the massive chamber. The runaway princess peeked her head in, offering the fearsome king a fresh batch of her handmade cookies. He glared, pointing out she was making a dangerous habit of wandering into his throne room. Fixing her with a deadly stare, He warned she was getting locked in the pitch-black dungeons for an entire month. Unfazed, she flashed a cocky grin, daring him to take a bite before passing judgment. So he cautiously snapped a piece off. Expecting typical human trash, his brain practically short-circuited at the mind-blowing burst of sweetness. Ernan watched his eyes widen instantly, flashing back to Logar's exact, and smugly thought she completely nailed the reaction she was hunting for. But our prideful MC desperately fought to swallow down his joy, choking back a moan of delight as he tried, casually muttering that it wasn't half bad for a measly human. Her smug smile faded slightly at his stone-cold poker face, right if the little chef had secretly ground up a precious spiritual flower into the batter. Her face lit up instantly, cheering that she knew his refined palate would catch the secret ingredient. Smirking, he asked if this was her way of tossing back the reward he had gifted her. It was blatantly obvious she was buttering him up for a favor. She burst into a light-hearted giggle, brazenly. She definitely wanted to cash in a favor. Cut back to the outside world, where the traumatized survivors of Hillen's doomed party finally dragged themselves down the treacherous peaks, completely shielded by Krutu's overwhelming power. The second their boots hit the dirt in Hotenwalk, they didn't waste a single breath, sprinting straight back toward the Hilderin King, relying entirely on a teleportation magic circle to escape. Meanwhile, Granada stomped straight into the chaotic headquarters of the Scarlet Hawk, mercenary guild ready to crack some skulls. He brutally beat the living daylights out of his own men to teach them a savage, as he demanded to know why they cowardly bailed at the first snowflake, abandoning their own captain to freeze in that death trap. Coughing up blood, the battered former squad leader stammered in pure panic, swearing it wasn't a betrayal. He cried out that they were marched into the Urgus Mountains, a literal graveyard, where even legendary heroes get slaughtered. How the hell were they supposed to hold out in a bloodbath like that? As cheap mid-tier grunts, staring death in the face, running away, was their only ticket out alive. Desperation or not, they had completely abandoned their captain to save their own skin. Granada seethed with absolute rage. And just as he pulled his fist back to pummel them again, a sweet voice cut through the tension. He whipped around, locking eyes with a girl who beamed, and declared that this was Katie, a self-proclaimed hero. While some personal baggage had kept her from joining the last massive expedition, she had trekked across the continent to snatch up this golden opportunity, completely unfazed by her previous tardiness. Would he let her tag along? Granada blinked in pure disbelief, but the greedy mercenary quickly chimed in, practically drooling as he bragged that this girl had been covering their massive bar tabs. Want a free drink? Granada instantly slammed a heavy hand on the fool's shoulder, ordering him to freeze right there. Composing himself, he stepped toward the girl, politely thanking her for the generous drinks, but breaking the harsh truth. Hero Hillen's legendary quest was already wrapped up. The main squad was already back at the royal capital. The news hit her like a truck. Her jaw dropped, refusing to accept that it was totally over. Grasping at straws, she begged him to at least spill the gritty details of the epic raid. With a heavy sigh, he agreed to throw her that tiny bone, carefully calculating in his head how to weave the exact cover story the Demon King had strictly authorized. As the epic tale wrapped up, Katie's eyes sparkled with sheer awe. So the Dark Lord's fortress wasn't actually perched on a hill. Realizing this town held no more secrets, she figured it was time to pack up, deeply thanking the elf for the massive lore drop. Sliding a hefty stack of shiny gold coins across the wooden table as a parting gift, she spun on her heels and vanished. The sleazy mercenary wasted zero time snatching up the glittering loot, snickering that you could smell the clueless rookie on her from a mile away. She had absolutely no idea how this cruel world actually operated. She'd be incredibly lucky if her own party members didn't completely stab her in the back. Granada shot him a deadly glare, barking an order to drop the damn cash right now. Meanwhile, Katie was casually strolling down the cobblestone streets, away from, totally oblivious to the heavily armored knights tailing her from the shadows. Granada's sharp senses flared, and he silently melted into the alleyways to track them. The royal goons swiftly cornered the girl in a dead end, desperately begging Her Royal Highness to stop this nonsense and head home. Her noble fiancé was waiting. Katie fiercely dug her heels in, shouting that she was destined to live the thrilling life of a hero. hiding perfectly behind a crumbling brick wall. Granada tapped his magical mask, activating its stealth and realizing exactly why his gut had warned him. These guys moved with absolutely zero sound, even while decked out in bulky full-plate armor. Mind blown. The plucky newbie hero was secretly the runaway princess. Figuring royal drama was way above his pay grade, he decided to quietly bounce. But the second he shifted his weight, cold steel pressed hard against his throat. A hulking knight demanded to know who this stalker was accusing him of using highly suspicious dark magic. Cold sweat dripped down the elf's face. His mask was a direct gift from the Demon King himself. If they confiscated it, his secret identity as a demonic vassal would be blown wide open. The royal guard snarled, asking if he was a filthy foreign spy, fully ready to execute him on the spot. Panic skyrocketing, Granada frantically prayed through his mental link, begging his dark master for a miracle. He was totally busted. Suddenly, boom! A deafening blast shattered the alleyway. Granada sprinted out of the shadow, and the guards instantly whipped their heads toward the chaotic shockwave. The knight holding him hostage tanked the explosive force, charging straight out of the thick, choking smoke, screaming that a deadly assassin was in their midst and absolutely could not escape. Shields went up instantly, forming an unbreakable iron wall around the royal heir. Granada gritted his teeth, realizing he was the lone elf in the crossfire. If he unleashed his racial magic now, his cover was permanently blown. But if he held back, he was dead meat anyway, as the guards formed a tight protective ring. Ordering the princess to fall back, Katie boldly ripped her longsword from its scabbard, roaring that she was a warrior capable of fighting her own battle. The vanguard lunged at the mysterious attacker. Cornered and desperate, Granada braced himself, realizing they had forced his hand. Secret identity or not, he had to unleash his full power to survive. But a split second before his mana erupted, Burge casually materialized out of thin air, sighing about how his minion was running insanely late. With a lazy flick of his wrist, the Demon King instantly turned the charging and smirked, asking if the elf was enjoying his little playtime. Granada snapped back furiously, pointing at his battered body. Did this look like fun to him? Berg just rolled his eyes, mocking him for crying over paper cuts that a pathetic bottom-tier spirit could patch up in seconds. Spotting the overwhelming aura of the Dark Lord, the remaining royal guards charged forward in a suicidal rush, ready to lay down their lives to shield their future queen. But Katie screamed for them to stand down. Her eyes burned with fierce determination. This was her golden ticket to capture the ultimate prey. Genuinely shocked that actual royalty was hiding in this filthy alley, the knights aggressively leveled their weapons straight at his chest, spitting that he was a terrible liar. Why else would this monster be lurking here if not to kidnap the princess? Honestly, Granada thought that was a damn good question. Seriously, what was the boss doing here? Bergie shrugged with brutal honesty, explaining he was literally just running errands nearby and got sidetracked. The knight's jaw dropped in absolute outrage. The Demon King just happened to be out running errands and stumbled across the princess pleas. What an absolute load of garbage. Flashing back to a while ago, right when Princess Yurnian dropped off a fresh batch of cookies, he bluntly demanded to know what she really wanted. She sheepishly admitted she needed some Senuel powder. Squinting at her, he questioned if she was trying to forge a pact with elemental spirits. A quick nod confirmed his suspicions. His mind instantly drifted back centuries. An elf named Senuel pledged her absolute loyalty to the human monarch. The king commanded her to invent a catalyst that would shortcut the grueling process of mortals binding themselves to spirits. Boom. Senuel powder hit the market. Snapping back to reality, he stared Ernian down, bluntly stating, "She didn't need a crutch like that." "Am I wrong?" he challenged. Dropping her gaze, she let out a heavy sigh, muttering that he was seriously the air inside the tower was completely dead, totally drained of mana, and without that magical powder, her current spirits were visibly wasting away. But he saw right through the act. Cut the crap. She wasn't just maintaining her old summons, she was gunning for a brand new high-tier spirit. "Nailed it, didn't I?" he smirked. She nervously shifted her eyes, quietly confessing that, yeah, maybe he hit the nail on the head. He instantly knew he was right. In his previous timeline, Princess Ernian had successfully bound a colossal high-tier spirit at the exact age of 27. That bombshell had completely paralyzed the entire continent, since taming a grand spirit was essentially a myth. But this time around, she was trying to snag one a full 7 years early. Did ditching the royal palace for a few measly months actually trigger this massive shift in her destiny? Whatever. It just meant his own tower's defenses would get a massive upgrade. Tossing her a bone, he complimented her baking skills and told her to sit tight until he got back. Smashing, he unleashed a terrifying wave of dark energy straight at the armored guards. Mumbling about having real work to do, he decided to wipe the floor with them and wrap this up fast. His brutal shockwave violently ripped the steel helmet right off the princess's head, triggering a massive, ear-splitting detonation. Through the thick smoke, he spotted her completely unharmed. Raising an eyebrow, he had to admit, a true hero always survives the blast. Katie firmly held her ground, shielding her battered men. She boldly declared that a hero's pure aura is specifically designed to absolutely obliterate demonic magic. That makes her kind the ultimate apex predators against demons. Out here in the dirt, she wasn't suffocating inside some gilded royal birdcage. Out here, she was a fierce warrior commanding the front lines. Gripping her massive blade, she launched a ferocious, unleashing the absolute pinnacle of Zespin House martial arts, the lethal crescent strike. In her mind, this legendary move blasted out a concentrated wave of energy, guaranteed to shred any target into absolute confetti. This insanely classified fighting style was strictly reserved for royal blood. But since she was practically dead last in line for the throne, her title as a princess made her completely worthless to the empire. A sickening image of her arranged fiancé flashed through her mind, and her blood boiled. She furiously refused to be treated like cheap livestock, tossed away to some wrinkly old creep. There was zero chance she was walking down that aisle. That burning hatred drove her to literally beg the royal drill master to beat combat skills into her from dawn until dusk. She grinded until her bones ached, desperate to carve out a legacy as a hero, not a helpless royal. And if she could just drag this demon king back in chains, the entire world would be forced to respect her terrifying power. She'd finally crush her father's suffocating decrees and dodge his sickening arranged marriages forever. She would write her own destiny. But reality hits hard. With zero effort, the Demon King violently crushed her ultimate attack and her hopes along with it. He casually flicked the residual energy away, tossing out a lazy compliment about her decent blade aura. Her jaw basically unhinged, horrified that her supreme, unbreakable strike was swatted away like a pesky mosquito. Suddenly, a gargantuan glowing magic array erupted, vomiting pure, pitch-black hellfire. A sickening wave of dread washed over Katie. She was entirely outclassed. Flashing a wicked grin, he casually mentioned he already had a dozen twisted plans for her. Pure terror flooded her veins. Her loyal guards desperately lunged forward to shield her, but they were instantly swallowed by agonizing screams. The massive shockwaves sent terrified locals sprinting straight toward the apocalyptic crater. Choking on the lingering miasma of dark magic, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. How on earth did literal demons breach the safe? Peering into the smoking ruins, they spotted the scorched armor of the royal guard. Miraculously, chests were still rising and falling, prompting panicked villagers to scream for combat. Coughing up blood, a half-conscious soldier grabbed a civilian's collar, hoarsely gasping that the demon lord had just abducted the princess. The villager shrieked in absolute horror. He was but the battered knight completely blacked out. Staring at the sinister burning black embers scattered across the streets, the terrified crowd whispered if this nightmare was truly spawned by the infamous overlord, straight out of the deadly Urzes Mountains. Meanwhile, snapping back to the dark citadel, our ruthless protagonist finally touched. He unceremoniously dumped the unconscious princess straight into a damp, subterranean cell. Glancing down at the knocked-out royal, Ernian tilted her head confused. "Nope," the MC casually corrected. "You're looking at the Empire's official 9th princess, Katie Zespin. She's moving into the 4th floor permanently. She's a little banged up from the fight, so go patch her wounds. If we groom her the right way, she's going to be an insanely valuable asset." Ernian simply nodded, agreeing to play nurse, though deep down she seriously questioned why this guy. He brushed her off, claiming he merely snatched her up while passing through the area, plus to rack up his demonic points. Kidnapping a royal now and then was just part of the job. She stared blankly, completely lost on the whole point system. He opened his mouth to break it down for her, but snapped his jaw shut just in time. What in the world was he doing, spilling top-secret intel to a captive? Without another word, he spun around, marching out of the cell while tossing back a quick promise. "Forget I said anything. I'll get you that Senuel powder." Once outside, he cursed under his breath. Spending too much time around her was making him soft, dulling his edge. He had to snap out of it. She was a hostage, nothing more. A few days rolled by, and the shockwave of the 9th Zespin princess's abduction rippled across the entire continent. Deep inside the Heroes Guild headquarters, the brass dragged Helen in for a harsh interrogation. They demanded he swear on his honor that his report was accurate. Bowing his head, he confessed his deep shame, swearing he never caught a single glimpse of the Demon King's tower. He stood tall, offering his own neck to take the fall for the botched mission. But a fellow hero quickly waved off his guilt. If the guild started punishing their best fighters for coming up empty, nobody would ever dare march into the unknown again. Helen nodded, grateful for the lifeline, as the council briefed him on the grim reality. Right after their failed raid, the Dark Lord had snatched the 9th Zespin princess right out from under them. The Empire was screaming for blood. Since Helen had already braved the Urzest Mountains, the High Command leaned in, desperate for his tactical read on launching a second wave. Helen kept his face perfectly calm, playing the sympathetic card for the royal, while reminding them that even his sharpest trackers found nothing. Throwing a massive army into the meat grinder right now would be suicide. Instead, he pitched a smarter play, deploying covert recon teams to pinpoint the fortress first. Once they zeroed in on the target, burning it to the ground would be a breeze. He planted a seed of doubt, pointing out that a truly terrifying Demon King wouldn't cower in the shadows, hiding his stronghold from the world. The council members nodded slowly, buying into the logic. Real power demands the spotlight. Sure, it broke the mold of standard Dark Lords, but if this guy was just a spineless coward playing hide-and-seek, he wouldn't be a nightmare to crush anyway. At the head of the table, the Grand Master stroked his beard in heavy silence. Weighing the options, the old veteran finally slammed his gavel, officially backing Sir Helen's strategic delay. He issued a strict lockdown. No full-scale invasions until they had coordinates on that elusive tower. Slipping out of the war room, Helen smirked inwardly. Was this the master plan? Did the boss really want him flexing his influence just to stall the guild? He had secured the precious delay, passing the baton back to his dark master. As the days slipped by, Gordon relayed Helen's flawless manipulation back to the Demon King, who simply ordered him to keep a close watch. The Dark Lord leaned back, realizing how dangerously close the guild had come to launching an all-out holy war. Without Helen pulling the strings from the inside, the tower would have been swimming in righteous blood. Turning that golden boy into a loyal pawn was his smartest play yet. Out there, Helen and Granada were moving the chess pieces perfectly in his favor. They were his ultimate delay tactics. Meanwhile, dragging another royal captive into the dungeon had sent his dark energy reserves skyrocketing. If he slammed the Harmonia Sphere into her, she'd transform into a terrifying asset on the battlefield. Down below, the dwarf was gutting the ground floor, fortifying the walls into an unbreakable meat grinder. Cruchu was out there brainwashing the local orc tribes into a frenzied The moment Princess Ernian locked down her pact with the Great Spirit, this entire fortress, which standard heroes wouldn't even dream of attacking, would evolve into a death trap that would shred even elite vanguards to pieces. Only when his defenses were absolute would he unleash his fury beyond the peaks, kicking off his brutal revenge tour. He was going to hunt down every single hero who had slaughtered him in his past life. But to fuel this grand massacre, he desperately needed to score some of that infamous Senuel powder. And that meant diving straight into the belly of the beast. Amor, the glittering utopia of arcane science, crawling with elite spellcasters and seasoned veterans. Standing at the edge of the sprawling metropolis, glaring up at the massive, shimmering ward dome, he muttered a vicious curse. sneaking in and grabbing the stash without triggering every alarm in the kingdom. The risk factor was absolutely insane. Deep within the neon-lit alleys of this magic hub, tucked right beside the kingdom's busiest arcane bazaar, sat a cramped little joint called Jetson's Paradise. Behind the counter, the owner angrily crumpled his morning paper, furious over the headlines screaming about the missing royal and the guild's pathetic fumbled raid on the Dark Lord's territory. To make matters worse, bounties were now flying around for the rogue dwarven hero Lodger. The old man scoffed, wondering if the whole world was going up in flames. Suddenly, our protagonist casually strolled inside. Jetson instantly tossed the depressing news aside, pasting on a slick retail smile to welcome his new customer. He cut straight to the chase, demanding the Senuel powder, while his eyes darted around the incredibly sketchy, cluttered interior. Amor was the absolute peak of magical innovation. A magnet that dragged in heavy-hitting heroes, grand warlocks, and crazy alchemists from every corner of the map. Which meant stepping into literally any storefront was playing Russian roulette with a high-level magic user. Even if he shoved his dark aura completely underground, one wrong move in this place, and his cover would be blown to pieces. Since he was a wanted man, he purposely hunted down a tiny, run-down shop to keep a low profile. Jetosin slammed 2 vials of glowing purple dust onto the counter and bragged that our guy had hit the absolute jackpot, claiming that once he shopped here, he'd never need to set foot anywhere else. He offered a supposedly exclusive deal on Seneal dust for just 1 gold coin, calling it an absolute steal. Berze snapped at him to keep his voice down, flat out rejecting the price and pointing out that authentic Seneal dust is supposed to be green, not purple. The shady merchant didn't miss a beat, claiming it was a brand new hybrid. He spun a wild tale, whispering that this specific batch was secretly manufactured in the shadows of the magic tower, completely off the black market, making it a one-of-a-kind artifact. He warned that if he walked away now, he'd be throwing away a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, claiming that half the city's underworld was already hunting for this exact variant. Behind a greedy smirk, the shopkeeper sized him up as a desperate nobleman, clearly hiding some dirty little secret, and decided he was going to milk this rich kid for every last penny. Berze was boiling with rage. He immediately clocked the scam, realizing the merchant knew he couldn't exactly go window shopping elsewhere. For a split second, he seriously debated just snapping the guy's neck. But then the rusty shop bell chimed, and a wildly irritated customer stormed, complaining loudly about why they even bothered stepping into this filthy dump. When Berze caught a glimpse of her face, his blood ran cold. It was Princess Louise in the flesh. She was tearing the city apart on a manic manhunt for Logar. Her hulking bodyguard explained that a wanted fugitive like Logar wouldn't dare show his face in the main plazas, considering there's a massive bounty on his head everywhere you look. With total disgust, she sneered that she never imagined dragging herself into such a pathetic peasant-filled slum, all thanks to that dwarf. Her guard stepped up to the counter, demanding any intel on Logar's whereabouts. Berze locked eyes on the bratty girl, confirming his worst nightmare. That toxic attitude, the raspy, arrogant tone, that signature messy hair. No doubt about it, it was Louise Verft. Thank God she didn't recognize, since he was wearing a heavy disguise during their last, brutal showdown. Jetosin leaned in with a sleazy grin, asking, "So, you folks are tracking someone?" He mockingly apologized, sighing that his memory gets awfully foggy when his pockets are empty and sales are down. Louise's temper instantly flared. She practically screamed that this pathetic human was treating them like a joke, whipping out a razor-sharp dagger and pressing it close, hissing that he clearly didn't realize who he was messing with. Did this rat really just try to extort a royal jettison? Threw his hands up in a total panic, stuttering that spilling blood was strictly outlawed inside the Magic City's walls. She couldn't just slice him up. If she was going to threaten him with a blade, the least she could do was buy some inventory to smooth things over. How's that for a compromise? That only fueled her rage as she shrieked that he had absolutely sweating bullets. He babbled that a simple purchase would instantly cure his amnesia and make everyone happy. Plus, killing him would just get her thrown behind bars. The tension in the room thickened for a few agonizing seconds, until Louise burst into an unhinged, booming laugh, calling the scammer hilarious. Without missing a beat, he whipped out that exact same vial of purple dust, aggressively rebranding it as premium aura powder. He smoothly lied that it worked wonders on dwarven physiology. And for the low price of just 3 gold coins, it was. Burzy was fuming in the background, knowing damn well it was just cheap senile dust. But Louise bought the lie hook, line, and sinker, tossing 3 gold coins onto the wood. Jetosin snatched the cash, practically bowing in gratitude. Smug as ever, she finally asked if a rugged dwarf named Logar had passed through his doors. The merchant tapped his chin, admitting he hadn't heard the name, but dropped a juicy tip. He might have slinked over to the blacksmith district, which was just a few blocks away. It's legendary territory, and any dwarf with an ounce of pride wouldn't be able to resist checking out the local forges. He bet that he snooped around there, somebody definitely spotted him. Louise snapped her fingers, ordering her guard to march straight to the district, giving Burrs a surprisingly polite nod to apologize for the scene before sweeping out the door. The second they were gone, Burrs closed in on the scammer, slow clapping as he called him a sheer genius of fraud. Selling fake dust for 3 whole gold coins. It took insane guts to hustle a psycho like that. Jetosin flashed a wicked grin, praising Burze for keeping his mouth shut during the hustle. He shrugged, noting she reeked of clueless nobility. So bleeding her for 3 gold coins was basically pocket change for a spoiled. Plus, hey, he was still breathing, right? He tossed the gleaming coins in the air, catching them with a slick flick of the wrist. He smirked at Burzy, boasting that he clearly admired his shady little empire, and for an entry fee of 10 gold coins, he'd gladly mentor him in the dark arts of street-level scamming. Burze thought the guy was completely delusional, but honestly, his raw talent for shameless deceit was exactly the kind of sleaze he needed. Burrs coldly ordered him to pack up and head straight to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. He told him to use the password, "The Mountain Sent Me," and they'd let him right in. Jettison raised an eyebrow, totally confused about what he had to do with Golden Moon, considering the entire guild was notoriously bankrupt and washed up. Burrs stepped closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. As he asked, he pointed out that the shopkeeper had exactly 0 choice, especially since the gullible noble he just conned. That was Louise Verft, the bloodthirsty princess. The moment that name hit his ears, Jettison's face drained of color. The vial slipped from his trembling hands and shattered as he gasped. The psychotic dwarven princess? Burze flicked the single gold coin onto the messy counter, coldly stating the terms. He works for Golden Moon now, and his starting salary is 1 gold coin a month. If he even thinks about running, Burza promised to personally drag Louise back to this very spot. Jettison instantly dropped to his knees, clapping his hands together in absolute surrender. "Please don't do this," he mocked, flashing a wicked smirk. "You seriously didn't think I'd actually say something pathetic like that, did you?" Snatching the coin off the counter in a fit of rage, the shopkeeper barked, "Do I look like some gullible idiot to you? Get out of my sight, and go ahead, drag that so-called princess in here if you've got the guts. As if royalty would ever step foot in a dump like mine." Burrs casually stepped out, and mere seconds later, he waltzed back inside with a furious Louise in tow. The blood drained from the merchant's face. He knew he'd messed up big time. After the scammer received a brutal reality check, Burze secured the goods and strolled out. He mused to himself that even standard merchants only carried basic Senuel powder. Louise marched up to him, visibly relieved he hadn't left. She thanked him, glad they could finally return that garbage counterfeit. Flashing a polite smile, he claimed he was always thrilled to help. But he just had to ask, what exactly did she do to that shady shopkeep? Her knuckles cracked as she balled her fists, her eyes burning with pure rage. She growled that since foreign laws applied in this territory, she only gave him a tiny, harmless lesson. But honestly, she would have loved nothing more than to rip his beating heart right out of his chest, just so he'd understand the wrath of a scammed lady. Behind her, her royal guard wiped away a terrified sweat drop. Even Burrs hadn't expected that level of sheer savagery. He paled slightly, realizing this crazy woman hadn't changed one bit since his past life. She was exactly as unhinged as he remembered. Suddenly, a brilliant scheme sparked in his mind. "Weren't you hunting down a guy named Logar?" he casually dropped. Her eyes lit up instantly. "The blacksmith," she gasped. "Do you know where he is?" she pressed. Burze smoothly pulled out the pendant, asking if this trinket had any connection to her target. The guard gasped in shock. "That masterpiece. It bears Master Loger's mark," the knight cried out. Hooking the bait, Burrs claimed he'd bumped into the artisan near the Ormus forest about 2 months back. "The old man was starving," Burrs lied smoothly, "so I traded him some grub for this piece. I held on to it, since it looked pretty rare." Louise gripped her trembling fists, barely suppressing her boiling intensity, and admitted she owed him big time. "If we were back in my territory," she declared proudly, "I'd drag you into a glorious 5-day, 5-night drinking binge to celebrate." Just the thought of that lethal alcohol marathon made Burze want to hurl. To show her gratitude, she tossed him a shimmering royal emblem. "We need to hunt him down before his trail goes cold," she stated urgently. "Take this emblem, flash that in my kingdom, and you'll score the absolute highest tier gear we have." Berze bowed his head, graciously accepting the heavy payout. With their business concluded, the fiery duo marched off. "What's our next move, princess?" her knight asked. "I'm calling in Her Majesty," Louise smirked. "With royal backup, there's zero chance Loger is slipping through our fingers this time." Burrs watched her storm away, a sinister grin creeping across. Ever since his rebirth, he'd been way too swamped. Honestly, he was totally neglecting the wicked, chaotic lifestyle a true demon should be enjoying. But he couldn't ignore his past life memories. He knew perfectly well that before he turned back time, Draxon had tracked down and devoured a mythical beast's core, granting that brute an insane power spike. And that core is exactly what Burrs needs to claim for himself. Right now, he's just a fragile young demon king. In a straight-up duel, Louise would absolutely obliterate him. Plus, her gear is totally cracked. Taking her head-on would be pure suicide. So if he ever wants to crush those so-called heroes who ended his past life and actually survived this brutal world, he needs massive power, fast. That's exactly why he sent Louise straight toward Ormus, right to the doorstep of the Beast Demon King, the explosive heiress of the Worth clan, clashing against Drax and Doldorf. It was a match made in hell. And while those two heavyweights tear each other to shreds, Burrs will slip right through the chaos and snatch that mythical beast's heart right out from under them. Meanwhile, merging his dark tower with that dwarven relic unlocked some seriously overpowered upgrades. First, remote tower control. Second, instant item teleportation. Tapping into the link, he radioed Gordon, explaining that things got a little messy out here, so he was leaving the base in his hands. Using his fresh spatial skill, he beamed the Senuel powder straight into the stronghold. 10 premium top-tier vials materialized instantly. All of this was carefully calculated so his captive princess could finally seal her pact with the Great Spirit. Inspecting the glowing dust, she was absolutely blown away by its flawless purity. "Did the Demon King seriously travel all the way to Amor just for this?" she murmured in awe. Gordon crossed his arms, proudly stating that their master only settles for absolute perfection. "His Dark Majesty retrieved these catalysts with his own 2 hands, Gordon boomed, "so you better not waste a single grain." Speaking of Princess Kate and her fiery temper, she was still grounded on the 4th floor. Burrs had ordered Gordon to whip her into shape. If she wanted to unleash her true potential, she needed to become an elite blade master, and Burze fully intended to test her growth the second he got back. Sweating in the training hall, Kate swung her blade, screaming at her massive instructor. "I'm gonna make you regret ever crossing swords with me," she roared. Gordon just scoffed. "Try landing a single scratch on me before barking so loud, kid." Down on the 1st floor, Burrs had set up a blazing hell forge so Loger could push the tower's upgrades to the absolute limit. Staring at his brutal new workshop, the old dwarf looked like a kid in a candy store, swearing to forge absolute masterpieces. Off in the wild, the Pole Orc Krutu had just pulled off a miracle, crushing 3 separate tribes into one massive banner. His dark army had instantly doubled in size, giving them more than enough raw muscle to start slaughtering the apex predators of the Urgist Mountains. The demonic empire was rising. Slicing the connection with Gordon, our guy smirked. Remote tower management. Now that was a serious upgrade. No more tedious commutes back. Talk about a game changer. Next up on his agenda, getting Helen on the line. But her call beat him to the punch, and she brought absolute music to his ears. The Golden Moon Trading Guild, completely under their thumb, effective immediately. Aemon, alongside the Black Knights and the Black Mages, held the reins of the entire operation. As one of the 10 legendary heroes, he'd throw his full weight behind them, ensuring the leadership throne would eventually slide right. He expertly smoothed things over, making sure a single screw-up didn't taint the spotless reputation of the 10 heroes. Berja even tossed him a gold star for his flawless execution. Strolling right into Jetson's dusty shop, he slammed down a non-negotiable order. Get a message to Granada, immediately. The Golden Moon Guild would bankroll the whole operation. Granada's job. Take that massive pile of cash and buy up every single elf, every last one on the continent. Oh, and he was tossing a new recruit their way. This shady swindler Jetson was about to become their newest asset. Time to put him to work. Meanwhile, the rat himself was cowering under his own desk, shivering like a leaf, and clamping both hands over his mouth to muffle his panicked breathing. RMC scoffed. This absolute clown actually had the guts to scam Louise Worth. He shot a freezing glare straight at the wooden desk, hiding the trembling mess. I already know every filthy secret you're hiding, he warned the empty room. You have exactly 30 days to show up at my doorstep. You don't. Consider it taking out the trash. Leaving that deadly promise hanging in the air, he turned on his heel and walked out. The second the door clicked shut, Jetson finally gasped for air, practically melting onto the floor. Cut to Granada, who was busy whipping a The king's latest directive hit him like a ton of bricks, buying the freedom of every single elf. It blew his mind completely. He swore he'd round them up at lightning speed. Sure, ripping his brothers and sisters out of chains sounded heroic on paper, but he was basically dragging them straight into the Demon King's gaping jaws. The master plan, probably turning them into brainwashed sleeper agents just like him, was handing him this twisted mission, some kind of sick test. While his mind raced, a grunt leaned in and murmured something to the second in command. Are we seriously practicing elven swordplay right now? He grumbled. The deputy just shrugged, looking just as clueless. The pointy-eared freak gave the order. Do we look like we have a choice? Honestly, he was sick to his stomach of the guy's constant bragging about living for centuries. Hey, the captain is totally zoned out, the mercenary hissed. Perfect time to slip away, don't you think? Murmurs of agreement rippled through the ranks. The deputy broke out in a cold sweat, but eventually gave a shaky nod, clashing their blades to fake a heavy spar. Granada completely ignored the background noise. Serving the Demon King. Yeah, it beat scraping the dirt for human masters for the rest of eternity. And dodging a pathetic, meaningless death was a nice bonus. But don't get it twisted. He fully caught those idiots trying to ditch training. With a lazy flick of his fingers, thick, thorny vines. Wait, my mistake, the guy shrieked, desperately pleading for mercy. Just, please don't embarrass me in front of my squad. Seeing their leader strung up the rest of the slackers, panicked and scrambled for their weapons. Suddenly their fake training became very real. Why am I the only one swinging from a tree? The deputy hollered in outrage. Down the hall, Helen picked up on the commotion. What's all that racket? She demanded. He calmly brushed it off, swearing everything was perfectly under control. But as for his actual plans for those guys, instead he casually dropped that he was going treasure hunting. Fast forward a bit to the blazing tropical kingdom of Ormus. Louise was currently stomping through a dense, sweltering jungle, and she was absolutely fuming. Her sweaty assistant jogged alongside her, whining that the Ormus officials had just slapped them with a final ultimatum. They're demanding an immediate military pullout, he gasped. She spun around, eyes flashing with unadulterated. We are not leaving until I find that absolute moron, she snapped. They'd swept through every single zone Ormus had cleared them for. But Louise's eyes narrowed dangerously. There was exactly one dark— Wait, you don't mean Monster Mountain, do you? The dwarf choked out. Are you seriously insane enough to go up there? That's a death sentence. It's the sacred turf of the Beast Demon King, he shrieked, practically tearing his beard out. Louise just rolled her eyes. Relax. Those filthy beasts wouldn't dare lay a claw on me. If the demon horde was stupid enough to scratch a member of the dwarven royal bloodline, they'd be declaring all-out war on the entire freaking continent. Why? Because dwarves forged the weapons that kept every kingdom alive. She smirked, remembering the history. 2 centuries ago, some arrogant demon lord tried to mess with a dwarven prince. The result? He got completely wiped out in a single, brutal raid. It set a terrifying record, and since that bloodbath, no one had the guts to look at a dwarf the wrong way. But Roger might not even be hiding up there, her lackey argued. That scammer probably played us. But Louise's gut told her differently. She was dead set on him cowering on that peak. "March now, or I'll mount your heads on pikes," she roared, driving her troops forward. Meanwhile, miles away, locked high inside the one of Draxon's sweaty lackeys burst in with a massive crisis. Princess Louise of the Dwarven Kingdom was currently bulldozing her way straight up their sacred mountain. Draxon's jaw dropped. "What in the hell is that lunatic doing on my turf?" he barked. But slowly a wickedly brilliant idea began to what if she sniffed out the mythical beast's heart, hidden in this territory, and came to steal it? But no one is supposed to know about that pure mana sleeping deep beneath the volcano's bubbling magma. It's an unfathomable power, one he wouldn't trade for 1,000 spirit flowers. If he can just absorb it, he will wield the ultimate weapon. They are already in the final stages of excavating the path to the heart. Why did she have to show up right now? He barked orders at his henchmen to intercept her, keep her out of their territory at all costs, but strictly forbid anyone from laying a finger on her or killing. The demoness swallowed hard, stammering that holding her back without causing harm. He exploded in indignation, demanding to know what she just said. Meanwhile, Prince Ormus Max blocked Louise's path, sneering as he asked if she was in that much of a hurry to die. These lands belong exclusively to the Demon King, and trespassers face strict consequences. Didn't the palace give her a fair warning? After all, one wrong step here and she could easily get herself erased. A flicker of unease crossed her face, but she stood her ground, warning that they wouldn't dare lay a hand on her. She demanded he move aside. She flatly refused to leave until she tracked down Lodger. The prince flashed a wicked grin, mocking her, and asking if all dwarves were truly this dense. 200 years ago, the death of the dwarven prince sparked an all-out war. And thanks to that exact bloodbath, the Zespin Empire, sitting right next to the Demon King's tower, raked in a massive fortune by selling weapons and rations to the heroes. That endless cash flow is exactly what transformed their tiny kingdom into a sprawling empire. Now, if the dwarven princess gets slaughtered here by demons, history will repeat itself right now. A literal river of gold will flood straight into Ormus's pockets. Just then, hostile warriors closed in, trapping them from every angle. The princess felt a sudden spike of anxiety, but her blazing fury quickly swallowed that fear. Max lunged forward like a predator, screaming that it was finally their turn to bathe in riches. He roared the command to slaughter every last one of them, to secure their glorious future, and his elite soldiers swarmed the dwarves. Louise ripped her heavy axe from her back, spitting that they were nothing but cowardly monkeys as she vowed to smash them into the dirt. Meanwhile, a frantic minion burst in to warn the Demon King that the dwarven squad was about to be. Draxon's eyes widened in sheer panic, screaming that they absolutely could not let this happen. They had to halt the slaughter immediately. Those brainless fools from Ormus were planning to assassinate Louise and pin the murder entirely on him. The dwarves will ignite another all-out war against him, just like the nightmare from 200 years ago. He frantically commanded his troops to dispatch every available demon and vicious monster straight to the battlefield to crush the ambush. They had to keep that princess breathing at all costs. Meanwhile, absolute chaos reigned on the battlefield, and Ormus's brutal warriors were slowly crushing the dwarven defenses. The stout warriors locked their shields together to form a desperate wall around their princess, as her frantic subordinates that the terrain heavily favored the enemy. Surviving an open brawl was impossible. He vowed they would carve out an escape route and begged her to run for her life. Louise shrieked in absolute rage, screaming that she was so beyond pissed she'd rip these scumbags apart with her bare hands. The scarred dwarf pleaded with her to keep her cool, as she shot a murderous, deathly glare straight at Max. The prince mockingly laughed, sneering that she looked pathetic, cowering behind a miserable turtle shell. He boasted he'd shatter her with a single strike. He locked onto his target, drawing his arm back to launch his lethal spear. But a sudden chilling surge of demonic energy spiked right behind him, making him wonder if the local Demon King's lapdogs had already caught up. It was Burge. The masked man strolled forward, casually mentioning that attacking Ormus wasn't on, but their agendas violently clashed. Max and Louise instantly sensed the aura. This stranger definitely wasn't the demonic Beast King. The suffocating pressure made them both sweat. The MC stared dead at the prince, calmly declaring that he was going to die today. A thick mask completely concealed his identity, leaving them clueless as to who they were facing. Max scoffed, writing him off as just some high-ranking demon. He barked at his troops to finish the princess, while he personally butchered this intruder. His grunts charged forward to execute the command, but agonizing screams suddenly ripped through the air, forcing Max to whip around only to see Louise bulldozing straight toward him. She roared like a beast, screaming how dare he take his eyes off her in the middle of a death match. Her sheer, unhinged ferocity rattled him to his core. How could a tiny dwarven girl exude this much terrifying bloodlust? Realizing the danger, he decided to crush her first. But before he could even flex a muscle, paralysis instantly gripped his limbs. Cold panic set in as Max realized he'd been completely outplayed by the masked stranger's distraction. In a flash, Louise delivered a savage, bone-crushing strike, finishing him off before landing cleanly on a thick branch. She snapped her head around. His imposing magical presence had completely vanished into thin air. Enraged by the sudden execution, the surviving warriors swarmed her, howling about how she dared to slaughter their prince, and she furiously screamed back that they were the ones who ambushed her in the first place. She viciously challenged them to join their pathetic prince in the afterlife. Her loyal troops immediately leveled their heavy crossbows, raining brutal volley fire on anyone foolish enough to charge. Up in the shadows, Burge silently watched the carnage unfold. That Louise probably wasn't going to appreciate this setup. Shrugging it off, he turned his gaze toward the ominous tower, flashing a dark grin, fully expecting the demonic Beast King to swallow the bait whole. Just 5 minutes earlier, Draxon had felt a massive spike of demonic energy, perfectly aligning with his scout. He declared that this dark aura definitely wasn't theirs. This meant one thing: a rival king had just deployed his shadowy assassins straight into their territory. Just feeling the sheer weight of that energy, he realized they were dealing with at least a high-tier greater demon, or maybe some terrifying monster. Grinding his teeth in panic, his mind flashed to Prince Ormus, locking horns with the fierce dwarven princess. With his other demonic forces ambushing them, the whole setup felt way too flawless. He absolutely had to investigate this mess with his own 2 eyes. Storming onto the scarred battlefield, his eyes darted around, finding zero trace of the royal dwarf. He barked, "What the hell is going on here? Where did she... and where are those invading freaks who were just here?" His trembling underlings immediately dropped their heads, desperately begging for mercy. They stuttered that by the time they showed up, Ormus's elite guard had already boxed the princess in. Draxon's stomach tied into anxious knots. Was history seriously about to repeat the exact same disaster from 200 years back? He stood zero chance of stopping this nightmare from unfolding again. The beastly wolf explained that the royal girl was entirely cornered by enemy blades, and they had scrambled to bail, but the badass princess completely slaughtered the opposition solo, leaving the wolves zero room to actually pitch in. Draxon practically suffered a massive heart attack on the spot. He ruthlessly disciplined the pack for feeding him garbage intel before his lackeys dragged a group of shivering hostages directly to... They delivered the shocking news. The dwarven warrior had utterly executed Prince Ormus. They needed orders. What should they do with the surviving grunts? Draxon calculated the risks. If he butchered these survivors, this was a golden opportunity to rack up massive demonic power points. But the payoff for taking hostages vastly differed from straight-up murder. Ormus might rule a tiny faction, but those lunatics would spark an all-out war if they sniffed out that he orchestrated their leader's demise. So he firmly commanded his squad to pack up the survivors and ship them straight back. He needed these traumatized fools to march back to their superiors and spill the exact truth about the bloodbath that went down. That way nobody could possibly pin the blame for this massive screw-up on him. Once that was settled, he snapped, "Did you track down the rat that infiltrated our turf?" His men meekly admitted they came up totally empty-handed. He fiercely slammed them as worthless morons. Why the hell couldn't they engage their tiny brains and actually tap into their feral instincts to hunt the intruder down? They whimpered out rapid apologies. Draxen muttered to himself, if this interloper was a top-tier assassin specializing in pure stealth, it made looks like he had no choice but to pull out his ace. He took a sharp breath, dialing the sensitivity of his demonic senses past their absolute limits. This specialized art channeled pure, raw demonic mana straight into his sensory organs, drastically boosting their tracking power. By activating this trump card, he could literally see the lingering fumes of cloaking magic. Instantly, a faint, glowing trail left by the mysterious infiltrator materialized right before his eyes. He figured if this suicidal fool came hunting for the Dwarven Royal, the glowing footprints would definitely lead straight to. Instead, the sinister trail snaked entirely in the opposite direction, pointing directly up the jagged mountain. They pointed completely away from the peak. His eyes widened in horror, and he instantly launched himself straight up the steep, rocky slope. Spewing a venomous string of furious curses, the crushing reality hit him like a freight train. He had been completely played. The entire bloodbath between the Dwarven Princess and Prince Ormus was nothing but a masterfully crafted smokescreen. Even that flashy burst of malicious energy was a calculated piece of the puzzle, specifically designed to lure him miles away from the blazing volcano. The rival king's true objective wasn't territory. It was stealing the heart of a legendary, mythical beast. Meanwhile, Burge hovered dead center inside the volcano. Staring into the inferno, he realized this wasn't just ordinary molten rock. Even with Draxen's monstrous durability, there was zero chance that coward would actually dare to dive into this blistering hellscape. That totally explained why the enemy was busy constructing a massive rig to drain the magma pool. But Burge could not care less about their petty engineering. Why? Because his majestic black flame dragon scales rendered him completely immune to the scorching heat. Just then, a vicious three-eyed tiger lunged violently at his back from the beast swung its massive bone-crushing mace with a deafening roar, but our MC casually caught the deadly weapon with a single bare hand. Shocked that his sneak attack failed, the assassin demanded to know how the demon had spotted him from such a massive distance. Defending his pride, the tiger unfazed, Burge simply locked onto the creature's wrist with an iron. Panic instantly shattered the assassin's bravado, begging him to hold on for just a second. But it was too late. The tiger screeched in pure agonizing terror as they both plummeted straight into the boiling. Within milliseconds, the beast's flesh completely disintegrated, melting right down to the skeleton. Yet our MC floated there, perfectly untouched by the blazing inferno. It hit him in his previous timeline after Draxen consumed this exact beastly core. He had always racked his brain, wondering what kind of legendary creature possessed that kind of magic. And the answer was staring him right in the face. It was a freaking phoenix. Back during his grueling academy days, he remembered reading ancient texts documenting that these mythical flame birds actually existed in reality. Explorers had supposedly spotted them soaring across multiple different universes. The insane truth was worshipped across the cosmos as literal gods. These majestic creatures easily dominated entire realms, reigning supreme at the absolute pinnacle of the universal food chain. A phoenix's power might come in many forms, but every single one of them shares one legendary trait. Any demon lord who fully consumed a phoenix's essence gained enough raw, devastating strength to carve their name. He approached the blazing creature, silently thanking Jackson. After all, the only reason he knew about this prize was because he had claimed this exact heart in his previous life. The single devastating ability he had always coveted was finally within his grasp. He reached out his hand toward the fiery beast, and a blinding flash erupted. Meanwhile, Jackson was sprinting desperately toward the towering volcano, pushing his legs to their absolute limit. His mind raced in sheer panic. Who the hell had uncovered his ultimate secret about the phoenix? Could it actually? No, he thought. That absolute fool had shown up completely empty-handed. Plus, aside from his right-hand man, he didn't command a single high-tier demon. Still leaving his tower was a massive mistake. A complete rookie just couldn't orchestrate a heist like this. He had locked down the security flawlessly. So how the hell was this happening? Reaching the cavern entrance, his guards desperately asked what was wrong, but he completely ignored them, charging deeper inside. He shoved aside anyone blocking his path. His mind frantically searched for a culprit. Was it Reyna? Or maybe Yugar? No, neither of them made sense. Ugar simply didn't have the brains to pull off a master plan, and Reyna belonged to the Frost clan. The intense heat of a phoenix would be pure poison to her. That left only one possible mastermind. Bursting into the molten cavern, he frantically yelled out, "The phoenix is, the body's secure." His confused subordinates quickly assured him that absolutely nothing was wrong. Well, except for the fact that just 60 seconds ago, their tiger brother randomly dove straight into the boiling magma. Jackson's jaw dropped in absolute— "Pull him out! Get him out right now!" he shrieked. The massive beasts forcefully held him back, desperately asking what had him so panicked. "That absolute idiot is stealing my phoenix," he roared. But before anyone could move, the entire lake of boiling magma violently erupted, shooting straight up the volcanic shaft. Outside, every single gaze was locked onto a blindingly radiant star, tearing through the sky overhead. Jackson screamed Jason's name in pure blood-curdling rage. Above the blazing crater, a colossal, fiery phoenix materialized into reality, stretching out a pair of flaming wings that completely eclipsed the heavens. Sometime later, our guy finally regained consciousness, completely disoriented. His original plan was simple: suck the flaming corpse into his pocket. Instead, his own body had violently, greedily devoured every last drop of the creature's residual mana before he could even blink. His very last memory was getting blasted out of the mountain peak by a literal volcanic explosion. And wait, another thing. He was a terrifying— So why the hell were a bunch of random woodland critters violently snuggling up against him, like he was some kind of Disney princess? He aggressively— As he stood up, a deeply unsettling sensation washed over him. Something felt— Spotting a rushing river nearby, he leaned over the muddy bank to check his reflection, and found a complete stranger staring right back at him. Meanwhile, deep within the grand halls of the Ormus Palace, Louise kneeled before the reigning monarch. She reported the tragic events of the battle, though she twisted the truth. She dramatically claimed that the heroic prince and his valiant warriors had rescued her team from the devil's jaws, tragically sacrificing his own. The grieving king raised a trembling hand, quietly stating he had heard enough. His boy was born a true warrior, destined to bleed. Giving his life to protect the weak was the absolute highest honor any royal could achieve. But it was time to end this. Tears of pure, unadulterated grief streamed down his weathered face as he violently smashed his armored fist against the gold. He furiously ordered his elite commanders to contact the powerful Heroes Guild immediately. They were going to launch an all-out extermination campaign against the demonic Beast King. Cut back to our guy, where Helion was desperately trying to establish a magical link to deliver an urgent report. But the second the visual connection sparked to life, Helion completely froze. Who the hell are you?" he blurted out. Our guy casually shot back that it was obviously his. He quickly explained that his physical form had just suffered a temporary glitch. "Don't sweat the details," he ordered. "Just give me the damn report." Still visibly bewildered by the new face, Helion revealed that the guild was currently mobilizing a massive new expedition under direct orders from King Ormus. The terrifying 10-star mage Roselle Champ had been officially appointed as the supreme commander. She was an absolute monster, and stepping in as her deadly second-in-command would be none other, another absolute powerhouse, a 10-star hero who clawed his way to the top of the food chain through pure, brutal martial arts. Out of the 500 fully armed members marching in this expedition, at least 200 of them were certified heroes. And every single one of them had a massive target locked onto the Beast Kings. Their strategy was brutally simple. March straight to the Ormus Kingdom, set up a forward operating base, and launch a full-scale. However, Helion quickly clarified a major detail out of that massive 200-man roster. Roselle and Valruf were the absolute only 10-star elites joining the fray. Our guy was dropping his voice. Helion explained the dirty little secret behind the scenes. It seemed a massive faction of these so-called heroes actually didn't want the demonic beast. They were actively pulling strings from the shadows, intentionally sabotaging the expedition's true combat power. This revelation caught our MC totally. Wait, humans actively keeping a demon lord alive? Then the dark, twisted reality finally clicked into place. To the greedy human kingdoms, a demon lord's towering dungeon. Think about it. Even the mutilated corpses of low-level demons served as extremely rare alchemical ingredients, selling for an absolute fortune on the black market. Simply put, there was a massive corrupt syndicate of nobles, making an absolute killing off the resources bleeding out of this demonic tower. Killing the boss, watch their profits vanish. Even the simplest moves spark a messy, cutthroat web of scheming between rival nobles. Inhumans are messy creatures. RMC cornered Helen, demanding he join the raid. In exchange, he'd hand over the Beast Demon King's fatal flaw. But it came with one brutal condition. The beast had to die by his hand alone, allowing him to siphon its raw power. Having already slaughtered 2 Demon Kings, he knew the public's blind faith in him would absolutely skyrocket. Helen flashed a strained, nervous grin. Sure, he was grateful, but didn't the MC worry that once Helen leveled up, he might just break off the leash? A dead silence filled the room. The MC shot him a bone-chilling glare, letting the tension marinate before whispering, did he honestly think scraping together the pathetic scraps from 2 dead Demon Kings would be enough to challenge him? Gillen backpedaled instantly. The second the magical link cut, Gordon hailed the MC, but spotting some random stranger instead of his monarch, he snapped, "Who the hell are you? Where's my king?" Annoyed, the MC barked back that he was his king. Gordon froze, his brain short-circuiting. He opened his mouth to question the drastic makeover, but Baruji cut him off, demanding the report. Gordon swallowed hard, dropping the bomb. An urgent SOS just rolled in from the Tower of Demonic Beasts. They needed him there, now. Caught off guard, the MC demanded to know if Draxon was behind this. Gordon nodded, confirming Draxon personally issued the summons. Cut to the Beast King's stronghold, where the heavy hitters the other Demon Kings were already gathering. Reyna wrinkled her nose at the awful stench, while Ugar wasted no time interrogating them about the crisis. Jackson stepped in, ushering them upstairs to wait while he welcomed the remaining VIPs. As the heavy doors slammed shut behind them, Jackson ground his teeth in pure anxiety. Burge and Jason were totally MIA. Were they stalling to prep for an ambush? Running a tactical risk assessment. If Burge dragged his feet any longer, he'd shoot right to the top of the suspect list. Jackson just needed to play it cool and drop his guard. Meanwhile, massive wings ripped from the MC's back, reverting his hair to its natural shade. With a violent thrust of his new wings, he launched into the sky, panic rising as the clock ticked down. Back on comms, Gordon warned that since the MC was stranded in Ormus, he was the only one who could use the portal. Burge frantically ordered his minion to hold his position. Blindsided, the demon asked if he was heading straight back to the tower. The MC barked a yes and severed the link. Racing through the clouds, he mapped out the grim reality, flying all the way manually, instead of warping through the portal. Would instantly paint a massive target on his back as the prime suspect. But missing the meeting wasn't an option either. He absolutely had to touch down at his own tower, so he could officially warp to Draxon's location. He pumped his wings with everything he had, but the drag was just too much. At this rate, he'd missed the deadline by a hair. Gritting his teeth, he pushed past his limits. Out of nowhere, a blinding surge of mana detonated, igniting his wings into a brilliant, fiery phoenix gold. His hair morphed right along with it. Wide-eyed, he stared at his own burning feathers. Was this the legend? He never intended to tap into this. His chest hammered like a war drum. He clutched it, utterly stunned. It was actually beating. Suddenly, his bizarre animal magnetism made total sense. With a single explosive beat of his golden wings, he shattered the sound barrier. Gale force winds shredded his face. This speed was absolutely insane. He crossed the distance in a blink, totally botched the landing, and slammed headfirst into his own barrier, plummeting into a snowbank. Shaking off the impact, he realized he actually beat the clock. But this fiery new gear was dangerously unstable. He had to walk on eggshells until he could fully domesticate the raging phoenix, locked deep inside his core. As the blazing wings faded back to normal, he wondered, did the mythical bird just burn out and slip back into a coma? Shrugging it off, he sprinted into his stronghold and pinged Gordon, checking his status. Gordon gave the green light, asking if the king was already on level 1. He confirmed, snapping, in order for him to get down there. They needed to warp to the Beast Tower right this second. Meanwhile, over in Ormus, an elite raid party of heroes was gearing up, and every single eyeball was glued to Rosal's chant. Whispers rippled through the ranks. Was she seriously the prodigy who unlocked mana at just 5 years old? She was the undisputed golden child of the Magic Tower. Star-struck rookies nervously crept up to beg for an autograph, pouring out their desperate fanboy praise. But Rosal just swatted the air like they were annoying flies, spat out, "losers," and coldly ordered them to pack it up and move out if they were done yapping. One hero flushed bright red, snapping that she was way out of line. She needed to put a leash on her toxic mouth, or she'd completely nuke the squad's public image. But insanely enough, the masochistic heroes actually cheered her brutal insults. She just rolled her eyes. What was the big deal? They were pathetic trash. Should she lie? More importantly, how on earth was she supposed to clear the tower, carrying this mountain of dead weight? Suddenly the spotlight snapped away from her. The crowd parted. Helen had finally hit the scene. Instantly the hype machine exploded. This was the legendary 10-star powerhouse who slaughtered the King of Lust. But the dark rumors swirling around him, brushing off his recent disastrous campaign, he strolled up to Roselle. He shot out a hand, flashing a grin. "Long time no see. I'm crashing this raid to lend you guys a hand," he offered. She just scoffed, eyeing him like trash. "Look at this pathetic loser," she sneered. "Where's that filthy ring of yours? Did you ditch it at the stronghold since we don't have any elves running with us?" she mocked. A tight, nervous smile crept across his face. "Let's catch up on that later," he stammered, a cold sweat breaking out. Damn it, he realized. She knows exactly how I slaughtered the King of Lust. If this psycho opened her mouth, his legendary status would crash and burn. Honestly, if the Supreme Demon King hadn't laid down an absolute order, he wouldn't be caught dead sharing a battlefield with this lunatic. Roselle rolled her eyes. "Fine, tag along if you want," she spat. "But listen closely. The king of demonic beasts. He belongs. I'm tearing his throat out myself. Keep your filthy paws out of my fight, or I'll end you too." He just threw up his hands, flashing a slick, compliant smile. Loud and but behind those grinning eyes, pure malice. "Yeah, right," he thought. "That bastard's head has my name written all over it." A massive rift tore open the air, spitting out our main guy and his crew. Draxon was already waiting, blocking their path like a brick wall. "Jason, Berger, right on schedule," Draxon barked. "Get inside. We'll break down the intel behind closed doors." The MC let out a heavy breath. "Well, at least we didn't miss the party," he muttered internally. The squad marched straight up to the penthouse of the Monster King's fortress. Ugar immediately crossed his arms. "Why drag us all out here for some emergency summit?" Ugar demanded. Jason just chuckled darkly. "Word on the street is a hit squad of heroes. The exact same ones who crushed Lust just rallied enormous. Is that why you're panicking?" Draxon narrowed his eyes. "So the rumors reached you too?" He slammed his fist down. "Then I'll cut the crap. One of you backstabbers smuggled an elite demon into my territory and swiped my phoenix heart. That artifact was mine to absorb. And worse. Thanks to that reckless moron, the second prince of Ormus got slaughtered. So guess what? Their furious king just deployed a massive raid party specifically to hunt me down." Ugar raised an eyebrow. Was Draxon actually hoarding a dead phoenix, he wondered? "Hold on," Ugar interjected. "Did this rogue demon also assassinate the dwarven princess?" Reyna shot him a sideways glance. Sacrificing top-tier summons for a hit job? What an amateur move, she calculated silently. Jason, meanwhile, baiting a full-blown hero raid, Jason analyzed. This isn't an accident. Draxon bared his fangs. Maybe the rat among us wanted to trigger an all-out apocalyptic war, just like the chaos we faced when that dwarf royal dropped dead. Someone in this room is trying to eliminate me. But hear this. I am not dying alone. To expose this snake, I am dropping the points for a black box key. Deep inside every fortress sits a black box. It's the ultimate surveillance system, logging every single breath a demon king takes. Back in the day, It was just a basic analytical tool designed to optimize our invasions into the human realm. But the elite demon lords, the apex predators, they absolutely despise using these trackers. Plus, the price tag for a single key is a downright astronomical chunk of demon points. And if the tower falls, the box disintegrates entirely. That's why everyone ignores it. The MC's eyes widened a fraction. A black box. Damn, I didn't see that wild card coming, he realized. If Draxon actually unlocks the log in his territory, my cover is totally blown. Draxon ground his teeth together. To access these logs, I need explicit consent from each respective tower master. He glared around the room. And naturally, every single one of you will grant me access. Right, because only the guilty rat would ever refuse. The MC masked his face, groaning internally. What an absolute moron. Suddenly, Reyna smoothly raised, "You have my permission," she stated coldly. Jason casually waved a hand in agreement. Ugar nodded, and finally the MC threw his hand up too. "I'm in." Draxon's sneer widened. "Unanimous. Perfect. I'll reach out to each of you individually." He wrapped up the summit right there. Now here's the catch. The black box key. It's strictly single use. Dropping those points before a massive hero invasion is financial suicide. There's no way Draxon blows his entire budget on keys right now. It would completely cripple his own defense grid. But the exact second this hero wave crashes and the dust settles, he'll buy that key and tear straight into Jason's logs. Stepping back through the portal, the MC mapped out his next move. All right, before he gets the chance, Draxon needs to go. Permanently. I'm gonna run a quick diagnostic on the tower, then I'm heading out to handle some personal business, he announced. Gordon trailed right behind him, bowing respectfully. Everything is prepped and waiting, sir. The MC cracked a smile. Perfect. Let's kick things off on floor 1, he ordered. Gordon saluted sharply. Yes, your majesty. Cut to a little while later. Burger Tower, first floor. Logar was perched on top of a gargantuan war machine, throwing his arms out like a mad scientist. Behold, your demonic majesty, he roared. A mana-powered siege cannon, forged in the very fires of the abyss. I present the Inferno Barrel M1. Just look at those flawless, devastating proportions. He had never forged such an absolute masterpiece in his entire life. Powered by the roaring flames of the Hellforge, this beast of a weapon could seamlessly channel 3 or more elemental strikes. Better yet, it was fully mobile. You could deploy this thing literally anywhere on the battlefield. A creation of this magnitude was complete. It blasted concentrated mana projectiles, packing a built-in generator that actually siphoned magical energy from the surrounding atmosphere to keep itself fueled. It could lock onto a single target, rain down area of effect destruction, or act as an autonomous sentry guarding a designated choke point. It was the ultimate all-in-one package. Our main character cleared his throat, reminding the craftsman that he had given him the green light to build whatever weapon he desired, but was he absolutely sure about this design? Gordon confidently fired back that yeah, the shape was a bit comical, but that didn't change the cold hard fact that the cannon functioned flawlessly. If the boss hated the look of it, he was free to strip him of the Hellforge. But the Demon King simply waved it off. Nah, keep it. Let's see just how far this crazy inventor could push his limits. Meanwhile, Logar threw his hands straight up into the air, screaming out his absolute gratitude. Your Majesty, you won't regret this. I'll build more cannons, stronger ones. I'll craft dozens of them. No, hundreds of them. A little while later, our hero made his way up to the second floor of the massive tower. Out of nowhere, Kaede lunged at him, her blade flashing as she screamed that she warned him. He was going to seriously regret taking her on as a student. She viciously swung her weapon, launching herself into a fierce forward assault, but the protagonist casually caught her blade bare-handed, instantly shattering her entire momentum. He smirked, teasing that she had not improved one single bit. Furious, Kaede leveled her sword straight at his chest, sprinting forward as she roared that she was not holding anything back this time. Channeling the ultimate Jaspine family sword art, she unleashed the Descending Moon Slash, transitioning flawlessly into the Descending Moon Split. She tore across the ground, keeping her glowing blade thrust dead ahead. The Demon King offered a slight, impressed smirk, admitting her form had gotten a tiny bit sharp. Still, she had a long way to go. With those mocking words, he condensed the terrifying orb of dark energy right in the palm of his hand. Kaide shrieked in pure shock. Impossible. How the hell did he deflect her ultimate technique without even breaking a sweat? Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the massive tower. The protagonist shifted his intense gaze to his subordinate, questioning why she was hanging around on the second floor anyway. She quickly explained that Princess Ernin was currently up on the fourth floor, deep in the middle of a high-level spirit summoning ritual. Because of the sheer danger, they had temporarily relocated Princess Kaede down here for her own safety. The protagonist raised an eyebrow. Meanwhile, up on the fourth floor of Burz's tower, scattered empty vials of ultra-rare senile powder littered the dark corners of the room. Ernin squeezed her eyes shut, forcibly drawing in the dense magical energy swirling around her. Standing dead center on a massive glowing arcane crest, Great Spirit of Water, Guardian and Protector, I summon thee. Bind us by blood and soul, and forge this contract seal in the name of Ernin. She begged the ancient entity to answer her desperate call. In the blink of an eye, a massive torrent of water flooded the entire chamber. The arcane circle blazed. Ernan gasped out the true name. Niruniel. And just like that, the legendary spirit materialized out of thin air, slowly fluttering her eyes open with a soft, surprised. She floated gracefully, murmuring, "Well, color me impressed. Who actually possessed the raw talent to summon me straight into the heart of the Demon King's own? By the ancient, sacred covenant of my ancestors, I, Niruniel, the Great Spirit of Water, officially recognize you. A mortal human named Ernin as my bonded contractor." The ethereal spirit reached out her glowing hand, and Ernin tremblingly reached back to seal the deal. Exhausted, the princess let her eyes slip shut, her body practically floating upward in the residual swirling currents of water. But her legs gave out, and she collapsed, right into the strong, waiting arms of our protagonist. Snapping, gazing down at her as he whispered that he almost missed out on witnessing such an incredibly rare spectacle. "Outstanding work," he praised. Her face instantly stuttering, she insisted it was honestly nothing special. It was entirely thanks to that insanely expensive senile powder he had tracked down for her. Peering up into his dark eyes, she suddenly blurted out, "I love you, Demon King." The very next second, the blood completely drained from her face, and she shrieked in absolute mortified panic. "No, wait, that wasn't me. Please, you have to believe me." It was her vocal cords, sure, but she definitely wasn't the one steering the ship right now. The protagonist chuckled, noting that she had apparently bound herself to a seriously unfiltered, headstrong spirit. Right on cue, Niruniel swooped past the flustered couple, giggling out loud. "Oh my gosh, what am I going to do with you? I totally just blurted that out. But let's be real, she absolutely adores her big bad Demon King. It's honestly tragic that she got exposed this fast. So come on, when are you two making it official?" The MC blinked, completely thrown off guard. What kind of romantic nonsense was this spirit spout? Hearing the commotion, Kaede stormed in, her jaw hitting the floor as she shrieked, "Wait, what? What the hell is—" Ernin furiously slapped both hands over her burning cheeks, while Niruniel just laughed gleefully, dropping another bomb. "Oh honey, the spicy rumors about the Demon King and his little princess are already spreading like absolute wildfire throughout the entire spirit realm." The spirit zipped right up to his face, adding, "This is like a straight-up soap opera. How on earth did I miss out on all this juicy drama? So when's the big date? Or are you two still stuck in that cute, awkward honeymoon phase?" Practically radiating heat from embarrassment, Ernin aggressively ordered her spirit to dispel. Niruniel gasped in dramatic fake offense. "Wait, this is the very first time I've been summoned to the physical realm in literally years." But the protagonist raised a hand, commanding her to wait. He stared at Niruniel, demanding to know exactly how she perceived him right now. Floating back a bit in surprise, the spirit looked him up and down before cheerfully declaring, "Well, the Demon King is a devastatingly handsome hunk who is absolutely destined to tie the knot with my—" He fired back, echoing the question as his hair shifted shades. A blazing aura of raw heat erupted around him. "And now," he pressed, "what do you see?" She just stood there, studying him with narrowed eyes.
"A second ago," she murmured, "you were practically burning with pure demonic malice.
But now this mana is crystal clear. You don't feel like a demon lord anymore. You feel like a spirit." Staring at his own glowing palms, our guy smirked. Which means those other demon lords and so-called heroes won't suspect a thing, setting me up to personally butcher the Beast Demon King. Ernian gasped. Wait, a demon lord assassinating another demon lord? Cut to later. Gordon's face popped up on a communication crystal, clutching his hair like a madman as he shrieked, "Your Majesty, are you out of your mind? Since when does a demon king go on a suicide mission to whack one of our own?" Our MC casually glanced at the glowing system prompt hovering in midair. "I thought I made myself perfectly clear," he sighed, flashing back to their brief chat earlier, where he casually mentioned taking a trip. Gordon had demanded, "Going where?" And our guy just deadpanned, "To slaughter Draxon." Back in the present, Gordon was losing his mind. "Careful. What the hell kind of explanation is that? This makes zero sense," the subordinate howled. The MC just rolled his eyes. "I figured you were done questioning my orders, Gordon." The guy was practically frothing at the mouth. "This is completely different. Bending the demon code is one thing, but murdering your peers, what happens if the others find out?" Gordon pleaded. Ignoring the panic, our hero kept blasting through the sky. "That's exactly why I'm handling this personally," he countered. "If we don't take Draxon out before he unlocks that black box, we're the ones getting scrapped." "I get that," Gordon hollered back. "But isn't this basically a death wish? You haven't even adapted to Aaron's dimensional pushback yet. You know how spatial energy works. Every realm violently rejects outsiders. The world itself is trying to crush you into dust right now. Any demon crossing over gets their power severely choked off. And those local heroes, chosen by the dimension, they are literally designed to slaughter weakened invaders. That's just the natural order. But the demon lords, they engineered their own twisted loophole to survive the dimensional pressure. The King's Tower. It's not just some fancy fortress. It's a massive power relay. It anchors the demon's home realm straight into whatever territory they invade. By pumping dark energy points into the structure, the boss can siphon massive amounts of raw power straight from their homeland, clawing their original strength back. Bottom line, the taller the tower, the deadlier the king. Gordon hammered his point home. And the further you stray from your own tower, the less juice you get. You're fighting with a handicap. Worse yet, that Beast King's tower sits at 13 stories high. Yours, you're stuck at a pathetic 5 floors. I hate to say it, boss, but going into his territory, you'd get absolutely shredded. I know, our guy replied coolly. I swallowed the Phoenix Heart, but my body hasn't fully digested that kind of firepower yet. Right now, any top-tier demon could wipe the floor with me. A wicked grin spread across his face. But that's assuming I go in solo. Are you seriously going to? Gordon gasped. Cutting him off, the MC dropped the bomb. Yep, I'm crashing the heroes' raid party. They're gonna know me as Pale Ormus. Cut to the battlefield. Bleeding warriors stared down a horde of monsters. Damn it, they pushed us all the way back here, one yelled. Looks like only the trash mobs are left. Hold the line and cover the retreat. The main target is slipping away. Get the medics over here now. Amidst the chaos, Helen shoved a healing vial into a battered soldier's hands. Drink this. Stay with me. Right then, our disguised MC strolled up to the carnage. What kind of nightmare did you guys run into? You look like ground meat. Helen blinked up at the stranger in shock. He flashed a quick smirk. Just call me Pale. Pale, she echoed. Her eyes dropped to the blood-soaked dirt. We thought we had enough firepower. We grouped up and charged straight in. The goal was to wipe out the tower. We followed the intel perfectly, zeroing in on his critical blind spot, that massive tail. It actually worked. We broke his defenses. But then, in a sudden flashback, Helen spun around, screamed, Roselle, it's your turn. Hit him. But the MC spotted the mage, collapsed in the mud, white-knuckling her staff and gritting her teeth in agony. A hulking, nightmarish Draxon was already casting a shadow over them. Snapping back to the present, Helen choked back a sob. So we had to pull out. The raid was a total disaster.
Staring down at the broken survivors, our guy hid a devious smile. Bingo, he thought. Now it all makes sense. He is absolutely spent. Helen chimed in, admitting their bitter defeat, but emphasized they had landed a crippling strike. That freak is going to need some serious downtime to bounce. On top of that, they had slaughtered a massive chunk of his demonic horde. Catching this, our guy's gears started turning. The clock was still ticking in their favor. All they had to do was mount a fresh assault right before Draxon could patch up that dark stronghold. But then he hit the brakes. Hold up. Roselle was bleeding badly, and where the hell was Valraff Dizra? He was assigned to be her meat shield. Helen's face darkened with pure disgust. Valraff? That worthless coward bolted. What an abs— Cutting the rant short, a battered Roselle limped over, spitting out the bitter truth. That rat scurried away before we even breached the fortress gates. His filthy rich backers actually want that cursed spire left standing. They are nothing but a bunch of greedy, twisted psychos. Our hero blinked, sizing her up. So, you are the famous Roselle? She shot back, warning him he had totally missed the boat. Just look at the butchered mess their vanguard had turned into. Unfazed, but you are itching to storm that spire one more time, aren't you? Instantly she snapped, practically roaring. What? Hell yes, I am going to slaughter that mangy, demonic bastard even if it kills me. That monster had gouged out her eye, a debt paid only in blood. Helen cast a heavy, sympathetic gaze her way, sighing. Look around. Half our squad is bleeding out, and our healing supplies are completely bone dry right now. Mounting a second offensive, it is just suicide at this point. A smirk crossed the protagonist's face. That is barely a hiccup. If it was just elixirs they craved, he was completely loaded. With a flick of his wrist, he gestured toward a tear in reality, spilling over with a massive mountain of glowing vials. Listen, these will not magically regrow a missing limb, but they will patch up your front line fast enough to swing back into the fray. Roselle's single eye narrowed, scanning him top to bottom. Just who the hell are you, and why bend over backward to save our skin? Deep down, a bizarre, comforting heat washed over her just from hearing his voice. In all her years of bloodshed, she had never basked in an aura this intensely pure. Just how did this stranger forge such a blazing inferno deep within his very soul? Without missing a beat, our guy pressed a hand firmly over his heart, delivering his pitch. But then, his eyes drifted across the battered survivors, realizing a bitter truth. Throwing healing juice at a shattered battalion was not going to magically fix their crushed fighting spirit. If he was going to drag this bruised militia back into the meat grinder, they needed a god-tier spectacle. So he unleashed the ultimate flex, manifesting the legendary, I just need you all to fall in line and watch my back. Immediately, every single battle-hardened vet froze, jaws dropping, staring blindly at the blinding, majestic radiance. A spark ignited in Roselle's mind. No way. This is it. Leaning into the hype, the protagonist smirked. I am Pale, the Lord of the Phoenix, and I am here to mount the Demon King's head on a spike. Roselle's breath hitched in utter shock. The mythical Firebird. Was this seriously the exact same divine entity that had suffocated her with its crushing aura, soaring high above the capital skies? Just the sheer, unadulterated density of his magic put him dead even with an absolute titan like him anchoring their vanguard. Hell, maybe dragging that Demon King straight to hell was not a pipe dream after all. The undisputed overlord of nightmares slouched on his bone-chilling throne, flanked by his grotesque generals. He growled, pissed, that he had been forced to burn through a massive chunk of his dark essence reserve. His master plan was to fully fortify the Death Spire, but thanks to that little setback, he only scraped together enough currency to snatch up a single obsidian key. Gripping the sinister artifact tight, he scoffed, swearing they would crack the second vault down the road. Now it is my time to shine, you pathetic fools. With a twisted grin, he jammed the key into the Sovereign's cursed puzzle box. Instantly, violent shockwaves of raw power erupted from the seams. Yes, give it to me, Draxon roared. Bleed out every filthy little secret you are hiding. But suddenly his sinister laugh morphed into a panicked shriek. What? No, cut it out. How is this even possible? The encrypted archives woven into these boxes were completely immune to manipulation. If these visions were real, then that explained everything the bastard did. He had to sound before all hell broke loose. But a moment later, his grand realization was shattered as he bellowed in sheer outrage. "The hell did you just say?" A trembling demon dropped to, "My lord, the human vanguard. They are storming the gates right now." Draxon's eyes bulged. "Are you kidding me?" The terrified lackey blurted out more horrific. "It is worse. A brand new 10-star powerhouse just hit the battlefield, Ralph Schmitz, and he is spearheading the entire bloody charge. Jump back 60 minutes earlier. Practically the whole bruised army was staring at our boy, chanting in a frenzied uproar. Hell yeah, we march right back into the fire. We have got a literal god. That ugly freak of a demon king is dead meat. Hoist your steel, boys. We are wiping every last hellspawn off the map." Glory to the Phoenix Draxon's legendary loot is as good as ours. Watching this chaotic mosh pit of hype, the MC crossed his arms, thinking, all right. He had successfully brainwashed them back into a fighting mood, but there was a massive catch. He seriously doubted he could safely span the Firebird's chaotic energy in a full-blown. Gliding right over to Helen, he pointed out that since a handful of 10-star elites barely made a dent last time, he needed to heavily buff their strike team. A cocky grin sliced across Roselle's scarred face. She practically purred, dropping a massive bombshell. An absolutely goated champion had just begged to crack. Eyebrow raised, our guy demanded, "Who are we talking about?" She proudly declared it was Ralph, the undisputed, heavy-hitting apex predator of the current masters. Cut to the man himself, gripping his colossal blade with lethal precision, effortlessly deflecting a brutal. She declared he'd spearhead the vanguard for their second assault. Right on cue, Ralph launched another punishing strike. Slamming the segments of his shield together, he unleashed a massive shockwave that blasted a gaping crater into the earth. Our hero watched closely. Ralph ranks as the second toughest meat shield among the 10-star elites, he noted inwardly. That signature buckler of his, it bounces every ounce of kinetic force right back at you. He understood the sheer nightmare of fighting that defense firsthand. After all, Ralph was one of the arrogant bastards who had slaughtered and mocked him in his past life. Every instinct screamed at him to rip the guy limb from limb right then and there. But he had bigger fish to fry. Draxon was public enemy number 1. Just then Roselle chimed in, mentioning that Ralph had crashed the party seconds after the initial siege ended. She bragged that a tiny bit more patience would have guaranteed them a flawless victory. Fueled by these reinforcements, the brutal clash raged on. Our lead cut through the bravado. Believing in your own hype is great, but don't ever sleep on a demon king. Roselle blinked, totally caught off guard. "Excuse me?" she fired back. He just kept walking, his eyes locked dead ahead. Never play fair. They always stash a couple of dirty tricks up their sleeves. And they only flip those cards when their backs are shoved against the wall. Internally, the gears were turning. If Draxon had already coughed up the points for the key, his demonic reserves would be too utterly drained to fend off this invasion. Which meant, if things kept spiraling like this today, he was destined to witness Draxon's ultimate death blow the hard way. Meanwhile, high up on the 13th floor, the Demon King's grand throne room, Ralph and his strike squad breached the upper sanctum. Murmurs rippled through the ranks. Are there even any monsters left up here? This has to be the apex. Last time the place was crawling with the undead. Out of the shadows, Draxon's voice boomed. Wretched little pests. He snarled that he hadn't planned on pest control again so soon. He'd been forced to make a gruesome sacrifice to prepare for this. Roselle gasped. This demonic aura, it's absolutely suffocating. Is it coming from him? But the entire floor is totally empty. Draxon inhaled the swirling black miasma, a twisted smirk painting his face. Bingo, the Overlord hissed. He just needed one apocalyptic strike to wipe the floor with them. He had literally devoured every single one of his minions. The MC glared at the towering boss, putting the pieces together. By standard raid logic, the penthouse suite is supposed to be stacked with elite guards, but this bastard found a glitch in the system. He cannibalized the life force of his entire army. In a flash, Draxon roared. You brain-dead fools. I'll reduce every last one of you to cinders. Nobody walks out of this room breathing. Our hero braced his stance. Showtime. Let the real nightmare begin. A deafening shriek erupted from Draxon's lungs as a catastrophic tidal wave of dark malice exploded from his core. The frontline grunts mindlessly charged in screaming battle cries. "Hold your ground! Do not get close to him," the veterans hollered. But the eager rookies yelled back. "Are you blind? He's mutating right in front of us. This is our only window." Suddenly they hit the brakes, their eyes bulging in sheer terror. A devastating tsunami of raw, destructive force was barreling down on their skulls. Ralph instantly slammed his massive shield into the impact was so god-awful that even his legendary Aegis violently cracked straight down the middle. Panic flashed in Ralph's eyes, but he aggressively slammed the broken. He violently deflected the shockwave right back at the sender. Draxon didn't even flinch, glaring at them with murderous intent. Helen shrieked and our spells did absolutely nothing. Roselle gritted her teeth. He just swatted away that counterstrike like it was a damn mistake. Draxon then spread his arms, demanding they bow before the true, unrivaled sovereign of monsters. The sheer gravity of his killing intent crushed the room. Oxygen vanished. Every breath scorched their lungs like inhaling pure battery acid. One by one, the elite knights collapsed to their knees, violently convulsing, clawing at their own throats, and sobbing for mercy as they choked out. But in a split second, the MC triggered a top-tier incantation, Aegis of the Phoenix. Brilliant, scorching golden flames erupted outward, purging the poison. The gasping troops cheered wildly. "Holy hell! The Lord of the Phoenix! We owe you our lives, my lord." Amidst their crying gratitude, our guy did the math. Draxon is totally tapped out. He can't hoard another drop of demonic fuel. He snapped at the extras. "You're just dead weight right now. Get your asses behind the safety ward. Stat." With that he turned his back on them. The battered grunts yelled back, "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." Draxon chuckled darkly, noting that only 4 bugs were left standing. "But one of you," the demon snarled. "Your mana makes me want to vomit." The MC raised an eyebrow, genuinely amused, as Draxon roared, "Hey, who the hell are you?" Our hero just flashed a cocky, arrogant grin. "Miserable parasite," Draxon exploded. "You stole my phoenix, and now you have the nerve to march right into my throne room?" Fueled by pure rage, the Demon King launched himself like a heat-seeking missile. Ralph hastily popped his shield, while the protagonist instantly fired off a high-level silence hex. With a razor-sharp flick of his wrist, he declared, "In this domain, I own the very sound waves." Roselle's eyes lit up. Holy crap, flawless timing. He utterly muted the Demon King's sonic roar, masking the hum of his own incoming incantation. Draxon was completely flying blind to their next move. He seamlessly chained that into a grand tier lockdown spell, Chains of the Grand Sage. Lethal glowing tethers ripped through the air, violently binding Draxon's massive frame. The demon shrieked, "You worthless gnats! Do you really think these pathetic party tricks can hold a god?" In a blinding display of raw brawn, he forcefully shattered the magical restraints into dust. He threw a devastating right hook into the empty "This is a slaughter. You're just trembling little rabbits, and I'm going to rip you limb from limb. I'm taking you out first, Brzee." But the MC just flashed a cocky smirk, tapping his ear. "Sorry, couldn't hear you." Seriously, what was this guy even yapping about? That permanent silence spell was still working perfectly. Their target. The fearsome Demon King of Beasts. Suddenly, Roselle whipped around, panic written all over her face. "Pale!" she screamed. In a flash, our protagonist flared his wings, launching himself away from Draxon's deadly claws. Roselle instantly fired off a barrage of spells, while the rest of the squad panicked. "He's way too fast." "We can't even get a lock on him," Hillen barked back. "Who cares? Just stick to Pale's damn plan." Right on cue, Draxon on the beast roared, declaring he didn't give a damn about their reasons. Trying to figure out the motives of a bunch of total psychopaths was a waste of time. "You actually tried to take a bite out of me. Don't even dream of walking out of here alive." "Brzee," he bellowed. Pale simply spun around, meeting that murderous glare head-on. Just a few minutes prior, Pale had held up a single finger, laying down the law. The key to hunting this demon king. They had all felt the terrifying sting of his monstrously fast reflexes firsthand. We have to drag down his momentum and strike his weak spots. Hillen had stepped up then, claiming he could match that insane velocity if he pushed his lightning acceleration to the absolute limit. Perfect, Pale had replied. I'll give you the signal when the time is right. Hillen had wondered what kind of signal he meant, and back in the present, Draxen closed the gap in a heartbeat. Got you, he roared. But Pale just soared higher, pulled a sharp U-turn and whipped out the Ahriman sphere. Draxen blinked, totally thrown off by the weird move. Are you actually brain dead? He mocked. You really think a shiny toy is going to stop me? Pale just flashed a wicked grin. Oh, it's not for you, he fired back. This little sphere has a neat trick. It acts as a homing beacon between a lord and his vassal, Draxen scoffed. And what good does that do? There is literally no one around to save your pathetic life. A split second later, crackling lightning surged around Hillen's entire body. He rocketed straight at Draxen, screaming in pure agony. My freaking head feels like it's gonna explode. Do not ever use that damn sphere on me again. Draxen's jaw dropped. Burrs, you absolute lunatic, he yelled. You seriously made the hero your vassal? Don't knock it till you try it, Pale shot back. It's a fantastic investment, assuming you survive this, of course. In a blinding flash, Hillen slammed into the Demon King, unleashing a shock wave of raw electricity that hit dead center. Vicious gashes ripped across Draxen's flesh, but the beast just spat out a bloody laugh, all leading up to one miserable scratch. How tragic. But before he could finish gloating, a massive array of glowing magical glyphs ignited all around him. In their earlier strategy session, Pale had locked eyes with Roselle. The exact moment Hillen shatters his defense, wait for my mark, and then unload on him. Give him every single drop of magic you've got, Roselle. Make him pay for that eye. Snapping back to the battle rage burned in her remaining eye. Demon King of Beasts, you dared to take my eye. Now I'm burning every ounce of my mana to obliterate you in one shot. She raised her hands, chanting, High Tea Fire Magic Flame Cannon. A terrifying pillar of infernal heat blasted right through Draxon's torso, forcing the rest of the crew to throw their arms up against the blinding shockwaves. A catastrophic explosion shook the wasteland, leaving Draxon's charred, smoking body slumped in a massive crater. He coughed up black blood, snarling, You damn it! Pale's eyebrows shot up. Man, color him, surprised the guy actually tanked that. Looked like this fight was just getting started. Who the hell do you think I am? Draxen roared. I am the Demon King of Beasts, Draxen Duke Alkane's right hand, and the absolute king who will conquer this miserable world. Fueled by pure rage, he unleashed a hurricane of devastating wind blades, blasting the squad backward. Thrusting his bloody claws forward, he spat, that they forced his hand, and now he was going to crush them all into dust. He lunged straight for our boy, screaming, Burze! Pale just flashed that signature smirk. Wow completely lost his temper. Now he's just a rabid mutt off the leash. Draxen kept screaming that he was going to rip his jaw off, while the MC just kept grinning like a menace. You know, Pale mocked, I haven't properly introduced you to my phoenix yet. Raising his palms, intensely hot energy began pooling in his hands. The very same pet I found resting inside that lovely volcano of yours. Draxen howled, Burze! With pure, our protagonist unleashed a blinding torrent of flaming energy, point blank. Draxen shrieked that this wasn't over, but the sheer force of the blast sent him rocketing backward through the air, only to crash headfirst into a brutal counterattack from Ralph. The heavy defender deflected the impact perfectly with his massive shield, aiming straight for the beast's exposed tail, his critical weak spot. And right in that pushing through sheer exhaustion, dragged herself to her feet, forcing every last speck of mana into her trembling hands. She gritted her teeth. I am not missing this time. She activated a high-tier binding spell, the Chains of the Sage. Ethereal chains exploded from the ground, violently skewering Draxen in midair. Panic finally set in as the beast realized he was trapped. No, if they hit me right now, and with a cold power surged through his veins as he coiled his muscles, bracing for the ultimate blow. A split second later, a deafening battle cry ripped. Borjay and Hillen launched themselves forward, blurring into twin streaks of pure light, unleashing a devastating combo. Our guy just smirked, telling him to chill out. He had the Phoenix handled. Rest in pieces, Draxon. In a flash of steel, the monster's head spun clean off its massive shoulders. The stunned fighters gasped. We did it. Lord Hillen actually slaughtered the Beast King. As Hillen hoisted his blood-soaked blade into the sky, the crowd erupted. All hail Hillen, glory to the Savior. A wicked smirk crept across his face. Oh yeah, scream it, worship me. The ultimate legend of this era is going to be nobody else but me, Hillen. Suddenly panicked screams shattered the moment. The tower's coming down. Grab the loot. Somebody get healing potions for the rank 10 hunters. Move your asses. Get out of here right now. Amidst the chaos, our MC stood over Draxon's lifeless skull, a cold realization hitting him. They actually handed me a do-over, he mused, even if it makes zero damn sense. Right up to the bitter end, I couldn't even put a dent in the Demon Lord's absolute rule. Once the dust settled, Roselle crossed her arms. So this was your grand master plan all along, to personally claim the Beast King's head. Wrapped entirely in heavy bandages, Hillen played dumb. He waved it off, claiming she had it all wrong. It was just— She let out a dry, sarcastic chuckle. Right. Sure it was. Suppressing a heavy sigh, her mind started racing. Him crashing the battlefield at the exact perfect second. Yeah, that screamed shady right from the jump. But considering they fought like absolute hellhounds out there, I can't really point fingers. Besides, we only walked out of that meat grinder alive because of him. Snapping back to reality, she laid down the law. I'm taking the Beast King's corpse. Got a problem with that? Hillen quickly held up his hands. Nope. Oh. Just then, a scout frantically waved his arms. Lady Roselle, you seriously need to see this. Hidden deep inside the rubble, they stumbled upon the abducted royals. The scout rushed up to a dirt-covered girl, completely blown away. Wait. Is this actually her? Pushing herself up from the wreckage, the third princess of the Auckland Kingdom, Lavinia, finally revealed herself. Roselle's jaw dropped. Holy crap, it really is Lavinia. What in the world are you doing in this hellhole? The princess blinked blankly. Materials. Roselle nearly lost her mind. Wait, you dragged yourself into a death trap just to harvest chimera parts. Monster parts, Lavinia deadpanned. Roselle threw her hands up, totally exasperated. You waltzed into the Beast King's lair to scavenge? The surrounding knights exchanged bewildered glances. How is she even translating this weirdo? Pinching the bridge of her nose, Roselle asked, Did that monster hurt you? Gold, for the beasts, Lavinia mumbled. Roselle stared in disbelief. Are you telling me you tried to buy a monster from him? The princess just gave a slow, creepy nod. Watching this bizarre exchange, our MC finally connected the dots. No wonder Draxon was loaded. The bastard was straight up extorting this crazy royal. Groaning in frustration, Roselle yanked Lavinia to her feet. All right, that's— What a completely useless princess, she muttered. Our MC watched them leave, deeply weirded out. So she engineers mutant freaks, but rolling up to a demon king to strike a business deal, flashes of a similar lunatic from his past life crossed his mind. Yeah, this chick is a certified psycho. Days later, deep inside the dimly lit chambers of the Hero Guild's High Council, the Beast King's domain was a highly lucrative farming zone for our top guys, he grumbled. We bent over backwards, bribing sponsors to keep those rank 10 hunters on a tight leash. A female executive chimed in. Well, rumors are spreading that some rogue calling himself the Phoenix Master tipped the scales. The room erupted into shocked murmurs. The Phoenix Master. He was actually at the raid. Who the hell is this guy? Is he one of ours? But the intelligence officer shook his head. This mystery powerhouse wasn't registered. Ever since the Demon Lord spawned in the Urzest Peaks, these weird glitches keep popping up, the chairman growled. It's time we slapped a chokehold back onto these rogue hunters. Priority number 1. Unmask this Phoenix Master immediately. The council bowed their heads in absolute submission. Consider it done, sir. Meanwhile, inside the opulent dining hall of the Ormus Kingdom, the king was outright bawling. Oh, my glorious champions! he sobbed, showering them with gratitude for butchering the demonic horde and dragging his royal sons back from the brink of death. The spread might be a bit humble, but please eat until your stomachs burst. A loyal retainer gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Sire, please. You've exhausted yourself. It's time to rest. Leaning against a marble pillar, Roselle swirled her champagne. Well, this party is a total buzzkill, she muttered. The booze is top tier, but the vibes, absolute. Hillen suddenly slid up beside her, eyeing her stunning evening gown. Guess the crazy princess already hitched a ride back to Auckland, huh? He casually noted. She gave him a sharp side-eye. What did you dress up just to steal the spotlight? He let out a hearty laugh. Come on, what are you even talking about? He leaned in closer. With you looking like that, nobody else in this room. Mentally rolling her eyes at the cheap flattery, she changed the subject. By the way, where the heck is Pale hiding? I've searched everywhere. I really need to talk to him. Overhearing the name, the surrounding nobles immediately perked up like meerkats. Wait, Mr. Pale, I've been dying to meet that legend, a knight blurted out. He literally pulled our squad from the jaws of death, and I haven't even said thank you. Then Ralph chimed in, praising the Phoenix Lord's sheer brilliance. The rest of the group stared at him in utter disbelief, their jaws practically hitting the floor as they realized Lord Ralph had finally broken his. Helen raised his hands defensively, cautioning that he hated to be the bearer of bad news, but Lord Pale had already abandoned their ranks. The room erupted in a chorus of shocked gasps. Meanwhile, high atop the jagged peaks of the Urzest mountain range, inside Burz's imposing tower, welcome home, my liege. Did you actually manage to slaughter the monster lord? Our protagonist gave a curt nod and answered, he is dead and gone. Gordon's mind raced, utterly baffled that his master pulled it off, panicking over how they were supposed to sweep up this catastrophic. Frantic with anxiety, Gordon violently whipped a feather duster through the air, sending thick clouds of dust flying everywhere. Brushing past the chaos, our protagonist settled onto his massive throne and declared, with Draxon out of the picture, the remaining lords will definitely emerge from the shadows. If I don't show my face when they assemble, it's going to raise massive red flags. Gordon immediately understood why his master had bolted back so frantically, while our hero reflected inwardly. This brutal clash had forced a bitter pill down his throat. He was still incredibly weak, even considering Draxon had pushed himself to absolute limits. His body was completely drained from his previous bloody encounter with the heroes, and his ultimate strike should have instantly obliterated the target. Yet the impact fell pitifully short. He desperately needed to awaken his dormant potential, push his innate power to the brink, and drastically evolve the Phoenix Heart. Just a heartbeat later, an urgent communication request buzzed from Jason. Our protagonist picked up, demanding to know what was going on, though a fresh notification had already confirmed his darkest suspicion. It was a damn good thing he sprinted back when he did. Jason smoothly announced his plan to host an emergency summit of the Lords inside his stronghold that very day. Feigning absolute shock, our protagonist asked why they were rushing the agenda. Was it already time for their scheduled assembly? Jason grimaced. Assuming Burz was still in the dark, Jason dropped the bombshell that Lord Draxon had perished. Delivering this grave news, Jason solemnly bowed his head, resting a heavy hand against his chest in a respectful. A wicked, razor-thin smirk flashed across our protagonist's face as he silently gloated over his own flawless handiwork. Quickly masking his amusement with sheer horror, he gasped out loud. Good heavens, are you actually serious, Jason? Solemnly confirmed the tragedy. He added that there were crucial matters to discuss, especially since a brand new demon lord had just burst onto the scene. That caught our guy off guard. He met a successor rising to power barely 12 hours after the predecessor bit the dust. That timeline was suspiciously quick. Had Grand Duke Alkine somehow predicted Draxon's demise and staged a backup plan? No matter. With the black box totally vaporized alongside the crumbling tower, they had zero evidence pinning the murder. He was completely untouchable. So he strutted into the grand meeting hall, oozing absolute confidence. Shortly after taking his place, Vivian Blunt locked her piercing eyes onto our hero, her voice dripping with intrigue as she remarked, "So, you are the infamous Burz." This stunningly lethal woman was Vivian, the reigning monarch of the terrifying Blood Moon clan. Maintaining his cool, our protagonist slid into his designated seat at the and formally introduced himself without. Vivian scrutinized him like a fascinating new toy, her mind drifting back to a recent private strategy session where Alkine had slammed his fist on the table, growled. Draxon was way too formidable to be wiped out so pathetically. It simply doesn't add up. The mysterious demon who trespassed on his territory reeks of foul play. He commanded Vivian to dig through the wreckage, uncover the gritty details, and deliver a full report. She was explicitly ordered to shadow Burzay's every move. If any rogue was arrogant enough to shatter their sacred laws, it was definitely this reckless rookie, a punk who blatantly spit on their ancient traditions. Snapping back to the present from her memory of swearing loyalty, she suggestively ran a tongue over her lips, musing. These incredibly thorny men were often the easiest to manipulate. Perhaps it was time to poke the bear and see what happened. Just then, Jason's booming voice commanded the room. Since our ranks are complete, let the summit commence. Refusing to be ignored, Vivian fluidly pushed her chair back, sauntered toward the center, and purred about how utterly fascinating. The second a ruler drops dead, the rest flawlessly swarm together like a hive. And just like magic, as a united front, they launch a desperate manhunt for the killer. Yet she openly admitted that her attention was completely captivated by something else, the legendary upstart Burz himself. Without a shred of hesitation, she provocatively strolled right across the sprawling mahogany table, planting herself directly across from him. Our protagonist was momentarily stunned by her sheer, unadulterated audacity. Holding his gaze with hungry eyes, she cooed that her insatiable curiosity had simply gotten the better of her. What sort of terrifying anomaly was sitting in front of her, possessing enough raw chaos to flip their entire hierarchy on its head? Remaining stoic, have you reached your final verdict? A sly grin touched her lips as she admitted he was undeniably gorgeous, right down her alley. Reaching her slender hand, she boldly offered him a steamy, unforgettable night in her chambers. Disgusted, he aggressively barking at her to keep her filthy paws off him, hurling a vicious insult at her ugly looks. Instantly losing her seductive facade, she shrieked in pure, fiery outrage. Excuse me, she was the breathtaking sovereign of the succubi. How the hell could he reject her? The tension snapped when Reyna coldly intervened, ordering Vivian to take her seat immediately. Vivian shot her a bewildered glare as Reyna firmly pressed on. They had gathered not only to induct the new queen, but to urgently dissect the exact circumstances of Draxon's humiliating, catastrophic defeat. Watching from the sidelines, Jason blinked in absolute, "Wait, is Reyna actually hijacking my summit?" Recovering her composure, Vivian let out a dark, mocking chuckle, glaring right at Reyna. "Don't tell me." Reyna slowly shut her eyes, her voice eerily calm, as she confessed that he was the only thing occupying her thoughts. Defeated by her "All right, we're done here," Jason announced, signaling the council's resumption. The vanguard, spearheading this hero's crusade, consisted of the elite 10 stars. The summit dragged on a suffocating, mind-numbing affair. The Demon Lords swapped whatever scraps of intel they had gathered, but a sudden bombshell hijacked the agenda. A phantom warrior had surfaced, dubbing himself the Master of the Phoenix. The room erupted into a fractured debate, but ultimately, the High Table agreed to dig deep into this Phoenix enigma and tread on eggshells. Our hero mentally calculated his next move. Since he'd spent the entire bloody crusade operating from the shadows as Pale, he had zero chance to keep tabs on the other fiends. Moving forward, blowing his cover was totally off the table. On top of that, Vivian was lurking around his turf, clutching a top-secret mandate from Archduke Alkin. His eyes locked onto her. She playfully blew a kiss right back. "Just don't become a massive headache," he thought, sighing internally. Cut to the Burgundy Tower level 1. Katie peered past a stone pillar. Jackpot. The sentries were totally slacking off. The corridor was entirely stripped of demons. Princess Ernian was completely missing in action, too. This was her golden ticket out. Freedom sat right behind those heavy doors. She stared at the exit until a voice suddenly shattered the silence. Sneaking out. Katie whipped around. Ernian stood there flanked by her water spirit. Katie instantly channeled her mana snapping. "For the tower's tranquility and your own survival, stand down." Katie leveled her blade directly at her chest. "Who knows what hell awaits me if I stick around," she growled. I don't want to hurt you, but you're backing me into a corner. Sparks flew between their glares. Out of thin air, Gordon materialized. Beat it if you're so desperate, he scoffed. Your corpse isn't my problem. Is this human gratitude? Katie shot him a venomous glare, her mind racing. You ripped me from my home and act like I'm at a luxury resort. And seriously, why was he suddenly rolling out the red carpet for her exit? Her brows knitted together. Whatever sick trap he's baiting his guard is totally down. It was now or never. Once she busted out of this fortress, she'd rough it in the mountains. She bolted blindly toward the gateway, plotting to sprint straight to Holton Walk and rally backup. She slammed her palm against the iron, and an overwhelming magical surge pulsed through her right before a massive shock wave blasted her backward. Yeah, pawing at that door triggers a nasty bite, Gordon deadpanned. Crumpled on the floor, coughing through the pain, Katie writhed in agony. Gordon lazily crossed his arms, gazing down at her. Listen up. Anyone lacking explicit clearance from the Demon Lord can't even breathe on that threshold. I'd strongly suggest you stop petting it unless you want to end up as ash. In the blink of an eye, Ernian pressed her delicate fingers to the gateway. The massive seals clicked open. Gordon's jaw practically hit the floor. Ernian blinked, totally bewildered. Wait, I just felt like giving it a push. She offered a sheepish grin. Why did it actually work? Let me just lock that back up. Right on cue. The Overlord's heavy gauntlet grabbed the frame. He peered into the hall, raising an eyebrow. You cracked this seal yourself. Decided to roll the dice and make a run for it. Ernian gasped, paralyzed. The Demon Lord. Gordon instantly dropped to one knee. We welcome you, my liege. What exactly is this circus? He demanded. Cut to a bit later. Deep inside his shadowy sanctum, the boss lounged on his throne, fixing Gordon with an icy stare. So Princess Katie tried to make a break for it. Chuck her in the abyss. Gordon nodded respectfully. As you command. But, sire, what kind of sorcery is protecting Princess Ernian? The boss frowned. Spit it out. My lord, only souls bearing your sacred mark can breach that barrier. Yet, Princess Ernian shattered the lock with a single touch. The Overlord smirked. The fortress itself recognized her blood. She's officially part of the furniture now. Gordon's eyes widened in pure shock. Meanwhile, our guy's brain was buzzing. If Princess Ernian is truly buddy-buddy with a top-tier elemental, then busting out of this joint and trekking across the deadly peaks would be an absolute breeze for her. A glowing system prompt materialized in thin air. He skimmed the holographic text. I've been completely MIA from this stronghold for ages, so why the hell is she still hanging around? What's her endgame here? Down in the damp, rotting dungeons, Ernian gazed through the rusty iron bars at Katie. I warned you, she murmured softly. Running was a suicide mission. Katie ground her teeth together. Nobody is just nice for zero reason. That freakish overlord is obviously spinning a wicked web. Which means you're playing a sick game too. Ernian broke eye contact, staring at the cold stone floor. Actually, I walked into this hellscape completely on my... Kaede gasped in pure shock. What in the world? Meanwhile, our guy watched closely, wondering if she stared right back at him. Would she catch on that he... Ernian didn't hold back. She confessed that she bailed because she absolutely loathed that suffocating palace. Sure, technically she was abducted at first, but after tasting freedom, she didn't have the slightest urge to ever go back. Taking all this in, our main character narrowed his eyes. Was Princess Ernian really spilling all this directly to him? Right then, Kai clenched the iron bars. She pointed out that out of the massive pool of royal heirs in Hildren, only Ernian wielded such a terrifyingly powerful gift. She was a dead ringer for the throne, throwing away a guaranteed crown just to serve the Demon Lord. Ernian chuckled. Didn't it sound completely insane? Officially, the ruler of Hildren boasted 62 heirs. It was the most massive royal bloodline on the whole continent. Yet, strangely enough, she couldn't even name another prince or princess, aside from herself. Kaede scoffed, questioning the point of all this. In reality, there were barely 28 of them left. Ernian smirked. On paper, sure, that was the story. But what was the actual truth? She spun around, flashing a knowing look. She challenged Kaede to go back to the Empire and dig it up herself. The Emperor definitely hid some dark skeletons in his closet.
Kaede fired back.
If a scandal like that leaked, she wouldn't give a single damn about her family's precious honor.
Or the kingdom's reputation.
Ernian just laughed, teasing that a runaway bride who chickened out of her own wedding really had no room to preach right. Caught off guard, Kaede's cheeks flared beet red. Ernian waved it off playfully, adding that she was just messing around.
Catch you tomorrow.
With that breezy farewell, she strolled toward the exit. Meanwhile, our guy, still monitoring the situation from the shadows, pondered this juicy intel. The dark secret of the children royals was something only the highest elites whispered about. Turning his focus, he commanded Gordon. He needed to get Ernian ready. They were heading out to hunt down those elusive spiritual flowers. Gordon bowed deeply, confirming his orders. Sometime later, deep within the freezing peaks of the Ursus Mountains, Neraniel fluttered ahead, juggling a handful of glowing spirits buzzing with excitement to track down the magical blooms. Ernian threw her hands up, casually asking if the little fairy was plotting some kind of prank. She figured Neraniel was just absolutely thrilled to finally breathe some fresh air outside, since the boss hadn't shown his face in the tower for ages. Suddenly, our guy stepped right up to her, sharply calling out her name. She jolted, eyes wide with shock, stunned that he actually addressed her so directly. His expression was cold. He flat out told her he wasn't buying her little sob story for a second. She needed to spill every single dirty secret she was hiding. Dark, crackling energy swirled around his clenched fist as he delivered a grim ultimatum. If she kept lying, their eyes locked in a dead stare. But right at that very second, miles away, Dapner Filion was spying on them. Peering through heavy binoculars, he muttered, "Bingo. Target acquired. That is the demon lord of the Ursus Mountains." Just as those words left his mouth, Ernian stared at our guy in sheer panic. He just sighed and muttered, "Well, guess we are taking a detour." In a flash, he unleashed a devastating, roaring blast of dark magic straight into the distance. He calmly told Ernian they would finish this right after he exterminated a pesky little rat. Far away, Dapner screamed in absolute terror. How the hell did the monster sense him from so far away? The spy couldn't believe it. He was literally using elite stealth magic and a flawless shadow double. Brushing off the dust, our guy just sneered. Pathetic parlor tricks. Trembling, Ernian looked over and asked, "Wait, was that a hero?" He nodded. Yep. The rat had been stalking them since they stepped outside, and it was seriously ticking him off. She gasped. A hero crazy enough to trek into this deadly wasteland just to scout, and skilled enough to blend into the shadows. That had to be Dapner, the legendary 10-star hero. He was a top-tier mercenary, a master of espionage and recon. Word on the street was that total cloaking and flawless shadow clones were his absolute specialty. Our guy's eyes darkened. That name echoed from his previous life. Rumor had it this exact spy was the rat who leaked all his critical weaknesses back then. But this was the first time seeing the guy's face. Panicking, Ernian asked if their base was safe. "Relax, it's handled," he brushed her off. Meanwhile, hovering near the drop zone, a bewildered Dapner frantically scanned the area. If the Demon King was strolling right here, his fortress had to be close by. So why the hell was he staring at thin air? Cut back to our guy. A crisp system prompt flashed. Mana Phantom remote link established. Absolute invisibility mode engaged. Energy drain initiated. Consuming 10 demonic energy points per second. Skimming the glowing blue text, he smirked. He had completely wiped the tower off the map. This cloaking field was the perfect ace up his sleeve to dodge those annoying heroes until he was good and ready. Still burning 10 points a second was pretty steep. The massive fortress would stay perfectly ghosted, as long as his energy reserves held up. Once he ran dry, the gig was up. But pushing that aside, he locked his piercing gaze right back onto Ernian. "Now where were we?" he growled. She was going to cough up every last buried secret, right here, right now. Because if she didn't, the heavy iron doors of his sanctuary would slam shut on her forever. Slowly she met his intense stare, then defeatedly dropped her eyes. "Fine." She promised to lay all her secrets bare. Glancing over her shoulder, She asked if he had ever caught whispers of a spell known as the Child of the World Tree. Moments later, Dabner pressed forward. Lurking in the shadows, Crudo established a mental link with our MC, whispering, "My lord the hero has descended from the peaks." He dropped his camouflage. Just as you guessed, it was merely a decoy. The MC smirked, replying, "Stellar job. Hunt down his remaining clones and shadow their every move." Crudo bowed his head. "At once, my liege." Suddenly the system chimed in. Mana Phantom Tower cloaking protocol engaged. Demonic energy reserve sitting at 65,220 points. Those numbers were bleeding dry, fast. Glaring at the glowing holographic screen, our guy realized their cover was hanging by a thread. Things were getting incredibly sketchy. Sure, the Citadel had leveled up significantly, but surviving this threat might push it past its breaking point. Dabner needed to be erased from the board. Breaking the silence, Ernian confessed her father most likely dispatched the man to hunt her down. Staring right into her eyes, the MC pointed out that maybe, since she was the firstborn royal, her old man wasn't about to just let her slip through his fingers. Or did it all tie back to that Child of the World Tree nonsense she brought up? She sighed, calling it a heavy tale. Crossing his arms, he smirked. "I've got nothing but time." Taking a deep breath, she unraveled her dark past. Generations ago, the kingdom of Hildren stood as an unstoppable, magnificent empire, but relentless bloodshed ground them into dust. Their golden era rotted away, reducing them to an utterly forgettable, second-rate nation. Her father became completely consumed by the delusion of reclaiming that lost supremacy. He became convinced that, instead of fielding tens of thousands of troops, what he truly craved was one absolute prodigy. A single god-tier mage who could wipe out entire battlefields solo. But true brilliance can't be forged just by swinging a sword, and prodigies don't just grow on trees. The MC raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" She nodded grimly. The Child of the World Tree wasn't a fairy tale. It was a twisted magical experiment designed to mass-produce genetically modified weapons. Just like her, his eyes blew wide open at the horrific revelation. She kept going, detailing how they violently pumped unborn babies, full of lethal doses of raw mana, desperately trying. Disgusted, our guy muttered that mortals were frankly no less twisted than the monsters of the underworld. But surely neither the host nor the infant could survive that kind of torture. Right? Her expression darkened as she confirmed the death toll was an absolute bloodbath. The few who didn't die instantly were either severely mangled or met a gruesome end long before hitting puberty. Only the flawless, fully functioning lab rats were proudly paraded around. Right on cue, a massive, grotesque eyeball ripped through the stormy clouds, hovering directly over them. The MC's instincts flared. He knew exactly what triggered it. The beast picked up the scent of her clearly an apex predator of the highest caliber. Without missing a beat, he channeled volatile dark matter into his palm, barking out, "Stay back, princess." But defying all logic, she stepped right into the line of fire. Squaring her shoulders, she declared that out of countless agonizing, she was the king's ultimate masterpiece, an unrivaled anomaly. A split second later, a dazzling rune erupted right in front of the monstrous gaze. The beast radiated terrifying shockwaves. Unfazed, Ernian projected her blinding sigil forward, and weaving her strength with her spirit companion Neraniel, who materialized at her back, she conjured a massive, indestructible glacial fortress. Shimmering icicles then violently erupted outward, brutally shredding the giant, staring orb into pieces. The MC strolled up, totally dumbfounded. Wait, did a mere mortal just one-shot? Just like that, suddenly the king's maniacal obsession made total sense. Avoiding his gaze, Ernian bitterly confessing that her overwhelming talent was quite literally painted in innocent blood. He studied her closely. "So you're telling me that holding godlike abilities, sitting next in line for the crown, you seriously have zero desire to march back home? And I'm just supposed to buy that?" Furious, she lashed out, screaming that she wasn't spitting lies. She demanded he bust out that lie-detecting relic he handed Helen earlier to prove it. But he coldly stating the sphere of harmony was practically a useless toy against high-tier spirit arts. Igniting deadly magic in his palm, he aimed a lethal blast directly at her face. "Drop the act and spit out your actual agenda," he ordered. "If you're stringing me along, you're about to find out exactly why they call me the Demon Lord." Glaring daggers back at him, she fiercely snatched his wrist, screaming that she wasn't playing games. Ripping his hand forward, she slammed it flat against her chest. Completely caught off guard, he stammered, "Whoa, what are you doing?" "Listen to my heart," she yelled. "There isn't an ounce of deceit beating inside me." Instantly, he felt a powerful wave of raw intent, as the spiritual energy within her chest thumped against his palm. He realized his tether to the phoenix was amplifying the sensation. Every racing thump, her frantic pulse, her rawest emotions flooded his mind. Burning fury, crushing sorrow, and a suffocating wave of intense shame. Her face flushed completely crimson as she stammered that this was the ancient way spirits conversed. Raw mana particles violently clash and resonate, exposing the deepest, unspoken thoughts of whoever you're touching. She was laying all her cards on the table. Reluctantly, our guy admitted to himself that her soul was completely transparent. Staring at the dirt, she whispered, "Besides, the exact second I laid eyes on you, it all clicked. You were nothing like those other rotting fiends. You're the only savior I have left." He blinked, totally thrown off. "A savior? The hell are you Help me," she screamed, her voice trembling with raw fury. Her ultimate goal, obliterate her own father and erase the kingdom of Hildren from existence. Our hero blinked, taken aback by her sheer intensity, wondering if this dark ambition truly came from her heart. "All right," he finally nodded. "I'll trust you." Relief washed over her as she whispered a quiet thank you. But Neruniel wasn't having it. "Wait, what?" she snapped, glaring back and forth between them. How did they build this secret bond right under her nose? The guy always acts so oblivious, while this girl is clearly playing the ultimate sly fox. Ernie's cheeks flushed crimson as she averted her gaze. It's nothing like that," she stammered. "It's just how spirits naturally connect." "Screw that we need to communicate physically," Neruniel demanded. Cutting through the awkwardness, our hero stepped in, confirming that he deeply felt Ernie's genuine resolve. They would hash out the master plan against Hildren once they returned to the tower. Ernie gave a firm nod of agreement. "But first things first. Use your spirit to track." Meanwhile, Dapner dashed through the rugged terrain. He relied on his signature duplication magic, a spell that allowed his clones to endlessly divide. Sure, spawning massive numbers severely watered down their combat strength, but in exchange, they could sweep across absolutely. Deep inside a hidden cave, the original Dapner sat, cross-legged, analyzing the real-time feedback flooding in from his countless copies. "The Demon Lord's tower stands at least 50 meters tall," he muttered, baffled that such a colossal structure remained hidden after scanning this endless waste. Yet he hadn't spotted a single damn shadow. Piecing together the intel from Wharton Kolo and Hylam Kegel, he had crunched the numbers mapping out the enemy's exact route and timeline. Mathematically speaking, the fortress absolutely had to be right here. But staring at the empty landscape, frustration boiled over. "Where the hell is it?" he hissed, just before a blinking alert on his mystical map caught his eye. A wave of shock hit him. His clones, creatures that even elite beasts wouldn't dare mess with, were being slaughtered by the dozens. Back on the other side, Crew 2 delivered the tactical update. "Boss, we've located the duplicates and wiped them off the map. For a 10-star champion, this guy is surprisingly fragile." Crew 2 scoffed. Glancing at a glowing system prompt, our hero simply smirked and said, "Annihilate every single copy you spot," he ordered. "You got it," Crew 2 barked back. The protagonist's grin widened as he checked his balance. If he could butcher all the decoys and drag the real Dapner out by the throat, he could brainwash this legendary champion into becoming his loyal pawn, basically handing him the keys to the... Suddenly, Gordon's frantic voice blasted through the comms. "Boss," he hollered. Our hero's eyes narrowed. "What's the emergency?" "The tower is glitching out," Gordon panicked. "The mana spirit is going completely haywire. It's burning up like..." In the background, Loggers was having a full-blown meltdown, sobbing over why his precious baby was suddenly malfunctioning. Instantly, a stark red warning flashed across the system. Maintaining the cloaking field for this long was causing a catastrophic overload. The price to stay hidden was skyrocketing. The camouflage fee had just surged to a staggering 100 points every single second. An overload, our hero thought, his stomach dropping. At this massive burn rate, he would go completely bankrupt in less than 10 minutes. It was a ticking time bomb. If he didn't snatch Dapner before the clock ran out, the fortress would uncloak, bringing an army of furious heroes straight to their doorstep. To make matters worse, Gordon chimed in again. "Sir, those damn clones are multiplying like a plague right outside our walls." Meanwhile, Dapner stubbornly refused to doubt his own genius. His math was flawless. The enemy stronghold had to be buried in this exact spot. He had already burned through colossal amounts of magical energy. Walking away empty-handed simply wasn't an option. Suddenly, a relentless barrage of death notifications flooded his vision, as even more of his duplicates. Knowing the clock was ticking, our hero barked, "Crew 2, we are out of time. Scour every inch of this wasteland. Do not let a single copy get within breathing distance of the tower." "Understood," Crew 2 roared back. Pivoting instantly, the protagonist screamed, "Gordon, beam me the exact drop locations of every duplicate we've killed so far." Gordon confirmed the order without missing a beat. The protagonist's mind raced. Clone magic had a hard limit. If the copies wandered too far from the original caster, they would freeze up like statues. Dapner must have already cleared his immediate surroundings. By connecting the dots of the slaughtered clones, the real body. Just then, Dapner felt a chilling spike in power and gasped. "The Demon Lord is here himself." This proved his calculations were spot on. "I found him. Now I just need to fall back and deliver the intel." But right as he turned, Naruniel peeked into the darkened cave, locking eyes with her prey. Without missing a beat, she ignited a blazing magic sigil. "Target acquired," she screamed, blasting a terrifying wave of frost straight into the cavern. She slammed the icy barrier shut, sealing the exit. But a split second later, the hero materialized right behind her. She whipped around and shrieked, "Run!" "Ernium, beam the coordinates," our protagonist roared. Raising her glowing hand, the spirit shouted, "Right here, Lady Naruniel." Ernium immediately fired a blinding beacon of energy straight into the cloud. Spotting the distress flare, our protagonist blasted into the sky like a rocket, materializing directly in front of Dapner, in a terrifying flash of speed. The Demon Lord called out his name, his voice dripping with absolute authority. "I'll give you a choice," he declared. "Bow down." Dapner's mind raced. Wait, he's a Demon Lord, right? But that aura, it's a phoenix. Panic set in. Since when can a mythical beast... No, that was impossible. Rumor had it the phoenix belonged exclusively to some guy named Pale... a guy deeply connected to Helen. Dapner's blood ran cold. Don't tell me. Is Pale actually the Demon Lord in disguise? And is Helen just his obedient pawn? His pupils dilated as the horrifying pieces fell into place. What about that entity from earlier? That was definitely a spirit. Since when do holy spirits ally themselves with a demon lord? This made zero sense. Did that mean the crown princess was also working for the dark side, just like Helen? Holy crap. A massive scandal like this, if he sold this intel to the right buyer, it would set him up for life. He'd be filthy rich. But first he had to survive this nightmare. Without hesitating, Dapner and his shadow clones surged forward, desperate to escape. But his hopes were instantly crushed. A suffocating pressure blanketed the sky above him as the protagonist's voice thundered down. "You absolute fool. I offered you a choice," the young lord sneered. "Now you will be erased." The 10-star hero trembled violently. This immense pressure. Is this really the raw strength of who hasn't even hit his first birthday? Dapner cursed under his breath. Damn the guild for dumping this suicidal mission on me. I should have backed out the second I saw the target. To hell with the paycheck. If I had known this kid was a walking nuke, I would have run the other way. Before he could finish his thought, a blinding explosion ripped through the battlefield, sending a glowing mana bird shooting out of the smoke, clutching a classified scroll in its beak as it vanished across the horizon. Hours later, that same magical messenger breached the borders of the Hildren King. Moments later, inside the royal throne room, a frantic commander dropped to one knee and screamed, "Your Majesty." Royal intelligence just intercepted an urgent broadcast from Dapner. The king leaned forward, his eyes gleaming. "Yes, my liege," he shouted. He transmitted the precise coordinates before the feed cut off. A wicked grin spread across the monarch's face. Just as I expected. That assassin never fails to deliver. The commander swallowed hard, his voice shaking. The king's smile vanished. Spit it out. What happened? The kneeling man trembled. The magical familiar that it was instantly incinerated by pitch-black flames the second it arrived. It turned to pure ash. The king shot out of his seat. What? You don't mean... Before the ruler could even finish his sentence, his loyal servant nodded grimly. Yes, your majesty. The familiar's spontaneous... His physical body has been completely obliterated by the demon lord. Furious, the king violently smashed his fist against the armrest of his golden throne. Unbelievable, he roared. To think even our most lethal and calculated He thrust a commanding finger toward the grand doors and bellowed at the top of his lungs. Get the Heroes Guild on the line, right now. I want them mobilized immediately. Draft a mandatory summons for every single 10-star hero in the realm. We are going to obliterate this brat, once and for all. And we are bringing our crown princess back home. Meanwhile, back at the devastated crater left by the blast, our protagonist dropped heavily to one knee, gasping for air. His lungs burned as he mentally reviewed the sheer destruction he'd just caused. Tapping into the Phoenix's, the explosive damage was completely off the charts. But his vision blurred and his legs gave out completely. But before he could eat dirt, Undine swooped in, catching his dead weight. Master, are you holding up okay? The scorched earth sizzled fiercely against her delicate skin, causing nasty burns to blister up her legs. Catching sight of the damage, he winced. Hey, doesn't that burn like crazy? Undine offered a gentle smile. Please, I'm a supreme water spirit. Healing is kind of my whole brand. Plus, I refuse to look pathetic and... Besides, we can't let our guard down. Roving orcs could be lurking in the shadows. He let out a tired sigh, nodding in agreement. Fair point. Keep watch, I just need 5 minutes. Leave it all to me, she purred softly. Just close your eyes, master. Several days later, explosive headlines plastered every kingdom newspaper. A massive swarm of succubi had violently infiltrated the royal... Panic swept the streets as global alerts blared over the magic comms. Every last demon king must be exterminated. Scanning the frantic... Jason crumpled the broadsheet in his trembling fist. He glared across the room. I explicitly begged you to keep your demonic subordinates locked inside the tower. I literally told you to lay low. Unbothered, the succubus queen casually lounged at the vanity table, swirling a glass of blood-red wine. Oh, relax, she scoffed. You told me sure, but I'm the ruling queen. I call the shots around here, not you. Jason threw his hands up. And because of your little stunt, the entire human population is on edge. Do you have any idea the crossfire you... She rolled her eyes, taking a lazy sip. Aren't you being... I mean, they're supposedly mighty heroes, right? Jason blinked, entirely lost. What the... Those shiny little heroes are nothing more than a midnight snack, aren't they? She downed the rest of her glass, her eyes glowing dangerously. So what if my girls bumped into a... While raiding the palace, that idiot hero was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Pushed past his breaking point, Jason... Oh my God, he groaned to the ceiling. Lord Duke, why in the world did you saddle me with this airheaded bimbo? Excuse me, she shrieked. Did you seriously just call me an airhead? She violently kicked her chair back, marching right up to his face. I'll have you know I am the undisputed queen of the succubi. To prove her dominance, she leaped onto the mahogany table, glaring down at him. I'm not some brainless liability. I am the absolute pinnacle of my entire race. Jason just stared at her standing on the furniture. A deadpan smile slowly crept on. Take a wild guess. How many so-called heroes do you think are... She scoffed, brushing it off. In the realm I crushed, maybe 10. I'd say this place has a few more. 50 tops. Why are we even stressing over such a pitiful head count? A cold, mocking smirk crept onto his face. Wow. The Archduke really kept you in the dark, didn't he? If you actually knew the truth, you never would have set foot in this hellhole. Her eyes widened in sheer disbelief as he dropped the bombshell. 4,732. That's the current roster registered with the Heroes Guild. A sudden wave of panic washed over her. She nervously twisted a strand of hair, stammering, Is this some sick joke? No single dimension. Jason cut her off immediately. Listen up. If this world actually had a reasonable limit, the former Demon Kings would have bulldozed. She tried to chalk it up to bad luck, but an Aryan bumping into a hero was practically a daily routine. That just doesn't make any sense, she muttered, her voice trembling. But the Archduke swore to her. His hollow words echoed in her mind. Vivian, my glorious queen, who already brought an entire dimension to its knees. Crushing, he even dangled the ultimate prize, promising to name her as his rightful heir if she pulled it off. Though of course that little brat, he had claimed he was dying to see her triumph, and she was terrified of letting him down. He promised me, she shrieked, desperation bleeding into her tone. Jason just stared at her, unimpressed. Let me guess. He guaranteed you the Archduke title, right? And I bet he also commanded you to act as a watchdog over Burgoyne. She gasped, feeling completely blindsided. How did you know? Jason calmly raised a single finger. It's painfully obvious. I know exactly how that snake operates. He milks his spies dry, then kicks them to the curb. Her breath hitched. Kicks them to the curb. In a flash of raw dominance, his oppressive aura slammed into her, pinning her face straight into the cold wood of the table. Newsflash, you gullible fool. Starting right now, I don't want a single independent thought rattling around in that hollow skull of yours. You are going to follow my orders to the letter. No questions asked. Do we have an agreement? Whimpering, she frantically agreed. Satisfied, Jason finally backed off. He settled back into his chair and casually flipped open the daily paper. His eyes immediately scanning the chaotic front page, a grim satisfaction washed over him. The entire globe was clearly rattling with Still, this wasn't exactly how he mapped things out in his head. Vivian was small fry. Reeling her in was a total walk in the park. The actual headache was Berja, that pompous, fire-breathing nightmare of a dragon. Jason had really wanted to bide his time and play the long, but with the board shifting this drastically, he had no choice but to fast-track the endgame. Meanwhile, miles away, our main guy finally fluttered his heavy eye. Groaning from the mattress, he rasped out, Where am I? Naraniel, casually taste-testing a spoonful of her simmering broth, shot him a radiant grin. The stew is perfectly hot. Care for a bowl? He immediately waved it off, his mind racing. I'll pass. More importantly, did we actually make... They were safely tucked away on the 4th level of his stronghold, hidden right under Arian's nose. She beamed with pride, confirming his suspicions. Pretty slick operation, right? She teased. He bolted upright, rubbing his temples. How long was I out? And how on earth did you smuggle me past the defenses? Relax, boss. Not a single soul caught a glimpse of us, she reassured him. Gordon was totally distracted, so I just shimmied right through a 5th. Honestly, we've only been back for like 10 minutes. He let out a long sigh of relief. Wow, you really pulled it off. Her smile practically lit up the room, but then a sudden realization hit him. Wait, did you tamper with my body? He vividly recalled blacking out from complete mana depletion, yet now raw. He stared down at his trembling palms in utter shock. Naraniel just shrugged playfully. Duh, I pumped you full of my own magical reserves to patch you up. His jaw practically hit the floor. Hold up, are you telling me you actually healed a demon lord using standard mana transfer? She nodded, treating it like it was common knowledge. Yup. Remember how you swallowed up that summoned creature? That crazy stunt completely rewired your system to process normal. That was the exact same loophole that let him pull off their little telepathic link. Meanwhile, Naraniel was absolutely melting inside. Oh my God, first I had my hands all over, and then we were practically locked in an embrace. Seriously, take me now, universe. I could die happy. Completely, his tone turned dead serious. Naraniel, you take this to the grave. We clear? In his head, exposing a demon, he scowled, stepping closer. If a single syllable of this leaks, she instantly silenced him, with a finger to her lip. But, she purred, my silence doesn't come cheap. He narrowed his eyes, bracing himself. Name your price. He blinked, totally caught off guard. A favor? Look, as long as it doesn't blow up in my face, you've got a deal. She clapped her hands together. Awesome. Their moment was instantly shattered as Gordon's frantic voice echoed through the comms. My liege, we have a massive crisis on our hands. It's the Hildren Kingdom, sir, Gordon blurted out. They've zeroed in on our stronghold's exact coordinates, and they're gearing up to launch a massive crusade right. Helen just wired over today's front page look. As his eyes scanned the blaring headlines, a cold sweat broke out on. Neroniel peeked over his shoulder, reading the print aloud. It says right here, in his final moments, Dapner managed to leak the coordinates to our Urzest mountain base. A furious scowl twisted the boss's features. His mind raced. This dimension completely lacked the high-tier magical jamming networks that the demon realm relied on. Realistically, the guy's only option should have been launching a pathetic carrier pigeon, and the boss had specifically blitzed him to sever that exact lifeline. How is this even possible? He gritted his teeth. Did that stubborn bastard actually fire off a distress signal before we even crossed paths? So the massive bombshell about him secretly ruling the Phoenix Palace was supposed to stay buried, huh? Is that actually a blessing in disguise, then? Ernian stared at the monitor, her eyes widening in sheer disbelief as her mind. Well, that seals it, Gordon muttered grimly. Word on the street is they are rallying every single 10-star hero. We are talking about a mobilization of epic proportion. They will need a solid 6 months just to prepare for this. The protagonist gritted his teeth, his mind reeling. 6 months. They've already pinpointed the tower's exact. Against a massive army of 10-star heavyweights, cheap traps won't even scratch them. Triggering a sudden avalanche or unleashing some random beast won't slow them down one bit. In just a half year, hundreds of elite champions will storm the fortress without breaking a single sweat. Am I seriously going to die all over again, just acting as their helpless pawn? To hell with that. There has got to be a loophole to survive this mess. Suddenly, Ernian gripped his hand tight. Demon King, she whispered, her eyes flashing. I have a plan. Honestly, only a legendary dark medium could pull off something that. A plan fitting for one of your majesty's most brilliant commanders. He blinked, completely. He let out a sharp chuckle, realizing how utterly ridiculous she sounded. Even repeating it in his head, the grand title felt ridiculously childish. Waving off the tension, he told her he must have stressed her out over absolutely nothing. Getting straight to business, an emergency strategy meeting to counter the incoming threat. Deep down, a fierce fire burned in his chest. He refused to shatter until he unleashed total hell on the arrogant hero who had once dragged his name through the mud and slaughtered him. Ernian nodded solemnly. Yes. The only way to halt their crusade. Elena, the protagonist's jaw dropped, but she yanked his and completely derailed the hero's impending invasion. Wait, Elena, he stammered. Are you talking about the 13th princess? She gave a desperate nod. Exactly. She is my baby sister. We might share different mothers, but our bond is practically unbreakable. That massive news report just claimed Elena was abducted by the Demon King of Indestructibility. Frowning deeply, he crossed his arms, studying her face, and asked if she was genuinely terrified for the girl's safety. Look, most other Demon Kings could not care less about their precious hostages. But Ernian shook her head frantically. It goes way deeper than that. Remember when I mentioned that brutal spell? The one that violently rips open a person's mana sensitivity. The children of the... Well, Elena was born as one of those tragic kids too. But unlike me, her magical tuning skyrocketed way past anything her physical, leaving her cursed with a dangerously fragile body. Because of that, the poor girl was trapped. However, if she stayed confined inside a Demon King's fortress, a dead zone where mana barely even exists, and finally mastered her inner flow, she would unleash a terrifying power rivaling my own. I swear my life on it. His mind instantly went to work, a prodigy packing the exact same devastating firepower as Ernian. That could be an incredibly lethal asset. Shaking his head, he scoffed out loud. Hold on, I am a literal Demon King. What is this salvation garbage? Playing the savior is strictly a hero's gig. He smirked, hinting that maybe a certain hero could pull it off. He praised her slyly, admitting she was an absolute mastermind at pulling people's strings. Not, she flashed a cheeky wink. Hey, I am a royal princess after all. He sighed internally. Whatever. The so-called champions are already gearing up for war. We definitely do not have the luxury to bicker over morals. He turned sharply. Gordon, get Helen on the line right now. Tell her to mobilize a heroic crusade to rescue the 13th princess. Gordon instinctively barked, "Yes, sir," before doing a massive double take. Wait, what? Rescue the princess? Fast forwarding a bit, deep within the looming tower of indestructibility, right inside the Demon King's private quarters, Ugar glared down at his uninvited. "I caught wind of the rumors," Ugar growled. "But why the hell are you crawling into my sanctuary now, right when those righteous lunatics are preparing to storm my gates? Give me one good reason to bail out a moron who openly spit on our sacred charter." Instantly, the protagonist levitated off the ground, a chilling smile on his face. "Cut the crap," he declared smoothly. "I am not here begging for a lifeline. I came to throw you one." Ugar's jaw nearly hit the floor. "The hell?" He leaned in close. "Those heroes? They do not give a damn about your precious fortress. They are hunting me." Ugar recoiled, roaring. Without missing a beat, the protagonist dropped the bomb. "Take that 13th princess you swiped and dump her right onto the very first floor of your domain. The second those golden boys secure their royal VIP, they will pack up and retreat." Ugar erupted, screaming. I haven't heard a single whisper about this so-called expedition. The protagonist, Ugar's face twisted into a furious scowl. This little punk. Just because I sat here and entertained his babbling, he is acting like he owns the place, stepping way over the damn line. The arrogant rat dares to mock our absolute laws? In a flash of blind rage, the hulking demon raised a colossal fist, channeling terrifying third-tier Titan gigantization magic. Yet the protagonist didn't even flinch. Third Prince Guillaume, the 7th princess of the Bellows Duchy, 4th Prince Matt. The massive fist froze instantly in midair. The protagonist smirked, hammering his point home. Every single one of those royals has been violently shoved out of the line of succession, stripped of all political backing, or hails from some pathetic, dirt-poor kingdom that couldn't summon a hero to save their lives. You could kidnap them for a century, and not a single soul would bother mounting a rescue mission. Ugar broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this guy had completely mapped, but hesitation gripped him. Eyes wide with shock, he demanded to know how the MC had figured it out. Our protagonist just smirked, tossing the question right back. Does it really matter? Memories flashed through his mind. These were the exact same royals he had abducted back in his previous life. A sly grin crept across his face. "Isn't securing this tower your top priority?" he teased, casually dropping a bombshell. Spinning on his heel, our protagonist brushed it off. It was a flawless setup. Tossing just one captive down on level 1 wouldn't cost him a single dime. Ugar narrowed his eyes, drowning in suspicion. "Why are you backing me up? What is your endgame here?" The MC flashed a knowing smile, silently realizing his cover might be blown. He glanced back over his shoulder. "My endgame, you ask?" He knew the harsh reality of this realm. Deep down, Ugar had to know the bitter truth. He desperately lacked the brains to actually go toe-to-toe with the good guys. That explained his pathetic strategy of snatching up worthless pawns the heroes wouldn't even miss. Same old spineless coward, zero character development. Laying his cards on the table, he stated his terms. In his eyes, Ugar was nothing more than an oversized, brainless brute. Desperation would eventually force this giant to crawl back to his one and only lifeline. He would be begging to team up with Jason, just to keep breathing. Closing the distance with a few confident, he just firmly believed that a truly legendary Demon King deserved a